Number one, people, even though they make mistakes when they're younger, that doesn't mean that they're useless for the rest of their life. They're a criminal, felon. Yes, I was all those things. I'm not proud of who I was. I'm proud of who I became, and I didn't let that stop me.
That's awesome.
I didn't let that stop me at all.
Welcome, everybody, to the Warrior Podcast. Today, we are changing up our format a little bit. I have two guests. One is going to act as kind of a co-interviewer. He's dear friends with our guest of honor. Chad Lavrow is a Navy veteran. He's a political activist and entrepreneur. He's already been on the Warrior Podcast and told his life story. He's very good friends with our guest of honor today, Terry Newsome. Terry Newsome is a political activist. Yes, we're going to get into some deep stuff. He is a podcaster. He is a father of three. He wanted to make sure that got included. Guys, he has had the craziest life. You won't believe it. If they made a movie about it, they would go, this is BS. Bouncer, drug dealing, prison time, weapon stealing. I mean, the whole thing. He was even followed by helicopters like in the movies. So we're going to hear some of his story today, which is going to be crazy. And with that, welcome Terry Newsome and welcome Chad to the Warrior Podcast.
Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Frank.
We got a lot to cover here, guys. Terry, I want to start with your beginnings to show people like you were kind of came from a regular, normal background with the normal dysfunctions. So tell me about childhood and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was raised southwest side of Chicago, 88th and Colon, hometown, actually. 87th Street was the border. My dad worked for the city of Chicago.
What did he do?
He was a laborer in the water department.
Okay.
Union guy, hardcore. My whole family, we lived in the area of my mom's side of the family, all, Italians. My grandparents came from Italy. So I was raised in deep blue union. My uncle Mike was the president of People's Gas Energy for a long time, that union. He was president there. My other uncles were in unions. I was in unions. We'll talk about that maybe sometime later with the Credidios and the movie business. But so I was raised a blue collar union Democrat, never involved, active at all. That's what I was because that's what I was told. It wasn't like I was active or anything. I just... that's how I was raised. I was raised in a house that was 750 square feet.
Siblings?
I had one brother, younger brother, 18 months younger than me. I went to Oak Lawn High School. And, my younger days in high school, I was considered a jock, wasn't involved in drugs, never saw drugs. Got in trouble doing goofy jock things, stupid things, just dumbass things.
What did you do in sports?
So baseball, I played from T-ball all the way through actually high school in the Park District. As it relates to high school sports, which is kind of funny in itself, which I didn't tell you guys. So like freshman year, I was on swimming. I got tired of that. Sophomore year, I was on gymnastics. Junior year, I was on shot put. And
I did that too.
Yeah, and my dad worked out, and my dad was a boxer for the Navy. So I got into working out and stuff because of my father. 8th grade, I got picked on. 8th grade, below all the time. I got the guys all the time. I was just picked on, and it made me do a 180 when I got into high school. My dad, forced me to work out and stuff. He'd come home drunk and make me and my younger brother, who's bigger than me, make us box and stuff, after work. And I did a 180. I became one of the guys that, if they're at school and stuff at a party, there's a fight, I'm like the front guy there.
Yeah, we'll explain what's about to follow.
Oh, yeah. I just want to make a statement about bullying and stuff. That affected my life. I remember just being scared of leaving school, on what door I'm going to go out, who's waiting for me, older brothers. I pretend I was my brother. He was younger but taller at the time. It's like, and I was like, I'm not going to go through this at school. Oak Lawn had almost 4,000 students. I'm like, oh my God, right? I'm not going to go through this on an amplified scale in high school. So I did a 180. I beat up pretty much everyone except a couple guys, and I still remember that to this day.
Were you an asshole bully, or were you just responding to threats?
I responded to what happened to me. And then senior year, I went out for the wrestling team, which is pretty much unheard of, right? Because everyone starts.
Right. Gotcha.
I made the wrestling team. By the end of the season, I was the captain of the JV team. In the last 2 matches of the season, our heavyweight was hurt. I got to wrestle heavyweight when I weighed 162, and I won both matches.
Wow. Heavyweight is how much? 190 and above, or
185 and above?
Wow,
and neither
that's
one of
crazy.
those matches counted because you had to weigh over 185 to be. Our guy was hurt. There was no one to do it, and there was no JV. There's not JVs at all the high school, so they let me wrestle just to do it, and I won both the matches, and neither one of them counted. And then there's a park called McKinley Park in Chicago, and they would have the McKinley Open Wrestling Tournament. So all the Oak Lawn guys really had a good wrestling team. I went with some of the guys that were good wrestlers, and I ended up taking second in the city of Chicago McKinley tournament after wrestling 1 year.
Wow, that's
and
crazy.
It was because I was like all the fight. They would like watching my matches more than the good wrestlers because it was more like a street fight. When I first started, I mean, I would pull hair. I would, I'd take them down, headlock without the arm in. I'd choke him. I'd get potentially dangerous moves, and
so you wrestle like you do journalism and like you do podcasts.
I pinned my first three guys. That was my sports, high school sports, and then I played baseball through after senior year, and then I think when I was 25, after I got arrested in state prison, I went to Moraine Valley, and I was on the baseball team for a while at 25 years old. But
okay, I got to ask, what kind of student were you?
So I had bad ADD, and you probably see a little bit of it. Back then, they didn't have ADD. You're just in trouble. I couldn't read, or I just couldn't sit still.
Not good.
Barely a C
Luckily,
to a
you
high
got
D.
over that.
Barely
Luckily,
a C.
you're much better now.
Yeah. Barely a C, high D. I found some of my report cards. I'm like, oh, my wife is, University of Wisconsin master's degree, totally different. My kids, thank God, have her DNA and genes as it relates to school and book learning. And I guess my intellect is different than.
All right, so I got to ask you this. We're going to rewind a little bit and take a side street. You're Italian,
Yep.
And I'm Italian. What are you growing up eating? What kind of foods? And are you having these Sunday gatherings like I did growing up? I call them pasta Sundays now.
Yeah. So we did. So all my mom's brothers and sisters, I think 6 of them all lived, and we were all really close together, right? And my uncle Rudy Sarli owned Sarli's Meat Market in Ashland. He used to provide the sausage to Greco's, Caputo's, Artie G's. And we would have grandmas. We would go and we'd do the progressive, did you guys do the progressive dinners where you go and you do the appetizers, the salads, to one house?
No, it was always at the one.
Oh yeah. Well, we would do one house, but we would also do on certain holidays, we do the progressive, which is pretty cool. We'd go to one aunt or uncle's house and just have salad. Just have appetizers.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it was good. All my cousins and stuff, and so it was the Italian side was much closer than the Polish side. And my last name's Newsome, but my dad's mother, I had one grandma speak Italian. My dad's mom spoke Polish.
It's funny when you have you're part Italian and part something else, and you ask that person, "What are you?" They always say Italian.
Yes, yeah.
My kids are half Italian, my boys, and they both say I'm Italian.
Yeah, so. And I have a little joke that ties into our show here today.
Nothing's more Chicago than half Italian, half Polish.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I say, as I grew up, the Italian side of my family got me into crime. The Polish side kept getting me caught. So I had to get a real effing job. So my mom's side, which they hated the joke because it paints Italians as mobsters. My dad's side hated it because of dumb Polak side. So I made that up when I was 25 or something.
You offended everybody. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
All right. So good little background on school. Are you and your brother staying tight through these years, or are you kind of doing your own thing? Because you're 18 months apart.
Yeah, we. I don't know if that's we're together now, in the family and stuff. But there was a lot of.
So he wasn't one of your go-to people
no.
through the young years, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
And I only ask that question because I have 3 sons. I always believe that the strongest bond between people is not parent and child, mother and child. It's brothers. When brothers are in alignment, they're unstoppable.
Yeah.
And I try to teach that to my 3 boys. I mean, they get along and everything. I think, though, when I'm gone, when I take the checkered flag, I hope that they, the bond gets tighter. So that was just a little sidebar. All right, so we're good with the high school, up to high school now. Now Terry's out of high school. Did you start Moraine Valley right after that? Or?
Yeah, I tried. You remember the ADD part? I went and started a gazillion. I goof around. I said, I went to junior college for 12 years. I would, go, stop. I try with good intent. It was like pulling teeth. It was really hard. I would drop, sign up for full time, drop, end with one or two, go. I try. It's really hard. I did eventually get my degree at 37 when I went to Elmhurst at 35 in an adult program, a group program. I think I do it together. I would have never got my degree, but I did. We'll talk about that.
Hey everybody, I wanted to take a moment to thank our sponsors. My dear friend Andy Thompson is the owner and operator of Talon Studios. Talon Studios makes custom knives. This is one of the first knives he made it for me. It's extremely sharp. Everything is made by hand. The handles, the grips, everything. They're beautiful, durable knives. We like to say knives for life. Whether you're a collector or you want knives for utility and function, he even makes the casings for the knives by hand too. Andy works with his son AJ. They are super fine craftsmen, and every knife they put everything, all their heart and soul into their knives. So that's Talon Studios. I will put a link in the description of each of the podcasts, and you'll see their information at the end.
So classically educated.
We'll talk about that in the next time we talk about the corporate type of my background.
And I forgot one thing. What's happening with the girl situation through high school and that? Are you involved with girls? Are you abusing them? It would be my guess. Come on now.
Oh, well, I mean, it depends on the definition of abuse.
Love them and leave them is what I meant.
Yeah, I had a couple steady girlfriends.
Nice. Did you have bling? Did you have any bling on you?
When I became a drug dealer, I had massive bling.
Yeah, okay, we'll talk about that. And now we will have photos rolling through here too. All right, so you're going to college. When do you start getting into this? So when did you get into the working out?
Yeah, I got into the working out through high school. By the time I graduated high school, I wrestled. 167, I weighed 162. After I graduated, I benched 315 at that weight.
Which is a big deal. The three plates on each side.
Yeah. And it was like with my friends and other wrestlers. And I remember in my friend's garage.
No
steroids. Didn't know what a steroid was or anything. And then I started working out more seriously. I went to a gym called Hammer's Gym, which is a big part of this. How I got into what we're about to talk about. And Hammer's Gym is Southwest Side, Chicago Ridge. It had a national name, right? People were scared to work out there and stuff, right? And we had guys that were eventually natural Mr. Olympia, John Hansen, Mr. Universe, Mr. America, regular Mr. America, Miss America. Professional wrestlers, Eddie Cohen,
powerlifter.
Eddie Cohen was a powerlifter from Evergreen Park. Craig Tokarski, he's passed now. He was my one of my partners for a while. I benched 500 pounds when I was 24 years old.
That is not natural.
No, so we'll go forward. The first time I took steroids was like I was 20. It was Anavar. Anavar is like a cutting. Yep. And I had the natural genes. I mean, you could tell from high school, so you'd see guys that would take steroids that, didn't, so people say, oh, they took steroids. And, I understand. So like, even if you compete, and I saw that with powerlifting or bodybuilding, you got two guys, Chad's got shitty genes, I got good genes. You take steroids, you still, it just, amplifies what you already have. Right?
It's incremental.
One of the reasons that drove me to do it is, first of all, they're all doing it. And I would go into the bathroom. I was intimidated before I got really big. You go in the bathroom and they had the drop ceilings and there was syringes. The guys would take a shot in their ass and boom, throw them, and they're like sticking in there. The owners would have to take them off. It became kind of a thing that they would do there. I got stuck. I remember I got stuck benching around 350 or something like that. So I finally screw it, I'll try these steroids. And that's what got me from 315 to 405 or something like that. But,
it's the next benchmark because it's another plate on the bottom.
Yeah. So that it got me over that. And then when you work out, when you hit plateau, sometimes I worked out hard. You get stuck for a long time. It's just the way the cycles
I've been there.
Yeah, and it's like, you're frustrated. And then you see these other guys, you're in a gym full of juice, and they're like, whoa, so.
I want to just color this out a little bit with our audience. I've been a gym rat my whole life too. So Hammer's Gym, because I grew up in Chicagoland, was like one of the meccas of weightlifting. Okay, and people don't understand now because gyms are all fluffy and foo-foo that you walk in and it smells like sweat and it's pure iron and it's old school lifting and grunting and groaning and everybody's there is serious. Yes. There's nobody, looking around and stretching and all that stuff. We're hammering the iron hard, and the clanking of the weights.
Yeah. Not much
pumping iron, that kind of.
And I miss that.
Not much talking. No phones.
Yeah. So I worked out at a gym in Cicero called the Power Zone, just like Hammers, but a smaller version. And every Tuesday, the guy who sold the steroids would come in, and all the guys would go in the locker room, and he would have a box with all the stuff that they ordered and take orders for the following week. Mm-hmm. Now, I always considered steroids because I know they worked. But at a body weight of 181, I bench 405 natural. Mm-hmm. And my buddies who were on juice, they weren't that much stronger. They were just bigger. I never got big, but I stayed strong. It wasn't worth it to me because some of my buddies had some bad side effects.
Oh, yeah.
I was afraid of them.
A lot of guys died from that period. Did you know Al Kirsch, any of those guys? Kirsch brothers? They're out of Riverside, Brookfield. In that area. So
we had a guy, Tony Purvis, who won Mr.
Yeah.
He worked out at our gym.
Was like a blonde, dishwater blonde guy?
I don't remember his hair color, but he was, and he got.
Remember Lance Dreyer?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, he used to work out at Chicago Health Club that was in LaGrange on LaGrange Road. When I went there.
That's still there or no?
No.
Yeah, I mean, as another gym.
No. Then it became Bally's. I'm sorry, not Bally's. That's the bar I worked out. Bally's. It became Bally's Gym. If you remember.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so you're working out. You're starting to juice now. Yeah. Right.
Did you go to Hammers? Did you ever go to Hammers?
I went there one time. I don't remember it, but
they have a chalkboard and they would have the weight classes. So I was 225 and under for the bench press, right? I did actually I did 495. I didn't do 5, but I say 500. I did 495, and they had me. One guy above me did 510. I was 495. It was a big deal for Hammers Gym being the kind of gym it was and stuff. So that was my.
And again, we're going plates. So 315's 3, 405's 4, 495 is 5, right?
It was a big psychological.
All you needed was the collars on the bar, and you would have get to 500, right?
Yeah, and then this goes back. Yeah, I was 23, and then I was in the process of being recruiting into the next phase of what we're talking about here, right? And which kind of. I still worked out seriously, but it wasn't my primary thing when I was going to either junior college and stuff. And I kind of redirected my life, and that's how I got involved into what we're gonna talk about. I was also working as a bouncer at Tom Foolery's. Bally's owned it. Bally's, the casinos. It was called Tom Foolery's. It was a hot bar in Chicago Ridge, brand new. I was the first doorman, and I hired some of my friends there.
So let me ask you about your fighting skill set, because some bouncers are just big and they grab you and move you. Yeah. You'd had wrestling, so you had a little bit of that. And you got in fights, obviously.
Lots of seats. You see some of the lumps on my head, depending on the shadowing.
So you were just a good street banger, right?
Yeah, I got really like a rough, sincerely, unlike that other asshole said he got in 300 fights in Cicero. I got about 25 to 30 fights in my life, which is a lot.
It is a lot.
We had a guy say 300. You know what I'm talking about,
yeah,
right?
I know what you're talking about.
And that's a lot. And I have the marks and my knuckles and everything to show for it. Unlike some people that got in 300 fights, they have no marks. This is an inside thing. This is an inside thing. You probably know what we're talking about.
Anybody who says they've been in 300 fights, someone who actually has, they don't talk about it, right? They don't say, hey, I'm tougher than you. They just do it, and that they're dangerous.
It's like the vet that comes back from war that never talks about war because it's the last thing they want to think about.
Amen. Yep.
Yeah. So my dad was a boxer, remember? So I grew up hitting the speed bag. Even when I went to prison, I could hit the speed bag like a fucking when I walk in. I was hitting the speed bag when I was on a milk crate. Because my dad, that's what he did. So I could hit the.
So that's a good core and balance too.
Yeah, and then he had the heavy bag and stuff. So my dad taught me about like snapping your punch, how important it is, not like this bullshit. Man. So I had a combination of that and that 1 year in wrestling, right? And whenever I got in a fight with someone, I would eyeball them up, and like if they looked like big or something, like if it made sense to go grab them by the leg and take them down. Or they want to buy, it all depends. Like I did a mix. I actually probably used wrestling a lot more initially, and then I was cocky. I was a cocky.
No kidding.
I was cocky.
I'd never know that about you.
I got in a few fights, and I kept my hands in the pocket on purpose, which is a no-no. Like to insult them, And I got hit twice hard, but I still won. But it was kind of like I was disrespecting them with my hands in the pocket. I had my head's fucked up from it, and. So it all depends. And I had guys, like I worked, so to your question as a doorman, right? I had some friends that were black belts. My cousin, he's a dork. I hired him, and there's guys that go and say they're black belts, right? I'm a black belt. Well, they go through the process. They pay the money, right? And it doesn't matter if you're a black belt, you get into boxing. It all matters too, and inherently who you are and your desire to do anything to win. There's a difference.
You got to be real like Steven Seagal.
There's a difference, right? You're being sarcastic.
I'm being sarcastic.
Right. And who you are, and you're willing. So every time I had a fight, I was scared. I was probably so scared. That's why I did better. But I mean, I'm fighting to win. My father taught me, and I applied this to business and everything else. When you get in a fight with someone's son, you beat them so fucking bad that they never, ever come back. And I applied that to business, politics, as you know, and I'm still applying it. And I remember my dad telling me that. And I also remember it from the guys who came after me when I was in grammar school and bullied on me, right? And I wanted that to end in high school, and I ended it there.
Nice.
And that point on. So I remember I had guys, I had like this doorman. It was like the hottest bar. So there'd be lines that people get in. I make money charging guys, older guys with dates. I charge them cover and stuff. So I make good money at my $6 an hour there, right? And I would, like there's one time I was throwing this guy out. I had him in a headlock. And then the manager, who was like 45 at the time, he goes, Newsome, fuck him up, make an example of him. And I'm like, I go, you fuck him up. I'm not, I was throwing the guy out. I wasn't
right.
like that, right? And so I'm dragging the guy out the door. And one of these black belt guys, and wasn't my cousin. And I got the guy out the door. And obviously that manager must have said something to him. He does a kick to the guy's face while I was dragging him out. And I wasn't holding him to be kicked. I was dragging him out the door.
Right.
As soon as I got out the door.
It's cowardly.
Yeah. And the guy got knocked out. And then, and I just bought a brand new shirt in the mall for work that day. Swear to God, his shirts, etc. And his face went, and I got blood all over. And I'm like, you effing asshole, why'd you do that? I go, look what you did on my shirt too.
I want to pause on the black belt. All right. I took mixed martial arts for a long time. My instructor came from Japan. He was one of the first guys to do it all. Stand-up, jiu-jitsu. He was the teen judo champion of Japan. So we did everything before there was even UFC, and he did cage matches where there was no rules except no eye gouging and no groin strikes and no rounds. You go straight through until you tap out or knock out, okay?
Yeah.
So I trained with him. I got up to an orange belt, which is only 2 promotions, and then I quit. Whatever was happening in my life. But I kept training, and I would bring guys in, my buddies, and I would get them started on punching, kicking, and we'd be sparring and a lot of bare knuckle, but, friendly. So one day I got invited to the black belt class to fight, and I fought black belts that were promoted with him, all right? And to get a black belt in this style, you had to do all your katas, and then you had to do a 1 hour intense cardio. And then you had to fight 10 black belts, 2-minute rounds, no rest. And these guys are beating on you. You have to survive, right? So after this black belt class, which I either held my own or exploited these black belts, my instructor says to me, you're ready for black belt. Now, mind you, I only got an orange belt and I quit. So he's hopping me over everybody. And I said to myself, this guy's a black belt that I just crushed. What does the belt even mean? To your point, I didn't do it. I'm like, I'm going to take a beating to get a belt. Then there's an expectation that I'm a badass. These guys have the black belts, and they're not badasses.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
it was never intimidating me when they said
it's kind of like going into a sales pit with a bachelor's degree and nobody cares.
Exactly right. Yeah. So that was just my little sidebar on the black belt. So this guy gets knocked out. Your shirt's bloody. So take us from there.
It was one of the hottest bars in the Southwest side at that time. That and a bar called Cattle Company. We were both in Chicago Ridge Mall, right there at Ridgeland and 95th Street. But back to Hammer's Gym, and as I got really big
as in size or big as in reputation,
in size. Well, I had a reputation kind of too, as because of the doorman. I was popular at the high school as well, which was a big high school. I knew lots of people. I always had that telling, I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy.
Oh, yeah, always got a guy.
Even before I got into the crime aspect, and even in politics now, I know
that's my shit.
And even in business. So this is kind of just inherent in some of us, right? It's always like, and I always try to, if I help somebody out, regardless of it was crime or my career or politics, I would do it not with the expectation of, hey, I want you to do something for me, but they would always pay off in some point in time. Not always, but you know what I mean? You always just do the right thing, try to help somebody in your network. With that, I know a guy, well, how do you build that? I know a guy who knows a guy is by helping other guys. And it doesn't matter if it's business, crime, or politics.
That's kind of how Christianity started. It's not a bad model.
Yeah.
Is it? I don't know.
Help people.
Yeah, I was raised a Catholic and I was an altar boy. I was in the gym and I was approached, and I'm just going to use first names here. You know, some of the names I could use, I think I might have told you, but for obvious reasons, but I'll use first names. And I was in Hammer's gym, and there was these brothers that were older than me, Italian, and
Are they all juiced up too?
one was not even into working out. Dante did not work out. He was in chop shops heavily.
Okay.
The other one, Ralph he was one of those guys that juiced it up a lot, and you could tell, but he had the natural, you know what I mean?
Yep, puffy.
Yes, exactly. And then there was the other one, Joe, who was naturally big, lean, and mean. He looked like adamant. Mm-hmm. He did, you know, and that's the one everyone looked up for, you know, until he got a million fights, fight people for money. You know, they're all tied into the Chicago Heights crew of chop shops. You all kind of knew that. You're like,
tell everybody what the audience what a chop shop is.
Yeah, so a chop shop is you guys all hear about car theft and auto theft, right? So there's different aspects of a chop shop. So a chop shop could come in, you steal a car, right? Nice car, sports car, whatever kind of car. And now what's happening more so in Europe and the money and stuff, instead of the 80s, they are sending all these cars to Europe. They're stealing them, just sending them off, right? They'll steal them from us. And a lot of those are European theft rings now. Back in the days, it was mostly Italians. Back in, you know, when this all started, it was pretty much Italians got into Hispanics and it got into Europeans. And so they would steal cars, and it was to it's called you retag a car. I had a couple of retag cars. So when you retag a car, back in the day when a car got totaled in the 70s or 80s, right? They didn't put demolished. I forgot what they would, you know, later they stamp it paper-based and now electronically. God, I forgot what it was called. The car would get totaled, right? Frank has a brand new Corvette, 1984. Totaled. Frank gets money from the insurance company, right? Then they take it and then they sell it for nothing to a junkyard. And then the junkyard would take whatever little remnants of parts that are left on it that they might sell and make a little money from the scraps that they paid the insurance company. And so what the chop shops would do is, in addition to stealing a car and chopping it up and selling it off to parts to body shops, another way to quick money without having all the labor aspect of it is that you go and you would buy the title from the junkyard, or you buy the title from the insurance company, right? And you pay nothing for it because it's a total damaged, useless car.
It's a title of the junk. So
the mob guys weren't buying it because they wanted the parts or anything. You buy it specifically for the VIN number. So in the front left of every car, you see there's a VIN number. It's usually aluminum stamped, and it's rivets. And those rivets back then were special types of rivets that were hard to get. And so they would buy that car just for the VIN number, just the one VIN number. Usually I think there's like 6 locations in a car. It's in the engine and door and stuff. They only care about that. And then if it's a junk dealer that's on the take or whatever, many of them were the Southwest side, they would just crunch it to nothing. So there's nothing left of that car, right? No remnants. It's the metal and it gets burned out. And so then the chop shops take that. Say Frank owned a 1984 brand new Corvette, white. You go around and look in shopping malls and stuff and look for a brand new 84 Corvette, or say it's 1985 and it's the same style. It doesn't matter.
Right. Got you.
You know, there it is right there. Right. So they pull the car. What they do is they take it, and they steal it. So they pull the car.
Because it matches the VIN and make and model of that VIN number.
Yeah. So, and when I first was exposed to this, I'll go back and then I'll jump back and then finish this so it ties in, you know. So I was approached by Joe. He said, "Hey, what's up, Ham Hock Arms?" You know, because I was big. And I'm like, "Oh, wow." And I'm like, he's talking to me. He was like a girl, hot chick talk, you know. And he's like, "Oh, shit, this guy's talking to me." Because everyone does whispers, you know, that's him. They do that, right? You see him out, you know, you want to be part of the club. It's like, you know. And he was, what's going on? You know, and I'm like, nothing. We're talking. And again, I mean, back then I would do 65-pound French curls with one arm.
That's a lot.
You know, I mean, now I had multiple surgeries. See, I was
you can't pick your arms up now.
Yeah. So I hit my arms 20 and 1/2 inches.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I start talking to him like, wow, you know, he's talking to me. And then he asked me to, you know, start hanging out with him and his brother, Ralph. And we go out. I was the bouncer. They come in. I'm like, hey, come on in. You know, all the bullshit, right? Like that. And it became closer. And then they, you know, told me about, you know, I already heard about the chop shops. There's kind of rumblings, you know. And his other older, they're all older. I mean, Dante was really into the chop shops. And then they say, hey, you want to go with us to pull cars? So when you go pull the car, as I left off, that's when you physically steal the car. But you got to drive around and look for the car. You know, so I was the driver. I got $100 back then, which was a lot of money. Compared to now,
$6 an hour.
Yeah. So, you know, so all I had to do is drive around, right? You know, until we found the car, and then so we'd see it and drop. I pulled right behind the car. You know, parked in the lot. I look out to try to make sure, see if we see anyone coming that owns the vehicle or for police. And typically, Joe would have in his sleeve Slim Jim. For those of you know, you see cops have Slim Jims.
Yep.
Right? And first thing, he quickly tries to use the Slim Jim to open the window. I would say it's probably, my guess, 75% of the time he could do it like that. But if you can't quickly do it, you don't want to waste time and burn time. He would have a spring-loaded center punch. Put it right in the middle of the window. Doesn't make a massive noise. It just goes a million pieces. It falls on the ground and in the car, you know. So if you ever see in the lots and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
And then he jumps in the car. And then back then, which is kind of crazy too, is that they had through locksmiths and stuff, there were certain types of tools for the newer cars with like a ratchet. You pop off the little ring that they have on the old cars.
Yeah.
Pop it off with a screwdriver. Depending on the make and model of the car, got the right ratchet, put it in there and start it. If it was an older version of the car back then, as they're transitioning to these new tool ones, he would hotwire it the old-fashioned way.
Mm-hmm. Could I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. When you first got asked to be the driver, did it twinge your conscience at all? Did you think?
I'm like, cool.
I got to show up to work on time. I got to do a good job. I got a job.
I was like, cool.
Okay.
You know, so I stayed behind the car and then back up when I see him get in to start it, right? And then look and try to see if anyone's running or, you know, any cops or whatever. And then he'd back out and follow him. You know,
did that ever happen?
No,
somebody
never got caught. No. Okay. No, and I did the same thing with his brother Dante, Mr.
And how old were you?
23. Mr. Chop Shop guy, right? He'd get car sick because I drive fast. I don't know if you ever back then. He's like, "Oh man, stop it!" I'm like, "Oh, tough guy." He's like, "You're driving too fast around those turns because you're trying to look for the car. You're going up and down, you know." And then just follow them, and then they would go to the Chop Shop location. And they did chop cars, but most cases they were retagged, right? They would retag them. And like I had a couple stories. One time they took four new cars. This was they took 4 new Corvettes from a dealership. Went through. You know how they got the ramps on the wind. You know double. The first car went through. The first car went through, and they drove them off the concrete ramps. They had 4 Corvettes. I had a tag Mustang at the time, and then I got the Bose speakers from the Corvette. You know, that when they started putting them in the Corvette, and it had the fiberglass and stuff. I had to take them to a body shop that worked with them that put them into my Mustang. You know, the Bose nice speakers, and and retrofitted it to fit my tag car. And here's another thing that they told me. It's like, oh my God,
you were a customer. You weren't just
I took it. It cost me $1,000 for the car, brand new at that in that year. And this is before I was making the big money, that I could afford a new one without having to worry about it.
An unstolen car.
Yeah, there was dealerships, Italian dealerships that are pretty prominent back in the day, that would sell retag cars.
How about that?
No, I'm not going to say their names.
No,
and people know the names.
It's legitimate.
Yes, there was dealerships.
I know which one. I know one of those names.
Yeah, they were getting the cars and resagging them. And so, and I tell him, I go, how the fuck? I go, he goes, listen, Tara, you ever get pulled over for a ticket and they check the any tags, let alone the one on the dashboard?
That's true.
I go, yeah, never.
I'll tell you a quick story to confirm what you're saying.
He goes, if they do that, if they're going to check that VIN, you're already fucked. He goes, that's what he said. He goes, so it's like,
Italian dealership. I had a dear friend whose deceased husband He was a Ford plant manager. So she gets the A plan for the rest of her life, which means you pay way less than a sticker price, right? So she befriended me. She's Italian. She told them I was her cousin. So I got great deals on these Fords when I was buying them. But this dealership was running hot merchandise, like hot TV sets. And she was telling me about it. Like, this is a front for selling stolen goods as well.
Yeah.
To your point. So,
Yes. When I was 16 in high school, I worked at a gas station in Oak Lawn, and there was a dealership. I'm not going to say their name, but I worked for a guy that later ended up, he was older than me, but became a customer indirectly. I found out he knew my dad through 2 different levels down, and they always would be strange people there. He didn't have a Italian last name. He was much older than me. Well, 10 years at the time when you're 6, maybe 30. I don't know. I was 16. And then I would get cash. And this older guy would come and we would detail cars inside the gas station. It wasn't a mechanical gas station. It was a gas station, but then they detailed cars for a dealership that I actually worked at later as well, coincidentally. And a guy would come back and change the odometers and I would give him cash. I forgot how much it was. And these were dealership cars that we were detailing. And while they're being detailed, certain ones, the guy would come back. I'd watch him. He'd pull out the dash, roll back it, and got to make sure the numbers line up and stuff. Because sometimes if you don't do it right, it will reflect that you roll back the numbers. And there was laws that came out specifically to stop doing that. So that's another dealership, different than the one I earlier mentioned, unrelated to the one I mentioned, that was doing criminal activities with the cars that they were detailing off-site. Now that makes sense why they're doing it off-site, right? So they could mess with the mileage on the odometer.
There's one common theme that keeps rolling in your stories, and that's money. Are you starting to get wired toward making money? Is that happening at this time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So as I got in the inner circle of that, right, or I guess maybe that might have been the first step of, getting trusted by them. And, I was, I think, approached to be groomed, and recruited, right? And so what I'm going to say is, just so you guys know, when I say that, I'm not saying it as an excuse, right? I'm like, oh, these guys groom me. These older guys groom me, of which they did. I made the decision, like you asked me earlier, right, about the guy. I'm like, yeah, right? I mean, Terry made the decision to say yes about pulling cars. Terry made the decision when they got the opportunity to get into drugs. But understanding a little bit about how it happened and where, I think it's important. But that said, I was guilty and I did what I did. And I got exposed to something, and that's how it happened, So I remember this as clear as day. I was with the 2 brothers in one of their houses. They had a Eldorado.
So these are crime families. When you say they're grooming you, this would be like kind of considered a crime family, we would say?
I would say, so number one, I was never like an organized crime figure. I was never even associated, even though I associated with associates or even some guys there, I did. So I just want to be clear. I'm not saying I was a mobster, right? I mean, I did mobster type things without a doubt.
But you probably knew most of those guys.
Yeah. Big time. Tons of them. So I just want to be clear. I'm not saying I was a mafia Chicago outfit guy, right? I worked in those circles and the guys I worked with in those circles. But I'm not, just to be clear, Newsome saying he was a mobster. I'm not saying
you told me you ran the Midwest.
Yeah. And I was on the fringes of bookies and chop shops and all kinds of stuff. And I mean, I was friends with made guys' sons and John Feckerati, I could mention that. Jimmy's a good friend of mine. And, he was the guy in, if you saw Casino, the movie Casino, and you saw Joe Pesci and stuff. Well, his dad was the guy, that they allegedly said killed the Splachos. And then later in Calabrese and them came out that they killed Jimmy's father. I don't know if you remember the whole story and stuff, the Calabreses.
Well, I have a personal correlation with the Splachos too. Yeah. So my godfather, who was an affiliate of the mafia, he worked, like you said, he was a business partner. He was Jewish, though, and he never would declare himself a member, but he was good friends with all the Splacho brothers. And one of the brothers had a son who was on the trading floor, and that's how I got exposed to a career in the trading floor. I met Tony Splacho as a little boy in my own house. So
you got to remind me later in this story to talk about where I came from Calabrese and almost got into it with his the son, that beefed on his own dad. And when I went to meet Jimmy Feckerati, so it's an interesting story. Don't forget that. We'll do that later. So you're bringing up stuff that bubbles up. That's kind of crazy.
You got a lot of bubbling stuff too.
I was at their house, and I I remember we were drunk, we were out, and the Who song, Eminence Front was playing. He had Bose 901 speakers, which is big time expensive then. I don't know if you remember the little trying,
Yeah, they were awesome.
Yeah, and he had those playing, and they had the Eldorado Corvette or Eldorado convertible out in front, and then whipped out
great
some
song. I can kind of channel that right now.
And they whipped out, Coke, which I never seen.
People forget,
right? Yeah, and they're like, oh, they go ahead. I'm like, oh no, no. Of course, I caved in and did it. Never saw it, never did it, right? And then they're telling me I should come work for them, selling this. And again, they're transitioning, and this started from the oldest brother.
Transitioning from chop shop to drugs now, right?
Yeah, because if you think about it too, and when they were involved in the chop shops in the early 80s, that was the chop shop wars that was going on. People were getting killed. I don't know if you guys look it up, whoever.
Well, competing in the same geographic
Chicago
area.
Heights, Alberto Taco, Red O'Malley, Billy Dauber, all those guys are in the same circle. Right.
And you could be trolling for cars in the parking lot while a competitor is doing the same thing, right?
Yeah, and there was there was street tax, and we'll talk about what happened with me later, right? Okay. Remember I mentioned that I thought I was going to get approached to pay a street tax and protection from these fuckers. Yeah. Not that, they're going to make me pay protection to protect me from them, and so I was told, hey, listen. Because a lot of people, from the gym, from the bar, you could tell, who like, I always know somebody or something, you know what I mean? He goes, you can make some good money. I'll give you an 8-ball for $2.25. You could sell it for $2.50 and you could cut it.
What is an 8-ball?
Eighth of an ounce of coke, 3.5 grams, right? And so I got into this, like you see people and you see TV shows and movies where they sell little grams and stuff like that. I'd start out with an 8-ball, which, as it progressed, that was nothing. But I mean, it wasn't like I started out as a street little fucking, in the bar guys that, or at the Board of Trade. Remember the guys are selling a little shit, right?
Oh, yeah.
There were little packages.
Big livings on just having a few clients.
Yeah, they would. So I had guys from the board that worked for me that would sell. A lot of southwest side guys, right? And Mount Greenwood worked down there. Tons of them, right?
Mount Greenwood and Beverly.
Yeah, so a lot of those guys were getting it from me and would sell it at the board. And they'd have little packets, little gram packets they put in. They like just all the guy keep them going on the board. I'm like, so I didn't even think, I'm like, oh, I'll ask. I didn't even take it serious. So I went and asked the guy. Next week, I ran into him, and his same first name as mine. I won't say any more than that. But and he was older than me too, and he was doing it. I didn't even know. I met him through a gym. Not Hammer, it's a different gym. And he said, yeah, I'll try one. So he tried an 8-ball. And, so I went and I picked it up from this guy, Joe, and I went from his house 6 blocks to White Castles on the southwest side. And I got the 225. I'm sorry, I got the 250, gave Joe 225. I'm like, wow, I made $25. I went 6 blocks and back compared to $6 an hour.
You're hooked now, right?
Yeah, it's like, wow, so he was like, oh, that was good. You're dealing with guys that you were starting to get it from Cubans at the time. We'll talk about that later. And so the next week, Terry wanted 2. And this other guy, Jimmy.
2 8-balls.
Yeah, Jimmy wanted 1. So that was $75. I made the next week. I'm like, holy shit, And then, kind of gradually went up from there. Remember, I took my fiance at the time to Greco's, and we got lobster for the first time. Still remember that, 95th Street. And so then it started growing from there. I never cut it, even though he told me to cut it, because I didn't really know anything about it or get in the little scale.
And cut it means you dilute it. You mix it with what?
Yeah. So back then, and what we did, and unlike now when they're using fentanyl, and we could talk about that later, but it was called inositol. Inositol was a vitamin that you would take in powdered form, white. A lot of weightlifters would take it too to help you sleep better and help you recover in weightlifting and some other things like that. So it was harmless with respect to hurting people by cutting it. And some people would cut it with, God, what the heck is it? It used to numb them. I forgot what it was. It really numb. I mean, it was funny back in the day. People's like, oh, wow, it really numbed my face right away. So the coke that was cut with this, I can't remember the name of it, would numb your face right away, right? Because the stuff they cut it with was a numbing.
Gotcha.
Right? So the good coke, if you got it right from the kilo, it doesn't numb you right away. It gradually, and all of a sudden your whole face is numb. If you see the guys, how they test it, all of a sudden your face is like, The other guy, oh yeah, well, it really numbed my face, right? I'm like, yeah, because it's cut with, I forgot the name.
It's like your quality control.
Yeah. And you could tell by looking at it and stuff, those, when you got it in the rock format. So then I started getting quarter kilos.
Let me pause you on this just so I know measurements. So an 8-ball is, what is it by weight?
1/8 of an ounce, 3.5 grams.
Okay, so it's 3.5 grams, but a quarter kilo is a quarter of 2.2 pounds.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I jumped a little quick there. It was a quarter. Yeah, it was a quarter kilo. Yeah, because I had to get.
So that's like a little more than a half a pound then.
Yeah, I had to.
Which is a big jump from 3.5
Yeah, so I
grams.
dabbled with the quarter. It was like I would go get the 8 balls and stuff. It was pain in the ass. So then you move up, and then you get it less than the 225.
Right, gotcha.
Right, and then that's when he taught me how to cut it with the inositol. I hit the little scale. I didn't do it, so it's like you break it up. You got the rock, you got the duff. It's called. It's the powdered stuff.
So you guys got the pure stuff.
Yeah, you mix.
You were
a
good drug dealer.
Yeah, you mix it in. I didn't do it, so I didn't. I did it with him, and then as you progress there until I got arrested, I hardly ever did it. A lot of guys would do it and do it. It was like it was a business, so I didn't give a shit. Like I'd save every little piece and put it together, save and sell it. The other guys would do it, and
like any responsible business person.
Yeah, and so I didn't cut it like I was told I could cut it, and that part was part of the problem why I grew so much, because I left, I didn't cut it and the other guys could cut it and let them grow, less customers for me to deal with, and I made more money. So this is a bad part being a Catholic. This is a bad part for being Catholic, so you're probably going to look at me not too good. So I needed to come up with more money to get the quarter key, right? As I didn't have all of it. So, I went to Our Lady of Loretta Church. I was an altar boy there. You know how they have their own little.
So you got your reparations for your time.
You know how they have the what do you call it? The not the currency exchange. What do they have? The churches had where you get loans and stuff.
A credit union.
Credit union. Mm-hmm. Our Lady of Loretta Credit Union. So here's my joke about being a Catholic too. I'm not a good Catholic. I'm a Catholic. I'm not a good Catholic, which is a normal Catholic because I could sin all week, do my confession on Sunday, and start all over again on Monday.
But I want to give a quick plug, though. As a very non-devout, barely practicing Catholic, you were the first person to put me on to a movie that became my favorite movie,
yes, yeah.
Cabrini.
Yeah.
I would have never gone to see a nun movie in my life. Yeah. I could care. Doesn't matter to me. And Terry's like, this movie was really pretty good about nuns. And I'm like, it was really okay, good. Terry Newsome likes the nun movie. Let me give it a watch. I've shown that movie.
I'll have to watch it now.
Oh, you haven't seen it? Oh, my God.
You're going to love it. I swear to God, you're going to love it.
And
I watched
now
it with my mom.
I get to one of my important questions that I ask everybody. So during this entire time up until this, where is your faith?
I was forced to go to catechism. I wasn't forced to be an altar boy. My grandma lived with us a lot of the time. She raised us. Yes, she lived close, but she raised us. She would go to the same church as I was an altar boy. It was surrounded part of our community and stuff. But I would go to midnight mass drunk like everyone on the south side. I would go to mass once in a while, and I was a Catholic. And, this part, I needed more money to increase my profits. So I went to the credit union of the church. I got a $3,500 loan to buy a car, which I never bought. It was, and then I flipped it and paid them back right away. That's why I went to jail. Right? That's the karma I got.
But you were a good customer for the credit union.
Yeah, I paid them back right away. I paid them back right away. And they didn't ask for the title. There was no title. It was really weird how they were loosely coupled back then. And, so that kind of got me into where I was from the 8 balls to, ounces then.
You never answered a question about faith.
Yeah, so
was it not even swirling in your head at all, or?
Nah, at times, or
it's a conflict of interest, by the way. You're doing what you're doing, and then
just so you know, some of my biggest supporters now and have been older Catholic men. Yep. When in the next part of the school of politics, right? And and this is about talking about redemption. How it changed my life, folks. All right, so please.
Yep.
And it wasn't a religious transformation, even though, and it's a whole different story and things I have a conflict on that I really want to dive into. Yep. I really do.
We'll get there.
The biggest supporters are grandfathers when I was fighting in this politics for our children and stuff, right? And they would come out to library board and school board, grandfathers, right? And then we go to St. James Church in Lombard, or not far from here, Lamont. Was it Lamont? St. James Church, the old one? On Thursdays, until I started doing my podcast, I would go and meet them on Thursdays. I'd be like 20 grandpas that go and do the rosary every Thursday with, they were praying. This started 4 years ago or so. Well, before that, but when I got involved, they were praying for their children, grandchildren in America.
We'll get back
to
that.
And so I would go and meet with those guys and do that. Yeah, we'll talk about it later.
So tell me about your progression now. You borrowed $3,500, so you made a much bigger profit. So now you're flush, right? Yeah. Now you're self-sustaining. And are you progressing bigger?
Yeah. So I know one time when the Italian guys were connected with the Cubans down in Florida, and they had multiple locations in Fort Lauderdale, and dealt with, if you guys remember the Mariel boat lift and the Cubans that came over. Mm-hmm.
They all went to Miami, right?
Yeah, Little Cuba. It's called, I was in Little Cuba. Remember I talked about the hotel thing? Don't let me forget. We'll talk about that. Days. Yeah, so that was, remember, this was the early 80s, right? Though these guys came in 79, and by the time they got established, they were controlling everything. First it went, the progression was the Cubans were big back then because of what happened, right? Then it went to the Colombians, right, that everybody knows about. And then now it's the Mexicans.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So that was a progression back then. So this was early on when Coke really took off in America in the early 80s.
And I want to do a little historical reference. When the Cuban boat lift, the way I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Castro let all the bad guys out of jail and stuff, and they boated them all over to Florida.
Yes.
So they basically sent a bunch of criminals over here, right? And then the cocaine trade kind of anchored there in Florida.
Right? Yeah. Matter of fact, and we'll talk about it later, but I was locked up with a guy from Cuba came over on the boat lift, didn't speak a lick of English. This was in federal prison. And him and his brother was killed, and because they were against Castro. And he'd be out in the yard and stuff, and I had to ask the Puerto Rican guys who would translate for me, and the guy talked to him and stuff. So he was dragged behind a horse on the sugarcane fields. You should see his back.
Ooh.
I mean, it's like something you see in a movie. You know what I mean? The marks and, like just all crisscrossed and stuff like that. And he was one of the guys that came over in 1979 that was sent over here by Castro. This guy Joe was growing as well. Right, and then buying more from the Cubans down there, and then wanted to pool some money to buy like a multi-kilo deal or something in the very beginning, right, after I started growing. And I brought this other guy, Terry, we all met down there and put our money together.
But going directly to the Cubans, you're eliminating some kind of middleman, right? So you're getting cheaper, but you have to buy bigger? Is that right?
Yeah, this Joe was, the guy above me was, right? But we were, tightly knit and part of the whole enterprise, the corporation. Right, so we met down there. Funny story, fucking dummies, man. We had the money in these what do you call it when you put your toothbrush in and stuff? And all
like a toiletry bag.
A big toiletry bag, right? We're at Denny's, right? I'm in my early 20s. These guys are older than me. But, you look back and like 28's young, but still. Yeah, we got in the car, we're leaving. We left like, I don't know, 100 grand, 100 grand in the toiletry bag on the bench. In Denny's.
Wow.
And we went part of the front and ran in. It was like fucking heart attack. Fucking retarded. So then that started, he started growing. He spread out and he got, other customers. You got to remember in the world of what they were involved in with the cars and stuff. And, so they grew. I become one of their top customers because of the way I didn't do it. I didn't cut it.
Now, are you just doing this on your own, or do you have guys that you?
Oh no, I eventually had a team. Matter of fact, as I moved, I found some of my old receipts that my mother had buried when I just moved recently. We're renting. I got stuff that, like some of the stuff that I sent you guys, I didn't even know I had. Right, some of the DA reports and stuff, and I found my receipts from like the my beeper receipts. Like it was like $200 and something a month
when I was crazy.
Yeah,
that's like getting $1,000 phone bill.
Yeah, I had I think like 12 out at once. Right, so I had 12. I bought 12 at one time. I had one of the first phones, where it was
one of those brick phones or a bag phone.
No, the first phone I had was the one where you had the big device in your trunk, connected to the phone that was stationary. You couldn't take it out.
Okay.
You ever remember seeing
Yeah,
that?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of those antennas look like a boomerang, didn't they? They have them on limousines. Those are phone antennas, I remember.
Yeah. And so that was the first one. Then it went to the bag phone. So like I was an early adopter of technology. Who would have thought? and let me tell you right now, if phones give you cancer, I would have been like I have had cancer. I meant brain cancer. Because I was like used, early 20s. I've been on a phone ever since, and I got into sales. It's been like
attached to my head. Johnny Cochran got that tumor the shape of the cell phone on the side of the head. You're lucky.
So I was an early adopter of that, and like a funny thing about identifying ourselves with cell phones and stuff with beepers. So I had a 357 gun. I had one of my stash houses. Somebody tried to rob it, and so my code, like say if I call Frank anywhere in the country, I want Frank to know it's me calling him. So my code was 357. So if you see a 212 or whatever, and you see the phone number, area code phone number 357, you're like, oh shit, that's Terry. I gotta call the boss. I used to go, come on guys, call me boss. I didn't. The guys who were watching this know who I'm talking about. I would screw around. Come on, you gotta call me boss now. So, I'm joking, but I did say it, but I said it jokingly.
Yeah, I get you.
So you see 357, you call the boss right away. And then like my right-hand guy, his was 007. So everybody had a code so that you would beep somebody. You would always know. Chad would have a different number. You'd always know who it was. And a lot of times, even though you had the bag phones, the cell phones, those were cost a fortune when they first came out. It was like ridiculous, especially if you call out of your area code or something. It was like crazy money. And so you would purposefully use payphones, and then you try not to use the same payphone all the time. See, these little tricks I had, they worked so well, I never got caught. It's a joke. So you never use the same payphone because the feds could go and tap when they follow you or whoever, right? The meg agents and stuff. And so you would use different phones, and you call, when you're going to do business, you would call to a payphone, right? Mm-hmm. And then if you're calling from your bag phone, you know that number. They would already know that number, that it's you, and you don't talk on that. In some cases, people get sloppy and stuff. But I never got in trouble specifically about that. But that was the whole purpose of the beepers before people had payphones and couldn't afford them. And you would be able to communicate with them at any time and anywhere by just paging them. Again,
we finished at a quarter key. So now you're going meeting with the Cubans and stuff. And then how much are you buying?
So that was for the guy I worked for, right? We pooled money together so he could buy more to give us a deal to help him.
Gotcha.
Right. So then, without like the exact detailed progression, as I grew, so we'll talk in, one of the few names I could use, the real name, John Kappas, or, for those of you from Chicago, John's from the Southwest side. He has a book out called Tall Money. If you haven't read it, pick it up, Tall Money. And John has a Netflix mini docu-series coming out. And the Sizzlers are ready, but you can't even give it to me yet, right? But it's coming out real soon about, John and his life. John was like, when I was like 23, he was 19. He went to Marist High School, and this is all out there. John talks about it. He does interviews, and I'll get him on your show sometime as well. But so John was one of my customers. And, he never did it. It was a business for him. And his business grew quickly like mine grew, because he kind of had the same mindset. And what happened was, his business really grew, and then I got other customers and bigger customers. And I became like, Joe was the one brother, his other brother, Dante, who's no longer here. I'm not going to, again, I'm using first names. The chop shop guy got really big too. So we were like kind of between 1 and 2 at that level of, selling, and he had other customers too. So that kind of John's progression got me into, buying more quantities as well. I had another guy, which I'm going to mention by name because I can't stand him, David Avery. He's in he's in what I sent you. Dave Avery, he was a customer. He's the guy in the Corvette that I was getting it from me, the black Corvette. And, I would always have guys that work for me do stuff as I got, I could afford it and like have, to kind of mitigate the risk. So I didn't have to drop stuff off, right? I'd take money off their debt or, give them stuff or whatever, or pay them. And I had to go give him, I think it was a quarter key or head. It was substantial, which is why I did it instead, because somebody couldn't do it for me. So I go and meet him, and he's in a new Corvette, black Corvette. So I jump in the car. You got the Duff, the powdered, and you got the Rock, right? And he's big. He was when he was a teenager, he was like Mr. Teenage America. He's huge, And he's like, oh yeah, let me try the Duff. Well, yeah, it's good. Oh yeah, let me try the Rock. He's doing big like keys. Like what the fuck, man. And it was in the daytime. I didn't even want I was nervous doing it because I didn't want And he's doing it right there in this Corvette.
Too risky, yes.
Well, first of all, risky driving a Corvette in the first place, regardless of doing a transaction like that, let alone doing a transaction like that. And he's younger than me too. I was like, fuck, I'm like, this guy's getting out of hand, right? And so then I got out of the car and he does a massive burnout.
What a dipshit, right?
I'm like, I'm done with this guy right there. I'm like, done. I told all the guys and stuff, I'm done. I remember I said something to John about it.
Another shout out to one of our sponsors, Nevis Nutrition, which is a vitamin and supplement shop in Lamont. Owner Joe Bosco, dear friend of mine. Joe is super knowledgeable in nutrition, extremely knowledgeable in fitness. All the top athletes, weightlifters, bodybuilders, they go over there. He's really instrumental in help coaching our young athletes too. He's located in Lamont. I'll put the address in the description as well.
That transitions to the other newspaper article about Mike. I'm not going to say his last name. Irish guy, Mike, if you remember seeing that. So I know Mike. Mike used to get it from me as well. And Mike started giving it to this Dave Avery punk. And shortly thereafter, Mike gets arrested. So Dave Avery got arrested and was cooperating. He set up Mike and some other guys.
Is this what you deduced, or did you hear it on the street as well?
First heard it on the street. You first hear there's cooperation. Then you see Mike get arrested, and then we find out. You know what I mean?
Yep, I got you.
So it's kind of, you hear buzz, sometimes it's not true. Sometimes it is true. Depends, right? The rumors are. And Mike is a really good guy. Not a real smart guy. He was, really nice guy. I liked him. And, he used to get it from me, but then he went directly because he knew the same guys that I knew from the gym, right? Mm-hmm. And so he would start, as he got bigger, he started getting from them. So he didn't have to go through me, which is fine. But then it worked out because I didn't get popped by this Dave guy. And some other people got arrested because of Dave Avery. And I guess statute of limitations is up now. So I got so he was dating. I'm not going to say the name I told you before, but he was dating a very, very famous a woman who is now married to a very, very, very famous ex-Bears player.
Okay,
that doesn't live too far from here.
I would imagine she was a beauty as well, right?
Yeah. So she was dating him then. He was in a condo at Oak Lawn, and I went and out of retaliation for him, doing what he did, I blew up his Corvette.
How did you do that?
This was before I got the grenades, so it wasn't a traditional way.
We'll get to the grenades.
This was a gas bomb. Actually, I took. I went to the gas station and I bought a few gallons of milk, and then I poured them out and I filled them both up with gas. And then I think it was a convertible too. Black one. I put the one under his Corvette, and then I put it in the. I put it everywhere, and I left the trail. I had somebody with me that was my right-hand guy. I'm not going to say his name. He's still around. I talked to him this morning, and he's mad that I'm doing this. By the way,
madder now that you just said that too. So
yeah. So and he's with me. He's not. He kind of like. He would get nervous pretty easy in a lot of things. He was freaking out. And I didn't even know why he was standing there. He should have been in the car. So I lit the thing like that, and it went up, and three vehicles were taken out. One was an off-duty cop's car that lived in the condo. And this person who's married to the football player remembers looking out the windows like, oh my God, Dave. And so there was rumors could be one of three people. I was one of the three, that were going around.
There's no way on the street that's going to be a secret.
Yeah, it was got to get out. It was either me, Kappas, or this Joe guy. Those are the three that were going around, right, at the time. I'm jumping a little forward because it ties into this story. It's kind of funny. And so this Jamoke, while he was out cooperating and stuff, right, he got another Corvette. And I went to Greco's with my fiance, And this is, I don't know how long after this happened, right? And we're sitting there, and you could tell who kind of cops are and stuff, right? I'm like, fuck, he's meeting with guys at the bar. There's got to be feds or whatever, and then they're looking at me, and I'm waving at them, So me and finished first. We would go out, and we're driving right in front of Greco's. They come like running out fast, like, and I'm like, as I go by, kind of like, fuck you. And so that was probably one of the worst things I've done in my retaliation, outside of just threats of, hey, you better, you know what I mean? That was my
it's only stuff though. You didn't, so
I never shot or killed anybody or no.
I got to pause you here now. Now you're growing. Are you just flush with cash or what?
Yes.
And what are you spending your cash on? Are you buying jewelry, cars, all that stuff? What are you doing?
So, you try not to buy, like I didn't buy a Corvette ever until after I got arrested. I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to jail. I was driving early 70s cars, right? I was.
Like Goodfellas when he says, don't buy anything, he rips the mink coat off the girl. And,
I did buy my fiance a fur coat after I got popped.
And then you get tons of cash though. Cash, right?
Yeah,
so where you put that? You got to save for...
Yes, and other places.
Okay.
And family.
Gotcha.
I had 5 locations. Oh my God, I got one funny story. I was at my mom's with my fiance, and I had to count out, like, we had 60 grand, and like the guys didn't want, when you had mix of, 5s, 10s, they want 20s or 100s, right? And then when you get it sometimes, and you got to, like, fuck, don't bring me any 5, 10s, you know what I mean? And so I remember I was counting, I had it in 100,000. I would put it, in 1,000 stacks, and then put it together and kind of sift through and try to take, you know what I mean? And my fiance, that was the most she ever, saw one time. I had her help me count. Poor girl. She was going to be a nursing student, and I feel awful now. We hear my mom getting up, like, in her bedroom. It's a hometown house. It's super small, right? I mean, it's like nothing. And I'm like, oh my God, my mom. So we had it almost counted. I'm like, putting it under her little sofa, like, stuff it in there, like, sitting there. And then I know another time she found $20,000 in one of the feds, and she wasn't going to give it back to me. And
that's a tip. You left that for the cleaning.
She wasn't going to give it back to me, not because she wanted to keep it, because she was crying, and because hearing rumblings about her son and what's going on. And I told her it was the mob's money, and I'm going to get killed. So you got to give it back to me. And she did give it back, but and I used to hide money in the rafters. And I mean, she sold the house. I mean, I'm sure there's something somewhere in that house. I swear to God, if I didn't reach in the vents or something, there's probably money somewhere. And I kept it in other locations. But it's also like a business, as you guys know, in business and stuff, right? And I would speak to, after I got out, I'm jumping around, but this is relevant. I used to speak to inmates when they got out of state prison on work release. And I would go to the Salvation Army, and I speak to them and talk to them. I said, listen, if you guys, it was all African-American guys that, I would go speak to. And this doesn't apply to everybody, and I try to give them hope and motivation. And I had a big job then that we'll talk about next time. And I said, if you guys are out there selling drugs, in your community, and you're making money, right? I go, first of all, there's no shortcut. Everybody gets caught, including Noriega and, government, big shots. Everybody gets caught.
Unless
right?
you're the CIA. That happens eventually.
Yeah. And we'll talk about my roommate on that too, the Contras in prison, federal prison. So I said that, when you're doing this, it's a business. It's a business, like a legitimate business, except it's illegal. So you have accounts receivable. To your point about my money, you have it, you're out there, you spot it, you know what I mean? In some cases, like say you go to different increments of buying multi-kilos, right? And you might not have the customers ready with the cash to sell it and stuff, but at the same time, the risk of carrying it and keeping it on is a risk of arrest and stuff. So you just say, hey, Frank, I know you only get like a quarter key or a half key. Why don't you take this key? I'll give it to you for X. You push it out and I'll wait till you get the rest of the money. Stuff like that happen quite often. Then when you get arrested, everybody shuts the doors, runs, and leaves. And then you have debt that you got to collect from everybody else, right? And so they happened to me on, the 2 different occasions where I lost a lot of money. But when I first got into this, my fiance at the time, when I had the opportunity, and I said, "Oh yeah, I'm making money from these guys," and she's, it was, I never ended up marrying her, but I was going out work for 8 years when this all happened. By the time it happened, and those guys screwed me.
She was with you, like she was like a Bonnie and Clyde thing. She knew what you were doing, and
she didn't know how big I was. It's the one exposure when she saw the 60 grand. I kind of was bragging, she knew,
very
but
unlike you.
Huh?
Yeah, very unlike you.
Yeah. She didn't. So she didn't know that extent. She know the guys I worked for. As she started hanging around with one of the guy's girlfriends at the time, met through me, which was a big mistake. So her mother died. She the 4 or 5 kids got $10,000 each. Her mom didn't have much money, but she wanted to get married. And I didn't have money. I'm like, so when I started doing, I'm like, I'll make 10 grand. I'll quit. That's why I said, I'll make 10 grand. I'll quit. We got 20 grand. So I'll get married. And as I explained, it kind of grew quickly, right? And I made the 10 grand, and I kept going, and I set a threshold of 20. Then 20 became 50, and then and I kept moving it back to 100. Then I went to $250,000, and I was like, I was addicted to money. I got addicted to money.
In that time frame, was there an overlap between being a bouncer and stuff, or did you just go full time into the drug thing?
I stopped the doorman thing about the time I started selling, and I still pulling cars with them, and I quit going to school at the time, and I was focused on this, and that's what, like with my weightlifting, when I stopped at 500, it kind of, affected that too, because you get so busy.
Right.
I mean, it's a business. It's an illegal business. And to my point about the when I talked to the guys on work release, I said, this is like running a regular business, accounts receivable, payable, credit, it's the same thing, except you got to worry about being arrested, killed, robbed. So it's harder than a legitimate business. So instead of trying to take a shortcut, the best thing you could do is try to get into some kind of legitimate business. Stop wasting your time now, because that shortcut is not going to happen. You're going to be dead or arrested. And then another thing I said is when you do the business, I go, who's your worst enemy? I say, oh, the police. I'm like, no, your worst enemy is your best friend. I.e., the guys I work for, which is what they did to me, or the guys below you that get arrested. Your best friend knows the most about you. Your best friend will roll over you when he gets caught. Your best friend would be a target if you become big, and they'll go after him. And then he's the one that's going to put you in jail or screw you over. So your worst enemy is your best friend in that business. Because you don't have best friends. And I think it's true to this day. I view those guys as my friends, and to do that when I was gone, really, pissed me off. So I felt betrayed by them and her. I don't know if I explained that, what happened, or not. Did I explain what happened?
No,
not here.
So do you want to? So when you got to your biggest, that's what we were building up to. You're getting to your biggest self now, money wise. Then what happens?
Yeah. So started growing, and it was just too hard to stop. Matter of fact, there was one point in time where I tried to quit. And my right hand guy, the guy I told you about today, I told him to take it over. And I actually went to my mom and I said, "Hey, Mom," because she started a business in security at the time. I said, "Mom," I go, "All right, I'll quit." Because she cried, which is devastating. Total, Catholic mother. Her, which is funny, is her fiance that she, after my mom and dad got divorced, she married and went to a reunion, met a cop friend that she went to high school with, and knew he was a tactical officer. He told me that all the different agencies are on you. I got popped by Evering.
So you had an inside scoop then.
He told me that I need to stop. And then John Cappus's father, coincidentally, had someone tell him that. And I think actually my mom's fiance and Cappus's dad met at one point in time. And we weren't sure if they were doing it trying to get us to stop. You know what I mean? Trying to say, "Hey, come on, kid, they're going to get popped." We weren't sure if that was what was happening or not. And it's just, you're dumb and stupid. And you get addicted to the money, the power, the notoriety. You know what I mean? It's like it's just, you don't have to wait in line at bars. Everybody knows you. People, look at there's that guys. Oh, wow. You know what I mean? It's like, and the girls, and
then your ego puffs up, and that just makes it easier for you to get pinched, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to remain low key when you're doing that stuff.
Yeah, I had like nice clothes. I would go and buy clothes to go out. I would take everything to the cleaners, I mean, it's like, so I didn't have to do it myself. That happened. I tried to quit. I told my mom to buy a Oil Express. I'll give her the cash. I think it was $100,000 or something at the time. And she's like, I don't want no part of this.
Did you buy the Corvette cash?
The Corvette I bought after I got popped, I was the one on 95th and Cicero, the dealership there. I remember going by. It was a 1985 Corvette, 1999. It was a dealer Corvette, silver. I don't even like silver, but I was going to jail, right? And at first they tried to give me 15 years. That's what they were saying, And so I went and bought it. I put down $9,900, put it in my fiance's name, cash. The thing I did purchase for $5,600 was I bought a Yamaha VMAX right before I got popped in 1985. And
it's a little sport bike, right?
Yeah, those are the fastest at the time. 0 to 16, 2.2 seconds. The advertisement in the Yamaha was F whatever on the aircraft, and they got the VMAX ahead of it. To the point of takeoff.
I remember that.
It's faster, right? The point of takeoff. And so I always had dirt bikes and stuff before when I was younger, and so I always rode motorcycles. And I had a KZ1000 before that, but this was like top when I got the money. So I went into the Yamaha, and after I found out that was the fastest bike, and I go, and when I was young, I have a baby face then, I looked like I was like, really young. And I said, oh yeah, I want to take this. I brought a little lunch bag. Remember those little brown paper bags? I had it full of cash. I had like 8,000 in there. And he said, well, this costs that. I go, yeah, it's on your desk. I put it, because I knew under 999, And then my mom's got, bags. Like when I moved, I got like receipts of stuff. It's like kind of like, what the hell is she saving this shit for, man? It was in these boxes I didn't even know I had, like, the Corvette. So yeah, I bought stuff flashy after I got popped because I didn't really care. I mean, I was like, okay, I'm done. I want to have some fun.
So how did that go down? How did
I get arrested? Yeah. Never had my fiance involved. She knew what I was doing. She did know about the money thing that we counted at one point in time. I was going to try to get married. I flew her best friend, and she used to live in Jacksonville, Florida. I flew her best friend in. Her father, by the way, at the time was the corporate counsel for CSX, and her boyfriend was a drug dealer down in Jacksonville. I think I mentioned a little bit about Jacksonville with Fort Lauderdale. Well, that's the guy, at the time.
So her best friend's boyfriend was a drug dealer in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we would go down there, and we became close because that was her best friend. So I flew her up as a surprise to my fiance and picked her up at the airport. Took her, surprised her, and she was going to go out with my fiance and us that night. But her boyfriend does blasts. My fiance's never done it. She's like, oh yeah, I like to do one. So I had the one stash house in Evergreen where I had the half a kilo there, and I'm like, all right, I'll take her back. Kind of show off so it goes back through her to her boyfriend. You kind of stupid. You go, what I mean? Because we were both, and. So right before this arrest happened in September 1985, on a Friday afternoon, I met a few weeks before that. One of my customers, his father was tied into the mob. He got killed in the 70s, and he goes out to dinner with his dad's friends every so often. And then they asked him, hey, you ever hear some punk kid from hometown named Terry Newsome? He's getting too big for his britches. And he said, obviously lied and said no, and he was getting stuff from me. He's like, hey, man, he goes, you got to be careful. They're going to come and try to hit you for street tax. Like,
explain what street tax is. I know what it is, but for people.
So it happened back in the Al Capone days, through less now on the mob, but the Hispanics, the Venezuelan Tren de Largo, they're doing it to their own community, just like the Italians did back in the 1920s. So basically, it's organized crime will come back. And Frank is, selling drugs, and I go up to Frank and say, hey, you got to pay me a certain percentage of what you're making to, protect you. Protect you from who? from me, bastard.
Right.
That's all it is. It's a strong arm tactic to extort you. And that's how they make money. It could be from bookmakers. It could be drug dealers. It could be chop shops, right? And if you don't pay, then they charge you juice and all that stuff. And it's a way for them to make money without actually doing the specific crime, with the exception of extorting you and making you pay the street tax. Mm-hmm. That's a source of revenue for them.
Are you, while you're growing in your drug business, are you paying off any cops to stay off your tail like they show in the movies? And is that a real thing?
Yes. The guys I worked for, I know they did. I know John had some guys as well and some attorneys that were corrupt and dirty. And then the second part of my story involved a lot of other guys, not me, the other guys that were really up, in the real food chain. And so I had my alarm on. And another funny story was me and John Campus, where I remember he got in Evergreen, where this one stash house was. A few weeks before that, I met him. I gave him, he bought 6 ounces. I had an envelope box, where you had the envelopes, I remember. And he's like, man, I just got a bad feeling. I said, me too, And I said, it's weird, So I was already on edge because of the street tax or whatever, And I'm like, yeah. I go, man. Sometimes you believe those intuition things. You really do, And so I was on extra alert. I met him the next week to get the money, and then his grandmother died. He said his grandma died throughout that week, and I said, oh, maybe that's what happened, right? So then, like the next week is when the arrest occurred. So I had my fiance, her best friend, took him back to the apartment, and her friend did it. My fiance never did it before. Did it was her first time, which is awful, because her best friend did it. And then we're leaving. Remember, I'm on alert about street tax, right? And so I'm on California by 95th Street, and I was renting in this location, it was a garage, and on top of the garage was like living quarters. But it was specific, I was only using it specifically for a stash house, actually. And so I get in the car and I go down the street. I'm heading towards 95th Street, and I see these guys in a Torino looking at me, and they both duck like that. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm like, and I'm like, are they cops or the street tax guys? I was thinking street tax, right? And then I'm going down California, and I see them come around pretty quickly. And then I hit the intersection on a yellow light. I didn't go through. It was a yellow. It turned yellow when I got in it. It wasn't. I didn't go through a red light or whatever. It didn't go. I do that. I used to do that, but it turned yellow in the intersection. It was on 435. Very busy at that time, and on a Friday. And so I turned left, and I see them barreling, and then they go through and almost hit other cars because they were like going through a red light. Yeah. Right. And I go, oh shit, somebody's after us. And I had 4 ounces with me, and I wasn't doing anything that whole weekend because I was taking Jenny out and stuff. And then one guy that lived in Evergreen begged me, oh, come on. And I'm like, all right, so I had 4 ounces. And then I had another bag with another envelope with $1,600 cash in it. And so I'm going down 95th Street, and Greco's, coincidentally, my uncle sold me touring right. It's just a coincidence, right? I turned right before Greco's, right before it, because I was way ahead of those guys at that time. And then I turned left in the alley adjacent to 95th Street. And I go out of the way so they don't see me, hoping they go past. So I back up, and I look at them. They're going like sideways, like on a TV show. And the passenger puts the little light on top of the dash. And I'm like, oh, fuck, they're cops. And so I floor it. I throw the envelopes out the window. And this is a T in the alley. Like, it's Evergreen, but it's like Chicago, really. Mm-hmm. And there's a T, and for some reason there's a flag, a telephone pole, like blocking it, make it so people couldn't go or whatever. And I just, and I flew over it. I thought I was going to blow my tires out. And it just launched me like it was a ramp, even though it was a pole. Like that. The girls are screaming. Arms are flying. I'm getting slapped in the face, not on purpose. They're like, oh my God, stop. And it's like, then there was a truck with the gate like partially down, and those gates, lift gates, and it was offloading something. And I'm like, oh, and I went to the right because they had the little chain link fences like you see in Chicago, like, like this high. And I went like that, I drove and I thought I was going to go through like the window and the fence collapsed down, and I like that. And then I took a right, not knowing where I was running, right? I mean, it wasn't just like I'm specifically going somewhere. And sure enough, the guy that was supposed to get the 4 ounces, it was his block. He was waiting for me. It was Evergreen where I was, right? And I don't even remember this till he told me later. I remember seeing him, but he goes, you went through, because then, those streets are like Chicago, you got cars on both sides. It's only he said, you went by me 100 miles an hour. Your window was down. You went like this. I was like, he didn't tell me that till later. So then I went down a few blocks. I turned left again. I turned left down the driveway. I'm sorry, down the alley where they have the little ash alleys. You know how they are, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, you guys, they're after me. You keep going. And I just jumped out of the car. And I rolled like that. And back in the day before they had the plastic garbage cans, remember they had the 50-gallon drums?
Yeah.
Right? So I roll into the drums, and then I get up, and I go around it to go through the gate. It's got one of those little things like, push, And the car comes, and their car, the squad, unmarked car squad, hits the metal can, hits me, knocks me in the ground because it was like a ricochet. I get up, I'm trying to open the gate, but the cop was on the driver's side with the gun. The other one was over the hood, and his hand was going like this. Evergreen cop, undercover cop, dorky cops. And I'm trying to run, but my hand's going because I see them. I thought they were going to shoot me because the guy's hand was shaking. And I'm like, what I mean? I'm like, I saw it was like visibly shaking. It must have been his first time he pulled his gun out or something, right? And I just couldn't. I tried to hold my hand to stop it, and I couldn't. They grabbed me. They threw me down chest first, and I'm looking up, and at the T of this drive alley, they got, they came in and they got my fiance and her friend, and they took us to the Evergreen Police Department, and this was August or September, but it was real hot that day. So inside the cells, if you ever been in a cell and they got the air blast in, you freeze your ass off. It's cold as shit. Unless you're a legal immigrant and you don't treat it as
put you up in a hotel.
Yeah. So they had the girls in the corner cell. They had me. Was in the Evergreen holding. And then they come up trying to get me to cooperate. And I'm like, go fuck yourself. I'm doing the, fuck you thing. The sort of thing you're supposed to do, right? I could hear the girls crying. What's going on? What's going on? Jenny's like, my dad's a lawyer. It's like, and it's like, oh my God, and so I kept telling F you. Then they called me in and they said, listen, tough guy. They go, we're taking your effing bitches to county jail. Tough guy. You can handle yourself, but, and then they called them the C word, and then they were on the desk. One was sitting down, one was over there. And then I jumped up at them and they both went back. Right. And I wish I would have hit them. Right? Would have got me in trouble. They probably wouldn't have talked to me, right? I wish I would have. And then they threw me back in the cell. I heard my fiance crying really hard. A very innocent person was going to be my wife. And it's like, fuck, And she's like, what's going on? And I'm like, oh my God. And they're freezing. I was freezing as well. And then I said, I'll talk to him. And I said, listen, I go, if because they knew about my apartment, the one apartment, I thought, the one that they followed me from. They knew about another one I didn't know about. The other one that was by Marist High School, where campus, I had overlooking Marist High School. Not because of campus, not because of Marist High School, just coincidence. And so they said, if you want the girls to let go, give us, sign a search warrant, for the Evergreen place that they followed me on. I said, you're going to let the girls go? And they said, yes. So I signed the search warrant to let them go. They take me there. They come back. They found half a kilo. And then I said, well, let the girls go. And they said, well, we know about your other location, by Marist. And state's attorney said, we cannot let you go until you let us in there. I go, there's nothing there. I go, there's some guns and steroids. And my friend had some stuff that another guy that my right-hand guy had. It was not a major stash house. I was fixing it up nice to get married. Remember, I was buying nice furniture and stuff. It was kind of a place for us to hang out, but I was buying nice furniture, of which I never quit when I thought I was going to quit and get something to get married. And so we got to take you there. So I'm like, all right, you're going to let him go? And he said, yes. So they take me there. They strap me to this leather belt like this, and then they had the right shotguns, the little, like the handle and stuff. And before we walk in there, and my friend was supposed to be there waiting for us. He was going to meet us out that night after we did our, and thank God he was late. I said, listen, I got my friend there. There's a gun on the coffee table. I go, so don't kill my friend. So they pulled my hair back and put the shotgun in the back of my head. I was like 23. And I'm like this. My friend who was there, I'm like, hey, it's me. I got the cops. The cops are here. I just want you to know, don't touch the gun. The cops are here. So they walked me first, and he wasn't there, thank God. He wasn't there. So then they take me back, and I said, let him go. And so they go, they had pictures and stuff. As a matter of fact, remember I said about the 7-Eleven or whatever me and John met? They had pictures of that. They had pictures of that. They had tons of pictures. They were following me for a while. And which is ironic, is just dirtbag Evergreen Park. Undercover cops, that's where I stand. It wasn't all the other ones that my mom's fiance said they were all following me. They're all like, I was on their radar, right? And but they don't work together, a lot of them, right? They wanted to get credit, like sales credit for a job, or so so they said that we know about the guys that you're working for, you got to go set them up today. If you do that, we'll let them go. I go, you've been telling me that every time. You guys lied to me. He goes, you do that, we're going to let them go. And I said, okay. I said, but I can't go today because you just got that half a kilo. I go, I just bought it this morning. So I'm lying to them like they lied to me. I said, I had other stash houses. They didn't know it. There was no more stash houses they knew of because they would have forced me to go through each one. So it's like, thank God, And I guess the one in Maris is right by Evergreen. So that's probably why they, because they had other one in Chicago and, that were further separated. And I said, I promise. I go, you'll scare them off. You'll ruin everything if we go today. You got to give me a week so they think I'm selling it over the week. And they went in, they came back, they went in, and they said, okay, so they let the girls go. So then they had a DA agent come, and they confronted me at the cell. They said, okay, well, we want to talk about, how we're going to do this. I said, go fuck yourself, like I did in the beginning. What? The one security guard, he is like a security guard. The one dorky cop's like yelling, grab the bars, I'm like, fuck you, and I'm smiling, And he goes, you're fucked. We're going after you. We're putting this in the paper. We're saying you cooperated. You're fucked. So they did put it in the paper after I got bonded out, because, it wasn't going to help them. And as soon as I get out, I tell the guys, my friends, right? My friends who recruited me into this. And one of the brothers says, you fucking idiot. No C is worth it. You're effing stupid. You shouldn't have done it. I said, listen. And they knew who she was. I go, it's my fault. I fucked up. All right. I signed myself into jail. I go, it's my responsibility to get her out of this. I go, you're not in any more trouble than you were because they already know about us. They got pictures and stuff. Right. And they, they've been on radars forever. You know what I mean? It's like, so I go, I'm not setting you up. I'm here right now telling you they wanted me to set you up. So I'm not setting you up, And so they were pissed at me. But then, like, through surrogate, so I had so much money on the street, I lost shit. At that point in time, I had a half a kilo at a different location they didn't know about. And this is where John Kappas comes in. He was my customer. And John will say this when we do it on the show. I had a kilo, a half a kilo got poured out. Because the person's house I kept, it was so fucking scared. And by the time John got in touch with them, there was only half a kilo left. It was it's not you just pour it down the toilet. Thank God it was taking a while to put it down there. And John went, and he's, he reminded me this morning how he picked it up. He had a hoodie on. He went in there and he got the half a kilo, and I ended up giving it to him less than what I paid for it at the time. And then he started picking up a lot of my customers, and I was, because I was a marked man because of what happened, right? And that helped launch John into what we know him now in his book, into growing from one level to the next level.
So he kind of started to take over, right?
Yeah, he grew, because then I think he started going directly to those other guys, and he had he got it from me, but I got it from the other guys. I think he started going directly to them, and might have got some other kind of expanded, just like I did later. We'll talk about that. So, like insurance or anything else, you just get your book of business, right? Try to mitigate your risk, spread it across. You know what I mean? So that's how. When John, came into play in his Netflix thing that's coming out now, and how he really grew from there and went into the things that he did. And So I went to court for a couple years. They wanted to give me 15 years in prison because they were mad at me. They would harass my friends. They'd wait down my block. They were trying to intimidate me. The one guy that would stay at that one Evergreen Park place, they went to his house, harassed him, said Newsome's going to blame you for this being yours. This guy was a big bodybuilder, huge bodybuilder, actually. He won contest. And I let him use it to go screw broads. And because I wanted the owners of the place to see someone going in there. I'm like, yeah, use it whenever you want. But the guy wasn't involved. And I remember him crying and stuff to me. Worried. I'm thinking he's going to go and cooperate on them because they're scaring him that I'm going to cooperate on him and blame that it's all his stuff.
So you got caught, and then there's a time period in between getting caught and going to court and getting sentenced, right?
Yeah.
So they're letting you free.
Yeah.
Did you have any kind of ankle bracelet or anything like that?
No, this is back in the day. My bond was, so I was arrested on a Friday. I was let out on a Monday, and I had an attorney named George Murtaugh, who was a big shot attorney. He worked on the Speck trial as a prosecutor.
Wow.
And I got that attorney from a federal judge who's friends of my mother's. His wife was my tutor. He was the top judge in the Northern District of Illinois. And coincidentally, in the day, he was the judge that sentenced John Kappas to prison.
Interesting.
And his wife was my tutor, and he personally got me my attorney for my mom. They were friends from high school. And he is also Greek like John. And we'll talk about it later. He sentenced John to 45 years, first time in trouble ever. But it later got reduced to 17 years. And him and John became friends over time. How John changed his life. And this top judge spoke out in his behalf after his sentence was reduced. And it was reduced, I think, by someone else because the relationship grew and he couldn't have a conflict of interest. And John, changed his life when he was inside.
We're leading up to you're caught in.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to jail. I'm going to trial. Going to jail. Yeah, and I'm out in trial. And it's taken forever.
What are you doing in that time?
My bond was $200,000. Actually, they tried $750,000 at first on a Monday morning. Thankfully, my attorney, which was really good, said, you kept Newsome. Yeah, you got him on 4:00 on a Friday. Why wasn't he at Saturday bond hearing? Well, we know why. They used the girls against me, and which helped me later. With the plea agreement actually. And what happened was. So they put me back in the lockup. I was the only white guy in the lockup, right? And we're talking about the different crimes the guys were in there for. And then it got lowered to $200,000. I called my brother, and I'm like, go to mom's and grandma's armoire. Because I had some cash there. I go, for the attorney's business card. The attorney's business card is in grandma's armoire. He's like, you're freaking out, man. He goes, Mom already got you attorney, the one I mentioned, right? I go, no, you got to get this guy's card. I don't want to say it on the phone. I don't know how, the bond was $20,000. I had it in my grandma's armoire was in my bedroom, and I told you I spread the money out all over the place. And I'm like, just go in grandma's and get the card. He goes, you're freaking out, man. You got an attorney. I'm sitting there thinking that I wasn't going to get, but he figured it out, but my mom was her business was starting to grow at that time. But, so I'm sitting there and I get bonded out, and I'm in there at the black, and the sheriff's like, Newsome, you're bonded out. All the black guys got up there like clapping, and the car's like this. And I smile like from ear to ear, like, yeah.
You made some quick friends there, didn't you?
Yeah. And he's the only one guys, that motherfucker can bond us all out, man. He goes, and I just grinned and walked out. I said, yes, you guys. And so, I was out for that. I had money all over the street, right? No one's going to give it to you, right? They don't have to. You're in trouble. They know you're hot. You know what I mean? And then my attorney cost me at first $30,000, 1985. I'm 24 or something like that. And he was an arrogant prick too. I had words with him a couple times. And so I was out fighting this. And then I actually had, so I told the Atulos the truth, right? They knew I didn't set them up. And then I had somebody that's very, very close to them that's friends with both of us. I started doing some of my business on the side so I could make money, and I didn't touch it. and he did it and went and met my, the guys I trusted so I could make some money and make up for the losses, right? And so I was doing that, which shows the, the fact that, they trusted me enough to do it through this other person, right?
So you're going to trial to go to jail, and you go back to selling to make some dough.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yes. Stupid and interesting, I guess, right? Stupid. And
always playing it safe.
We're going through that, and I ended up, because of the fact that they were able to talk about coercion and stuff, right? So I was going to get, when they first started doing the weekends in Cook County, or they just were going to start the boot camp. And that's what was being discussed with me, right? And remember I told you I bought a Corvette after I got arrested? Like an asshole, which I didn't think. So I was at Bally's Tomfoolery working out. Not Bally's, that's where I bounced at. I was at Chicago Health Club, Bally's Chicago Health Club, working out in Oak Lawn, 95th Street. Remember when it was there on 95th Street by the mall? Then my younger cousin was with me. I had that Corvette that I bought for $19,999, the silver one. And so we left it. We're going down 95th Street. And what was those, looks like a Monte Carlo, that fast, Grand National. Remember the Grand Nationals?
Yeah.
Right? And they came out, they're supposed to be the fastest car, right? There was a Grand National next to me by the mall. And we were going, and then I took off. I'm like my younger cousin, I'm like, oh, fuck this guy up. Then I got by Southwest Highway, 95th Street, and the car was behind me. So the Grand Nationals looked like the Monte Carlo, sort of, back in the day.
Yep.
Right? So I took off like crazy, again, thinking the asshole's behind me. It was a brown Monte Carlo. Grand National was that black with the red, remember? And I took off, and it was undercover Oak Lawn cops. It's like, I went like that, and all of a sudden they get next to me, they're like, goes down. I'm like, fuck, Pat, they're cops. So they pull me, I pull over, and they're like on the side, and, I get out, and Patrick stays in the car, and I give him my license, and they go, Newsome, why does your name sound so familiar to us? I go, because I was by South. I go, I went to Oakland High School. He goes, what does that have to do with anything? I go, yeah, I got lots of trouble. He goes, your name sounds really familiar. Is there any reason we should know? And I said, no. And they made Patrick get out of the car. He's my cousin's dead now. Good kid. And he goes, is there anything in the car that we should know about? And I'm like, no. And I saw a bunch of car squads came. I'm like, oh my God, they're setting me up. Like, you see stuff on TV, right? I'm like, holy fuck, And they searched the car. Nothing was in there. I wasn't that stupid. I wasn't that stupid at the time. And they let me go. Didn't get a ticket or anything. So I go to court the next day with my big shot attorney, Merton. I'm driving this little Toyota car. I don't want to know I have a Corvette. And then my fiance, I'm like, don't mention anything about, she would go, And so I pace. I'm pacing at the courthouse, and I come back, and he's sitting next to my fiance. He's, you dumb fucking asshole. The hell are you doing driving a Corvette? I look at my fiance. She wasn't quite my fiance yet. She was, but she was. Yeah, she was. I'm sorry. And I look at her like, you dumb idiot. So he stands up. He goes, what the F's wrong with you? What the hell? You're 24, you're driving a brand new, I don't drive a brand new Corvette. The prosecutors don't drive a new Corvette. The judge doesn't. He's like, what the hell's wrong with you? You're not getting weekends, you're not getting boot camp now. They want you to do time. You effing idiot.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, And so the cops in Oak Lawn called the prosecutor and told the prosecutor that they pulled me over driving a brand new Corvette. So, I don't blame them. I would have done the same thing. So it was very stupid. And I did it not expecting any of that stuff to happen, just to have a little fun before I went to prison. And I was honestly, they said they were going to try to give me 15 years in prison before we, this is over the period of time. So this is before the discussions are even were entered in about weekends or, boot camp wasn't even, as I started, it was a new thing that was, coming up, is the process of what I was going through. So I thought, I'm fucked. I got to have a little fun, and then she wanted to get married. She begged me about wanting to get married, wanted me to get her pregnant so it looked better for court. And I'm like, no, I go, that wouldn't be fair to you or me. If I get 15 years, are you kidding me? It wouldn't be fair for all of us. kept begging me. She's like, go set those guys up. I'll do it. I'll set them up. I go, it doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. And she goes, you got, I don't, and I did. Obviously I didn't. Right. So, I got sentenced to 2 concurrent 4-year sentences. I self-surrendered, and the cops were pissed. They actually had my friend come to court that day trying to scare him, the bodybuilder guy. At last minute testimony, he's crying. My dad's talking to him. They took him in a room. This guy, he's going to tell it's you on the last minute. I don't know why. I mean, their intent was to try to get him to cooperate, but it was very, I don't understand. They're kind of idiot cops. They're uncover evergreen cops, idiot cops. And I'm not being disrespectful of cops in general. These guys were 2 fucking idiots, and they got me. So that means I'm a bigger idiot. Yeah, he was crying, and there's a book called The Last Mafiosa. Book that was out at that time. I had it in my back pocket facing towards the Southtown Economist and other reporters that were there. Because I sent you some clips, right? They had, and I was like kind of like a FU to them, not to the judge, it was to them. I had it sticking out like high so they could see it. And they were, and then the judge asked me if I had anything I wanted to say before sentencing. And I went like this. And he goes, you have nothing to say, and you have to speak, for the transcripts and court reporter. And I said, no, sir. So I knew, what am I going to do? Beg? And, I just knew it didn't matter.
Right.
I just knew, we already did the plea on what, they said. Could he go above it? Of course. But, I could have gotten, I knew he wasn't going to go more, and I wasn't going to plead like a jamoke because I knew it wouldn't make a difference. So I go to prison. Let me talk about what happened with those guys, and I could talk about the Latin Kings and stuff later, but I want to tie this together with what happened and what she said, so it's wrapped together in the story. Before I went to prison too, I would go out drinking. I did start partying a little bit, not like I bought the car. I thought I was going to jail for 15 years. I was scared first time. Not knowing what to expect. I'm going to die in there. I'm going to get murdered, raped. All those things go through your head, So I cheated on my fiance. And my friends, my Italian buddies, knew exactly who this person was who was super, super hot. And they used to joke and say I looked like a little puppy looking at her. And Mr. Cocky Dingo, right? She was fucking smoking. And so they knew about it. And so my fiance visited me in the Lincoln Correctional and the visiting area. And she came in crying. And she goes, I heard you cheated on me. She's like, she goes, I heard you cheated on me. Tell me the truth. She goes, if you tell me the truth, I'll wait for you. If you lie and I find out you're lying to me, I'm not going to wait for you. So I did. I usually tell the truth. You know that, right? Yeah. I lied. I'm in a jumpsuit in the prison with a bunch of scumbags, and I'm like, no, they're lying to you. They're lying. They're lying to you. And then she comes back the next month crying and said, you were with so-and-so. You were at so-and-so. You lied to me, And she started dating one of the brother's best friends. This very same brother that told me, no, C is worth it, you idiot. And then they were going around with my fiance and this other brother's girlfriend, and they became friends. I remember I said I introduced them before, and then they became tight friends. And they were seen in bars. My guys, I would talk to them or letters or, visit and say they're kind of seeing them. This kind of weird. They're out, they're out, and seeing with them with the guys that I could have put in jail. And I didn't. So then my one friend, the guy I spoke to this morning, saw him out and said, as it was getting more serious, they knew something was going on. And he said to the one, bro, how could you do this to Terry? And he goes, this is just business. That's what he said. I didn't find that.
Is that a retaliation?
No,
when he says it's just business, or
no, he's a jagoff. I mean, it's she was hot. My fiance was hot. Just a fucking scumbag. She was hot and got her, retaliation for what? I mean, I could have set him up. I didn't. I told him the truth. The first guys I called before I even had an attorney.
Right.
I told them the truth. They know the truth. I could have. And then I had the other guy going through them, getting it from them. right? Of which, you know what I mean? So I've already proved myself to them, right?
I get you.
You know what I mean? So it's a scumbag. And John Kappas has similar stories about the same brother that had, you know, with his girlfriend at the time. And, you know, we talked about it this morning. I totally forgot about it.
So was it retaliation on your girl's part?
He's just
you.
Oh, yes. Hers?
Okay. Yeah.
Absolutely. Which I can't blame her for.
What a play, right?
Yeah.
By her.
Yeah, I can't blame her for that. I mean, I you know, because she's better than that. She's better than me. What, you know what I mean? What I turned into at that time. I wasn't like that when you know what I mean? And then to be with these guys in that circle.
That had to be crushing to you.
Oh, it was devastating. I was devastating. I was on work release when I found out from John that John was in the Paradise Island with you know, a bunch of Chicago guys went there. And he was with this other girl that's in his book, Julie Craig, who actually married that professional football player, coincidentally, before the other, I swear to God, the same, I'm not going to say anymore. He was married to two chicks that were one with the it's like crazy. Yeah, he was down there with her, and he's like, you know, because he had the credit cards. All the black guys would get the credit cards, and he had the phones, and you could call pretty much whoever. And so then I called the Paradise Hotel. I called it from I got through, and I said, do you have any rooms registered under so-and-so and so-and-so, these two girls? Because I know when we go, we'd always put stuff in their names. And then they said, we have 2 rooms under so-and-so. I said, can you connect me? And they said, which one? I said, pick one. And my fiance answered the phone, who just visited me, actually. She saw me before, when I got scheduled for work release, actually after she said, you know, we're done, but she did see me when I was in Joliet coming back through on work release. A distance conversation, but I mean, she did love me, and it was like, you know, and maybe weeks later, she's in, you know, with these guys, you know, at the hotel, and I yelled at her. I said, "You tell whoever's with you, they're fucking dead." You hear me?
And you knew who it was, or no?
I wasn't 100% sure. Mm-hmm. I knew it was the one brother and was somebody. I wasn't sure 100%. Right? They were just showing up in the bars. They're all together, a bunch of guys. I wasn't 100% sure at the time. I said, "Tell them they're fucking dead." I go, "Take my ring off. You're probably whacking them off with my fucking engagement ring on." I said. And then she's like, "Terry, oh my God." And she hung up, which is a confirmation of she was doing something wrong.
Right. I agree.
Right. And then she got my number. You had numbers in the work release center from my brother, called back and said, "What are you doing? I thought you were in Joliet." I go, "I'm out. They got a bunk for me. You had to wait until a bunk pops up. They put you in Joliet and you sit there and wait, you know." And, you know, I yelled at her again and she hung up on me. And so I went back to my room, and this time I was rooming with the Cali cartel Colombian. When I first went to the work release center, very first days, I was roomed and housed with this very ghetto African-American guy, dreadlocks, greasy, stinky, worked at a tar place, you know, could hardly understand him. Nasty, nasty, nasty ghetto, right? Stinky, loud, and little room. It was awful, right? And so the prison guards, 2 of them were gang members, the prison guards on the work release center. And then they gave me a job of buffing the floors. Right. And I never used those buffer machines. You guys ever use one of them?
Oh, yeah. This is Navy. I used a bunch of them.
Yeah. So, like, you know, when you first time you use it and no one really tells you how. And I was like, what the fuck? It's like, and he's yelling at me, you know, what the hell's wrong with you, Newsome? Because if you do it, you got to get a hang of it at first. Yeah. And he's screaming at me in front of everyone. I'm like all nervous and shit. You know, it's work release, but you're still with a bunch of inmates. And you know, he does some other stupid shit. He's riding me. So then he takes me into there. He goes, "Listen, man." He goes, "You take care of me, Newsome. I'll take care of you." I'm like, "Oh, he wants a bribe." I'm thinking to myself, you know. And so they know who's in for what, who has the money, right? So the Cali cartel guy, the Colombian, money, right? He's in a room. There's only 2 rooms that were big with a private bathroom. Double bunks, you know, your own sink. I mean, nice rooms for somebody that just got out of prison. It was like a penthouse, you know? And so he was in that room. So the guard said, "You take care of me, I'll take care of you." And so the next time I saw him, I gave him $50. He goes, "Yeah, I'll get you in that better room, man." You know, so he put me in with the Colombian. Just on luck. There was no federal conspiracy or anything at that time. Just on luck, I'm put in that room. Right, which will tie into the second part of the story. Unknown to me, I'm put in that room. I'm devastated, honestly, like we talked, I remember one time and she called me back and I remember going back because it was the last room and I had tears coming. I don't want no one to see me. You know what I mean? I'm devastated. I'm still shocked. It was like, I wanted to sneak out, when they were back from the Paradise Island, and I'm like, and I sit on my bunk and I'm like, and he goes, what's wrong, brother? I just talked to her, man. And I just met him, right? I didn't entrust him a lot. But we talk at night. You're locked up, right? And and then I just can't believe this is happening. He knew the whole story. I just can't believe it. And he sat next to me. He put his arm around me. He goes, brother. He goes, you want me to take care of it? He goes, my dad has people come in the country, leave. Nobody knows. I go, I appreciate the offer. I go, but I think they'll know it's me. I said, but thank you. He goes, you sure, brother? And I'm like, yes. I said, thank you. So then I became closer with him. And I wanted revenge. And there was one circumstance where I met Dante and the one brother, Ralph, and John Kappas was there at a Caputo's restaurant on Southwest Highway. They wanted to try after all this shit, right? After I found out it was Kaz, it wasn't the brother, but he was in, you know what I mean? And they wanted me to work for them again. And I had the little phone book I got from from prison, the guys I met and stuff and numbers and stuff. And I got, it didn't last long because I couldn't, even though before when I met him and stuff, I was scared of him as I evolved in who I became in prison and all that shit. And I was less scared of him. But kind of like, I like to get revenge even now at my age. Someone that messes me over.
I become aware.
Big time. Remember my dad says you beat them so bad they don't come back. And I had my little phone book. I said, you guys want to fucking go to war and play games? I threw my little phone book. I go, there's a fucking phone book full of phone numbers. I go, I have these guys do anything for a fucking 8-ball. And then I walked out and John was there. John was on my side, but he was, making money and stuff, right? And then, so obviously I didn't work for him. Then I'm thinking, okay, well, I'll get it from the Colombian and I'll get my revenge that way, right? So unknown to me, the Colombian was put in the work release center by federal agents of the DEA to set up the Cali cartel. Unknown to me at that point in time. I had no clue that was happening. And he started giving me kilos, and then I would go back to the South Side and go after their customers, right? And guys that were in that circle, right?
All right, Terry, I don't want to get too far ahead of the game. We got to talk a little bit about prison life because you had some significant things happen there too. You don't just sit around and be a good little inmate, right? You got some wheeling and dealing, correct?
Yes, yeah. And, again, I'm admitting I was scared to death going to prison because everything you see and hear about prison, right? And a lot of it's true. I mean, a lot of it's true. But keep in mind, I was a big guy. I carried myself like a big guy.
Nobody was going to rape you, correct?
No, not even close. Not even close. Was I scared of that? Absolutely.
Yeah, rightfully so. I mean,
they took me from the courthouse when I had to go to my last hearing, when I had the book with The Last Mafioso in my pocket, right? And I had that book with me, and I had gym shoes that were Velcro, very early when they came out with those Velcro without shoelaces, because the guy I worked for, told me that, they take your shoelaces. So you want to be prepared, you have these, you could fight better, And so I got picked up there, went on the bus, goes into Cook County. It's like, oh my God, to see razor wire and stuff, So I'm in Cook County jail. And the first thing, they got you in a holding pen and you got to go through like a medical, and they give you a test for VD. It was very painful, by the way. Oh my God.
I just cringed in my crotch.
You guys know what I'm talking about, right? It's like, holy shit, Oh, and I had a pink Izod shirt. I had a pink one, kind of like an Arrogant Dago thing.
Oh, that's what you want to walk in with.
Yeah, I had that on.
That was another unsmart move on your part.
Yeah, I had that. So I'm sitting in like a holding cage, waiting for our physical stuff. And this big black guy, big but sloppy big. Gotcha. He had military fatigue pants on, and he had Converse gym shoes with high tops with no shoelaces. And I'm sitting there, by myself, being quiet like I was told to by the guys I worked for. He goes, hey, man. He goes, what? He goes, when you get upstairs, man, you're going to be fighting why don't we switch shoes so you can have these high tops? And, so I stood up and I said, I just looked them in the face, and I'm the only white guy, and they're sitting on like a little thing here. And I said, if you want my shoes, you got to take them. So he saw me stand up. I got in his face, and I was expecting to have a fight. And he said nothing. He went and sat down.
That's a good precedent to set right out of the gate.
Yeah. People say, I'm going to go punch the first biggest guy, and I was, you hear that shit, right? It's like, I don't think that's a good idea. But it's like, and then I'm sitting there thinking, oh my God, here it goes. I swear to God. I was like, And so, I stood up, face to face with him and said, you want my shoes? You have to take them. That's all I said, and nothing else. And he sat down. So that went through at first. So then went through the medical thing. And, oh my God, we're all walking, no matter what color, race, or whatever. It's like, and then they lined us up in the hallway. And it just happened to be when they were switching shifts of the guards, right? And then they switched shifts. When they switched shifts, so they had us turn and face the wall, or noses to the wall. And then these were all black guards, and they said, "Have you been?" He had us turn around. He goes, "Have you guys been strip searched yet?" Nobody says anything. Have you? I go, "No." I didn't lie.
Me first.
And they're like, "You dumb mother effer, you fucking fag!" Why the fuck didn't you say no? And I'm like, oh no. It's like, So we had to get strip searched because I told the truth, And so then they divided us up. So I went to another holding pen after we got strip searched, and I don't know why or how. So I go into this other holding pen, and there's the benches around the exterior wall, and then there's like a bench in the middle, and there's a squatty, older, fat guy, not real old, but older than me at that time, with like 3 cardboard boxes full of like paperwork, and it was like 2 Hispanic and 2 black guys and me, So I just sitting there, I'm still a little shell shocked about the strip search, I'm like, holy fuck, what's the next adventure, And the black guy was laying on the bench, and he's like this, and he goes, "What's your problem, boy?" I was like, fuck, and he obviously could tell, He goes, "Man," I go, I'm only like a couple hours into a 4-year sentence. And he starts laughing. He gets up with a little squatty fat ass, and he's laughing. And I wasn't physically at all scared or intimidated by the guy. And he goes, "Man, I'm fighting 2 death sentences."
Wow.
And I'm like, shit. He's like, And so then they took us out. I had to go to Division I, which was maximum security. And I don't think there was like only 5, 6 of us, right? I don't know. They must have taken us, brought us up in the manageable groups. You know what I mean? And he was in the front, and the guards were kissing his ass like he's a king, like a big shot. And I'm like, wow, that's weird, So I go into Division I. I got my bunk stuff. I'm like, fuck, it's a pod, and they got little tiny day room like this size with a little TV, and then you got the cells on each side, and then you're like a prison inside the prison because they're the exterior cells of your cell, and the guards walk around the outside. It's just like you see on TV. It's like fucking and so. One of the guys from my high school was there. He's a drug addict. He was I call him glue heads. I was a jock. Never talked to him. He's like, Newsome. He knew who I was. It's like, at least they had a friendly face, And then I got exposed to hooch and marijuana. I didn't do any of that shit. But they were like, he's trying to offer, here, take this. I'm like, I don't want that.
I meant to ask you, did you never do coke while you were selling it, or did you do it occasionally?
So remember I said I did it after I got arrested?
Yes.
After I didn't, So I did it the first time I never even saw it. Remember, I never saw it until they showed it to me.
Right.
Never saw it, never did it, never even had it on my radar. I was just, not that kind of person. Yes, I get in trouble doing stupid shit, but not, what I mean? So I'm locked up in there, and I brought up this guy, and they knew who he was. He was the I-57. I forgot his name. I looked it up before, and I forgot to send it to you. He was the guy that when people pull over, and he stuck a shotgun in some women's vagina, and killed them, and shot people on is it I-55 or I-57? I forgot which one. Back along, back in the 70s, And so this was early 80s, right, or mid 80s, and so he was back fighting his death sentence. He's trying to appeal his death sentence. That's why. So you get to bring your legal paperwork with you.
This wasn't the guy in the line that the guards were kissing his ass.
This was the guy. Yeah, same guy.
That's the guy. Okay.
And then, so what they told me is that the guards, because that guy's got death penalty, he has absolutely nothing to lose. So those are the most dangerous guys to prison guards and to inmates.
So they're nice to him, so he doesn't kill them, right?
Yeah, or do whatever. Or they would throw. I mean, I got so many different stories we could do. They throw shit on the guards or people. When I was in Lincoln, the inmates cooking would put shit in the coffee pot of what the rest of us would drink. I didn't drink it. I ate out of my locker. I had money, so I ate. I never, I bought my own commissary and I ate out of my locker. They called it, but they're animals. I mean. Not all of them, but they're animals. So, they treat them kindly.
They're treated like animals.
Yeah, they're treated, they treat this guy kindly because they don't want to suffer any ramifications of, him just not caring. And I remember too, it's like I had nightmares before I went away, waking up and at home thinking I was in prison. I'd have a nightmare and I woke up in my eye thinking I'm in prison and I'm home. And then the first night I woke up in prison, I thought I was home. You know what I'm saying? Like I had the cell by the bars, and I woke up and I'm looking in the early morning, I'm looking at bars. I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm like, I'm here.
Dream come true.
That was awful, man. That was awful. God. So then I went from there to Joliet. So I remember I said I came back on Joliet on work release. And so that's called the receiving center. So you got Joliet prison, and then you have receiving where we all go from Northern Illinois till we get assigned to our prison. And it doesn't matter, you're at different security levels mixed together, right? And they try to separate you if they can, sort of loosely, because I was with guys that double murderers and stuff like that. And so I go to Joliet. I remember I'm walking through to where we get sent to a cell and we had to go shower and stuff. And then I'm looking through the fence where the main inmates are. And there's this black chick with the halter top, white t-shirt, and shorts, cut with fringe. I'm like, what the heck? They got that girl in there with all those inmates. They're like, dumb motherfucker. That's what I get. I'm like, it was a man. It was a trick, man. I'm like, because I was like, what the hell? I got a chick in there. It's crazy. It was a transvestite, And then I was put in the shower, and they had the ones from the ceiling. This is like what you see from the old meter. And this was built, a long time ago. I mean, obviously they had upgrades, but this was the pipes that you pull down and shit. And there was a young white kid in there, and the blacks were getting around him in a circle. And I'm like, fuck, I want to help him, And they didn't rape him or anything, but they scared him. That doesn't mean it didn't happen inside, but
got you.
They might have been just letting them know on the outside, And so then I had a cellmate named Momad, Lawrence Crawley is his name. Older guy, had a limp, had a cane, had cornrows in his hair. And he was part of the Peastone Rangers or Blackstone, whatever they're called.
Yeah, Blackstones.
So
is that a gang?
Yeah, it's a notorious gang. But like
pretty fascinating Southside gang.
Yeah, big time. Yeah. And notorious, big time. I mean, internationally.
Feds actually set them up.
Yeah.
They were notorious, but they actually ended up.
And with what's the victims for what country?
Up against the federal government.
I mean, they were bad guys. They were bad fucking guys. So don't let Mr. Some like quasi or whatever. He's got a little like the little liberal like turd in him that pops up every once in a while.
the three-letter agencies tend to be the biggest, baddest guys on the.
But I'm not saying anything of what he's saying is not true. Right. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying don't let him fool you though.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't say innocent.
Okay, yeah, no, they're bad. They're bad guys, man. I mean, so he took a liking to me, and at that time, a guy named Fluky Stokes' son died, and he buried him in a Cadillac. I don't know if you remember any of this.
Who was Fluky Stokes?
He was the African American big drug dealer, and he was supplying. I remember that. He was supplying those guys.
That was a newsworthy story.
Oh, big time. Yeah, he buried him in a Cadillac.
Yep.
Right, and so this guy sees he's asking me, so what do you think about black women, my man? Have you ever been with one? I'm like, no. And then he's like, yeah, Fluky really fucked us over. So he's trying to transition into, working with me. And then my mom sent us sign language cards. We were learning sign language. He asked me to get, actually, we're teaching sign language so that you could do it without you could talk to each other without being hurt and stuff. Mm-hmm. So we were starting to learn that in our cell, but you're not locked there a long time. You're waiting to get assigned somewhere, right? So I was early on, and so I went to the cafeteria the first time, and I'm sitting there eating, and I see these like holes above the wall. I'm like, what the hell are those for? they're bullet holes. So that when there's a fight, he goes, if there's a fight, you jump out on the ground. And they shoot, and they had behind it, they had the guards in these like little cages, with the mini 14s. So as soon as a fight, they'd shoot above your head. So one of the times I was there when I had just left, you hear, doom. Like, holy fuck. When I walked out, just luckily I left after that happened one time. And so I was in the chow hall, and they have 3 phones outside. So they time where everyone has to go to the yard and stuff, right? So they had this cage, and there's 3 lines, and there's 3 phones, pay phones. Folks, people, and neutral, right? So the gangs, there's got folks, nation of gangs, people. Latin disciples, gangster disciples, you got vice lords, Latin kings, they're nations. They're all together. Folks are people, even though they're separate gangs, they're in a collective nation. And then the last one's for independence. Whiteys from the suburb and shit, right?
Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah, and so the last phone, the third phone, which never, because they kind of gangstered away, right? And so I saw it, and was my fiance graduated college, and I wanted to call her. And from DePaul, she graduated from DePaul. So, and you get to get out there quick, right? So I went early so I could get out there quickly, right? And then the gangs, because I never tried to go early, I never gave a shit, right? And they stand there, the folks and people, and they're a little collective, right? And then who gets out and stuff, and they go, "Where you going, man? You folks or people?" I go, "Folks," and I just walk through them. Remember, I was a big fucker, right? So I just walked through them. Motherfucker, they're yelling and shit, but no one did anything to me, right? So then I go, and I'm in the neutral line, first person, right? And then the lines start building up as everyone got out of the chow hall, right? And they start like, mother effer this. Who's this motherfucker think he is? And I'm like, oh my God. Again, here it goes, And they're getting around, and they come, on my side. And I'm like, oh, so I just walked away. I walked away. So I went and started working out with 2 really big black guys that were older, at least 10, 15 years older, but they're big guys. And then these guys followed me over there, and they took my bar. They said, "We're using it." And I said, "No, we're in our bar, not my bar, our bar," meaning we were doing curls. And I said, "No, we're using it." And the older black guys didn't say anything, And they go, "No, we're using it." And I'm looking at them. I'm looking at these guys. I'm like, "Are we going to fight?" And these guys didn't do anything. And so it is a disrespect, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, if these guys ain't going to help me, I sure the hell am not going to go fight all these guys by myself. And they were big guys, too, the black guys, the older guys. So they probably weren't in a gang, and they didn't want to get involved in it. And so I let them do their little thing without me getting, pummeled. And it was nothing ever happened from that point on. Plus, that was before, actually, I started walking out in the yard with Lawrence Crowley. I think that probably helped me, because I walk out there, they treat him like a god. Guys are yelling through the windows that were up there, and what I mean? And I think that's probably what saved my ass, because he saw me walking, shoulder to shoulder with him out in the yard.
Interesting.
So I go from there to Lincoln Correctional, which is in central Illinois. It's like a medium at the time. And so there's not bars. There's like 10-man units, which cinder block dividers. 1-man cinder block divider, 2-man, 2-man, same opposite on the other side, right? And then you have a locker with the padlock, so you could buy commissary. I had a color TV I bought. I was me and this other black guy that was in my unit. He was a pimp. We were the only 2 in the whole prison that had color TVs. We had brand new pool table. We had a ping pong table, right? And there were animals and stuff. And my dad was raised in a bar. My dad played pool. I was really good. I went in really good in pool. I mean, back then, because of my dad and my grandmas and everything. The pool table was put up, and I put a notebook. We have notebook papers and stuff, and a sign-in sheet to go kind of orderly and how you do how do you take turns, right? And so I was, somewhere down the list, and they play faux and faux. Faux bank and faux straight in. Stupid, sloppy ass end pool is what we call it, right? And I'll explain to you in a bit. So because there's luck and slop. We would always call 8-ball, straight in, call your pocket and call your last pocket, right? And so you don't do any of that bullshit. So I won. I played and I won, and I kept winning, right? So then I played against this guy. There's a lot of gangster disciples in my unit. And by the way, I made friends with Latin Kings. Carlos Rivera, who was the head of the Latin Kings, called the shots for that prison, full of tattoos, loved me. We were in the same unit. And I kept winning, and so I beat this guy. I beat this guy, T-Bone. He was a double murderer. So the way it works in prison is that, you get a long time and then you work your way to more freedom and lower security prisons, right? So he was in Lincoln after being in Menard. Remember Gacy was in Menard and stuff, right? And he was in my unit, and he was an arrogant gangster disciple that does not, the gangster disciples do not like white people. Yeah, they did not like white people. And he had ponytail, like little pony. Said he was part Cherokee, which is another thing they like to say a lot. I'm Cherokee. It's like, okay, all right, sure. And he walked real slow and he shuffled, right? So I beat him and he threw the stick down. He goes, fuck you and your motherfucking white pussy pool. So I threw my stick down. I said, fuck you and your nigger pool. In the middle of the day room, right? And he goes, I remember, and he shuffled over. He moves real slow, right? That's his stick, right? And he leans on the ping pong table like this, and he's like looking at me like that. So I walk over. I had my shower shoes on. I had my pajama bottoms on, and I had that white long insulated underwear. You know what I mean? And so I lean on, like we're staring eye to eye. And we're just staring, like, we're staring here. And then the rest of the gangster disciples are walking in a circle around the ping pong table. What's up, motherfucker? And I'm like, oh, no. It's like, he's like, what's up, man? And I'm like, they're going around a circle. And then Carlos Rivera shuffles over and he goes, man, go back to your room, man. He goes, go back to your room. So, and then the way he yelled it to me is sort of disrespectful, but he's my friend. I knew that, right? Sort of, like at the same time.
This is for your own good.
Yeah, I know he's helping me, right? I know. I mean, but at the same time, you're kind of like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? But I know it was to help me. So I go back there and I'm pacing, And then another gangster disciple named Shorty, who's a short, muscular guy, was his right-hand guy, came with the mop handle without the mop on it. And he's like, disrespect T-Bone, I'll hit you upside the head, motherfucker. I said, get your little ass in here. Get in here now. He take that and he walks away. Then all of a sudden the Latin Kings come shuffling in with Carlos first. He comes up to me. He goes, man, you're a king. I said, what? He goes, you're a king, brother. I go, I'm a king. I'm not a king. He goes, you've been a king, man. You came in a king. I said, really? I start laughing. Serious, man, you go a big motherfucker. They're locking socking you tonight. So what they do is they take the padlocks off the lockers and they drop them in their socks and they wrap them around and then put them through. And you see some, oh my God, you fucking die. You could actually die, the split, on the wax nice floors and stuff and the blood everywhere, guys, you know what I mean? And he goes, you always been a king. He goes, come on. So we walk out there. I'm next to Carlos. And you see I do smile even in serious. So they're faced off. I'm standing right like where Chad is. And, Carlos goes, Terry's a king, man. He was Puerto Rican with his accent. He goes, you fuck with Terry. You fuck with the Kings. And then T-Bone looks at me and I'm smiling. I'm like, fuck you. I'm like, I couldn't help it, And then, he goes, you guys want to fuck with Terry? You go one at a time in the shower. Because right outside the guard door, the showers are right there in the bathrooms. So it's kind of out of visibility, because the guards sit between two units, right? So they could see down that unit or our unit, right? And so all the brothers go, hey, man, it's cool. I was like, fuck you. It's cool, man. And then T-Bone's just looking, and he knows if he says that Carlos is lying, it could turn into a war, a fight. And I'm just smiling, so nothing happened. So then a guy named Bruno, so the Italians, they consider like Hispanics, in there. A guy named Bruno was the enforcer for the Latin Kings, and Bruno got in trouble. They moved him back to a maximum. the enforcer for Carlos Rivera. And then I would go to McMurray College, the on-site campus, which I had drafting classes. I was 2 classes away from associate degree when I was finally let out, but it was all Italians, right? Mostly like chop shop guys from the South Side, Chicago Heights area. We all knew guys who knew guys, you know what I mean? We're like kind of a little knit thing, and it's escape from prison. It's a regular teacher, right? Somebody else comes in there, a shithead, we don't help them, let them, flop out. We do our own little isolation, our little thing, right? And so, it words out like I'm with the Kings, and they're like, what the fuck, man? Why aren't you with your own kind? I go, because my own kind weren't there to save my ass. I said, it's like, so then we had a couple of confrontations and stuff. So I had to square off next to him as the enforcer for our shot caller. Right. There was almost a big fight in the weight room. There was a hearing one time for one of the Latin Kings who stole from the lockbox from the vice lords. Lockboxes we all contribute monthly. Smokes, cigarettes. You come in from another prison. You don't have your stuff with you. We give you shit, and it's a way to collect money, sort of. And so one of our guys, supposedly named Flacco, stole from the Vice Lord's lockbox, and they're part of our nation. You know what I mean? The people's nation. So they had a hearing. We're going out to the day room. They're having a hearing. And so I'm walking out there with Carlos. He goes, man, if he's guilty, man, you got to violate him. I go, what's that mean? He goes, it depends. He goes, it depends on what he's guilty for. Either it's head down or shoulder down if it's not as bad, brother. I go, what do you mean? He goes, you got to hit him as hard as you can. I go, Flacco? He's like, Flacco means skinny. I'm like, are you kidding me? I go, he's a little guy. He goes, if you don't, man, you get violated. I'm like, holy shit. And there's like, they had a little cinder block bathroom out there they put, so I was supposed to take them in the bathroom. So I'm the only guy that don't speak Spanish outside Bruno. They went back to prison, a bigger prison. And so they're having the hearing. I'm walking in circles around. I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to have to hit this guy, and I don't want to get violated. And then Carlos comes, he puts his hand around me. He knows I was a nervous wreck, right? He goes, brother, you don't have to violate him. And he starts laughing. And there's more stories. I have more stories. I got another one when I came out of work release. When I was coming out on work release, went back to Joliet. I had this black young kid, like 19, but looked younger, kept sitting with me during chow. So, I'm sorry. This was on the way in. And I'm like, why does that fucking kid keep sitting by me? And so he got 70 years in prison. What they do is they try to go to a big guy or something. And instead of getting raped by a whole gang, they try to become a bitch of a big guy. And so I started sitting where there's only one seat left. So it's like, not that I was worried about it. I was just kind of uncomfortable. And the guy wanted me, it's kind of weird, And then when I was going back out on work release, you have freedom. Unlike the guys coming through that are having multiple, 70 years or whatever, right? And they're locked up. We have freedom because we are being released on work release, right? So they give us freedom to help out, to be like orderlies and do different jobs without being locked in your cell. So I was helping the guards, the white guards, they were fingerprinting guys. I didn't do the fingerprinting, but back then they had index cards, right? And so you hear about the guys that were, assaulting kids and stuff, right? Pedophiles. So I had the index thing. I could see who was in for what, And a lot of the guys that are, almost all the guys our age, or even younger, were, they say they're in there for drugs. They're fucking pedophiles. This is back then. Yeah.
The chomos don't do it.
So I go back and say, chomo pedophile. It's like, so they know before. Yeah.
And they just make life miserable for them.
Yeah, right? when they go.
It's interesting that there's a code of the criminals,
Yeah. It's actually more honorable than the government code from what I've seen.
Yeah.
As of late.
We can go on a tangent with the government. So, all right. So, Terry, where do you want to go? You told some prison stories. Do you want to get to the point where you get out?
You're recalling a lot of information, and you just, And I don't like being on camera either. This was the first time I was ever comfortable. It's kind of a weird thing to just sit and spill your guts and be on camera. Yeah. And
it's different. It's different than my podcast by far. I mean, this has been like 30 some years waiting. So it's kind of weird. And I'm reliving the shit that bothered me, or good or bad. Well, most of it's bad.
Well, you're the guy on stage in your podcast. And on this podcast, you're just a guy.
Yeah.
So this is a much better format to do this.
And I'm genuinely interested in your stories. So
yeah. I'm not proud of who I was. I'm proud of who I became, right? And I want to make sure that comes across or whatever. And even though I speak with the way I'm talking about this stuff and reliving it like it's a movie, and it might come across.
No, dude, I see your hands fidgety. Yeah. You don't ever get nervous when you're in rooms of people who are very adversarial to you. I've watched you be super calm, very stoic. The only time I've ever seen you nervous and antsy is here doing this, which means it's a good thing for you to do.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's like therapy in a way. Actually. Yeah.
Really is. I'm proud of you, man. This is good.
It is. It's some of it's like, and I reflect back on like, like that bothered me big time, what those guys did to me and how it happened. And I'm not upset at my fiance. I deserved it.
I've known vets and guys with PTSD. Like you got PTSD from all this. So you just talk about it.
I'm upset that I put her in that situation and put her in a situation that caused her to be with those guys. You know what I'm saying? And them I have utter hate for.
Yes.
And again, if I chose to follow them, you think with respect to what happened would have been differently. Oh, I need to talk about my friend. So I need this is real important. Remember I said after I got popped, I had another guy that interfaced with him that they know, right? So his name's Don. So Don would go and get the stuff and go to my customers. And was trying to make some of the money back before I went away. So, stupid, no woman's worth it, all that crap, right? And, I looked up to these guys before I met them, right? And John Kappas will say the same thing, and as time evolved, and we were, starry-eyed, I guess, is the best way to say it before, be part of, this group. And so my good friend Donnie, he was going to college, and he ended up being the intermediary between me and those guys. And these brothers had a younger brother that was a real scumbag, nasty fucking, and my friend Donnie said, hey, Jimmy, because they went to high school together. I was from a different high school. He knew I didn't like Jimmy. And he said, hey, Terry, he talked like this. He's like, listen, man, he goes, if you get stabbed in the back by Jimmy, it's your own fault, because Jimmy, he'll tell you he's going to stab you in the back. So if you get stabbed in the back, it's your own fault for getting stabbed in the back, because Jimmy's going to tell you he's going to stab you in the back. So Donnie got a kilo one time for me. It's around when the Bears won the Super Bowl. And I didn't hear from him. But, didn't know what happened or whatever. And I'm like, oh, my God, he got popped, and something happened. I called the other guys. They didn't know where he was at. So I'm getting nervous. And then he called me, and he got a problem, which I didn't know, doing drugs, right? He was going to Southern Illinois University too at the time.
He had a drug problem personally?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Terry, you're not going to believe this. He goes, I was by the Kelsack Canal. This is in January, right? And a feds came down the Kelsack Canal. I'm like, what? It didn't make sense. He was messed up, right? And I go, what are you talking about? Then I had to hide it, and then I had to run, and I'm like, I go, what the hell are you talking about? And I was with Jimmy the brother, right? It didn't make sense. I knew he was. I'm telling you, it's just a microphone. I swear to God, my nose has never itched like this. Like I got hairs on my nose tip.
It's flashbacks.
So no, it's not. He goes. I go, where are you? And he was at Hickory Bowling Alley. And I was at my mom's at the time. She was out of town, so I was staying there. And I said, I'll be right there. And so I get up there, and I go in, and he's got Kleenex. He's got like a bloody nose. And I'm like, Donnie, you're fucked up. The fuck? I go, what's going on? Oh, T, it's all right. He goes, I hit some by the canal. I got some over here in the bowling balls. My kilo was pricked. He's under the bowling ball racks in the fucking bowling alley. I'm like, what the fuck? I go, what's going on? I'm like, and I was like, and I knew he purposely wasn't stealing or doing. I felt bad because he was fucked up. And I know I later found out that he met this guy that night and tried to get him to steal later that night. This is after this, right? I said, Don, this is before he met with the guy. I said, Donnie, just come home with me. All right. Come by my house. All right. Fucking worry about this shit later. I was worried about him. I go, did you drive? He goes, yeah. I go, all right, come. I go, just follow me. I'm like, fuck. I said, just follow me because I don't have to come back in the morning, which kind of lazy or whatever. I'm like, fuck, I'll just make him fucking follow me. I should have had him ride with me. So I pull out, I see a car come behind me. I turn, I'm going back to 87th Cicero, and I see the car go the other way, and I look, and it wasn't him. I get back to my house. It was a different car. So he's missing in action again. And then the next morning, I found out that he was, somebody put him on his father's doorstep, rang the doorbell, dead.
Wow.
Mm. And he was marks all over his head and face and stuff. And so he supposedly went back. He went to this brother's house, the scumbag, who he said, ironically, if you get stabbed by him, it's your own fault, right? Because we always thought I didn't like the guy, and so he supposedly went back there and wanted to keep the stuff that was left. They were partying. The other guy's a big drug addict, and they were partying. And I guess he got in an argument with him, and he was pushed down the stairs. And this brother took him and put him on the porch. There had to be someone else with him because he's not a little guy. And I was devastated. I felt like it was my fault by just saying, come with me. And it was just like, I'm like, just drive your car. I was having him ride with me. I was going to have him ride with me, right? And I felt like just this stupid little incident. I'm like, just fucking follow me. Because I was mad at him. You know what I mean? I was fucking pissed, but I was worried about him. It was like, you know what I mean? I was like, fuck, that's a lot of money, right? I mean, I didn't even bother to have someone come and get it. It's like, fuck, and I called the brothers. I'm like, before I knew what was going to happen later, after I go, I can't find it. What the fuck's going on? Because he met them to get it, and they don't deal with their shitty younger brother because he's a piece of shit, right? So he wasn't involved in them, you know what I mean? Was not involved in that at all. So then next thing, I'm hearing that the FBI was involved questioning, and then my name was coming up. So then they had the service, and I went and I was in front of the casket, and I started crying, and his brother put his, because they had tough guy attitudes, and his brother put his arm on me. He's like, come on, tear. No, I cry. Donnie wouldn't want that. And so I lost a friend because and nothing ever happened to that piece of shit, That was one of the, part of this bullshit that I was involved in.
It's interesting we got this far in your story, and you haven't had any tear-jerking moments prior to that, which is were kind of amazing.
He should be alive.
Right.
Should be alive.
Well, you shouldn't be alive is how I look at it, right?
Exactly.
So
there, but for the grace of God.
Yeah.
I have a different opinion on death than most people. So your buddy Don, what was his name, right? Don. He put himself in the life, and at the time at that moment, I would argue he was suffering.
He was.
And so now he's not suffering anymore. That's how I frame it out. Yeah. So it isn't your fault. It's you take accountability for everything that happened to you. He put himself in the life, and just because if you would have said get in a car with me. They might have followed both of you, and then you both would have wound up that way. You just never know what's going to happen. You can't say, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like you. I will blame myself for everything. This way you learn from it. So I really try to.
Yeah. So we're back with this guy, Henry, my roommate on work release from the Cali cartel, real Cali cartel member.
And when you say work release, they're not letting you out of the prison, or are they?
Yeah. So when I first got out, we had to stay there for a few weeks or something like that, or a month or something like that. I forgot. And then get approval on where we're going to work, what we're going to do, shit like that. So and then you eventually you'll get some evenings to go home, and then you get weekends to go home. gradually give you more freedom and stuff. I met him. I think he got there a little sooner than I, so he was doing his job and getting some time at night, but you sit there, you're locked up, so he's telling me about the Cali cartel. He's telling me about the Cali cartel and some of the stuff and his dad and the money, and telling me how they have in the jungles, they got like shacks full to the ceiling with money. To the ceiling, brother, money. He goes, and they have guards walking around. That's all they do because they have so much money. You know what I mean? And told me how they make it and how he wouldn't do it. And he's like, how they step on it. And then you see that on the TV shows and stuff now. Yeah. How, I'd never do that. And how they make it. And then so this thing happened to me with the guys, right? And I'm not talking to the old South Side guys, my ex-fiance. So I would go to the Chicago Health Club on the new one, Bally's, on LaGrange Road by Joliet Road, brand new one, across from Home Depot at the time. So when I get out in the morning, I would go work out, and I would meet my brother there, and this beautiful chick that was like smoking, that was working out there. That she is so hot that guys wouldn't even talk to her. She's one of she does aerobics, works out, and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna pick that broad up. And I was in great shape then too. I wasn't big. I was in great shape because of where I was and diet wise, and I was like, a bit different kind of not big but in good shape. So I could try to figure out a way to go talk to her. And she was on the Stairmaster, the real one. Remember, I was working out. I didn't do any of that shit. So I go up there and I'm like on the Stairmaster. Like I set it on 100 flights. And she's like, I'm looking at my brother. I'm like, I'm going to pick that broad up. So I could see him watching. The other guys, we all, and I'm like, okay, what am I going to say to her? And I'm like, I'm rusty. I just got out of jail. I had a fiance. And I'm like, I'm not drunk. So it's like, I keep looking at her. My brother's smiling over there, and I'm like, fuck, So then she finishes. I'm out of breath. I come down. My brother stopped her. He goes, listen, my brother climbed those stupid stairs just to talk to you. And then I said, hey, what's going on? I don't know. I got my bike. I had the VMAX. I had the other VMAX. I had 3 VMAXs over that period of time. I said, if you want to go for a bike ride or something, that was my line. She goes, well, I got a boyfriend. She was dating Butler from Oakbrook at the time. Butler. Oh, Butler.
Like the founders of Oakbrook.
Yeah, one of the Butlers.
Those guys.
And she said, I got a boyfriend.
With the golf course?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I said, well, next time you guys get in a fight, let me know. I'll be here all the time in the morning.
I love it.
Not even a few weeks later, she said, let's go for, a ride. And there was another VMAX there, which comes into play part 2 of my criminal background after, what happened in the South Side with those guys. Coincidentally, I met a whole new fucking group of guys from Cicero. The brothers are Cicero Street Crew, all this shit. Just, the guy had the same bike. We talked small talk. Then I saw him later hug this hot chick. And I'm like, oh, how do you know her? He goes, we went to high school together. I'm like, you did? Because we weren't friends. We just talked. Same bike and stuff. His name's Robbie. I'll leave it at that. And so we started dating, and I was getting it from the Colombian to go after the South Side guys. So I met these new set of guys from Riverside, Brookfield, Berwyn, Cicero. She invited me to a party in North Riverside, and without saying the names, their father, the person's father was a maid mobster. The woman who greeted me's father was a maid guy, and you would know their names, and I'll tell you later when we're off camera. And I knew nothing about this stuff. The guy who I met, Robbie, who ended up being my partner in the future, his brother was a Cicero Street Crew guy, right? So I kind of fell back into a different.
So I got to pause this. So you're out of prison now.
I'm on work release.
Work release. So, are you thinking you want to get your machine rebuilt to be doing the same stuff,
I already, unrelated to them, was doing it in a retaliation to the first guys. So when I got out,
The brothers?
Yeah. Yeah. So when I got out, I was supposed to get married and all this shit. I was like fucking devastated. I was pissed off. I felt my whole world. You know what I mean? I was like, I didn't care. Honestly, I was going to try to escape to go get, you know, I mean, and it's not escape. You just walk out. So when I say escape, we could have crawled out the window and stuff. I was fucking devastated, man. I was, you know, it's like, how could this happen? Right. And like an asshole, and I'm like with the Cali guy. I'm like, oh wow, you know, this is my way. I mean, you know how I am now. It's like, fuck, I'll go get these, go back and build up and get.
So you did have intention, even though it was out of retaliation, right?
Yeah, unrelated to the new set of people that were transitioning.
Yes, I got you.
Coincidentally, right? Unrelated. Had no idea. It just happened at the gym.
So you were staying attached to your criminal ways.
Yeah.
I got you.
And I didn't give a shit. I was supposed to get married and try to do something. My mom had this big security company of which my brother took over. It's fucking super rich now. You know, I was like, fuck it. I couldn't be part of security because of my background. Matter of fact,
right.
Armed and unarmed security and undercover stuff. And matter of fact, when my case was going on, my mom's competitors were sending newspaper articles to my mom's customers, trying to get them to, end her business, Oh,
that's why you got a little bit of a soft spot for that too.
So
get it.
So you're meeting all these connected people now.
The new. The other guys were, but like I was lower down, you know what I mean, and their chop shops, and you know what I mean, and
you were younger too, and
and so and again, I didn't know any of this stuff. And I invited to this party, had no clue of whose house I was at. This person's father's house, who. Art Patak wrote a big story about when the person died and said, so-and-so dies unnatural causes for a so-and-so.
I got you.
Natural causes. He died of natural causes. That's what it meant. It was a joke. Died of unnatural causes, meaning he wasn't killed. Right?
Yeah, I get you.
And so
was killed.
Yeah. So I show up there, and the one friend, so I'm in my motorcycle, and it's great shape, and this one daughter of another guy answered the gate, and they're all in the back pool and stuff, and she was gorgeous too, and she goes, ooh, she was older than us too. She's like, ooh, you must be this other girl, boyfriend. You must be here for so and so. And I'm like, yeah. And then they're all Italian, right? And I'm like, oh wow, that's kind of cool. I didn't know. So I met all these guys, and started becoming friends, with my guy that ended up being my partner, Robbie, and his brother, Mikey, and who's the connected guy. And so because I was involved with what I was doing with the Colombian, and they're like, oh yeah, can we, get connected? So they started getting shit from me through the Colombian, right? The Cali cartel, and in which my initial intent was specifically to get revenge, but then I'm like, oh fuck, I'm already doing it. I swear to, I was like, fuck it,
So let me get this straight. You're working with Colombian drug cartel, and now you're also becoming a affiliate of the mafia, right?
Yeah, I mean, their fathers were and stuff. I mean, I wasn't, I guess, indirectly. I don't know. I guess I don't know. So their dads were mob hitmans, and that doesn't mean I was one, but I just, that's what I was hanging around with at the time. And we had, I'm friends with the guys, still to this day, and talk to, while I'm out on work release too, while I'm an inmate, I'm technically an inmate, right? And so I'm, connecting, they're getting stuff from me. I started getting ecstasies from Florida. You know what ecstasies are, right? I had guys down there from Florida who sending them up here.
That's not the date rape drug. That's something else. Right?
No, it's not a date rape drug. It used to be a legal drug, actually. Introverts would get to take from psychiatrists to speak and talk freely.
Gotcha.
Interacts a lot with serotonin, dopamine, and it just kind of hits you on the perfect sweet spot where you want to dance and hug people all night.
Yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I bought them because people asked me for them. I get 1,000 at a time, and I give away most of them. I didn't make any money off because
I should have known you in college.
I'm like, hey, So I'm gonna do a funny story here, right? So, right about this exact same time, that guy that was with my fiance, the guy that was with my fiance the first time, right?
Yeah, he was your enemy.
And he was my enemy. His brother, his buddy Ralph, and this guy name is Mark. He was, with my fiance. So I started getting the weekend passes. I was paying the guards off to not have to worry about anything. I had to have an inmate ID on me at all times, as well as a work release inmate. And we were going downtown. I'm kind of looking for him, right? And I sent a message to him through somebody else. I said, you tell Mark I'm going to make him look like a bug on the headlight of my VMAX at 120 miles an hour, And so they obviously delivered that message. And so we were out one time and with my guys that worked for me, my little crew of guys, and we saw them across the street we were at PS Chicago's, and we went to Marty. What's the one you go upstairs on? Remember? PS Chicago, right? Marty owned both of them. God, I forgot to, you'll know it if we know it. So you got to go up the stairs, and the bar was upstairs, glass windows looking down. So we go up there, and I walk up, and he's there, and he's like, hey, Newsome. I call him Big Bird. He's taller. He goes, I heard you're going to make me look like a bug, And I'm like, fuck you. My brother was with me then. And my brother's 6'4". Mark said he was always bigger than me. So, but he didn't fight. I mean, he was fight, but he's not different than me. And I had my guys with me. And I go after him. And my brother pushes me to the side. And he grabs him by the throat. And he goes, fuck you, so-and-so, by his last name. He goes, my brother will fucking destroy you. I know what you're doing, And then he starts going, Ralph, going for Ralph, the other guy, And then the owner of the place, who knows me and my family and everything, Marty's like, come on, guys, my brother and them are like, come on, Terry, you don't need to get in trouble. So they take me downstairs, and then Ralph comes down, where's Newsome? And I don't know if he meant me or my brother, right? And so there's like 5 or 6 of us, and he's like, I'm like, F you, and Kaz is getting tough, and I'm like, fuck you guys, and my friends are grabbing me. And I don't want to fight. I could get away from them if I wanted to, right? And I'm like, okay. They go, don't. My brother's like, it's not worth it, And so I go, okay. And I lied to him. So there was an alley between the 2 buildings. And they were standing here, throwing words back and forth. And I go, okay, I'm fine, you guys. So they're walking down the alley. And then I jet this way to run around the block. So I'm running, 2 of them are chasing me. My brother goes through the alley. By the time I go around, I didn't know, because they got cops everywhere in Russian Division then, right? So some younger cops were chasing me, they were seeing what was happening. Oh. Unknown to me, they were chasing me around, And so I'm going this way, and they're like through the alley walking this way. And I'm like, fuck you, by his last name. And he turns around and says, F you, and I run up to him. And then I get tackled by my friend. Right. And then he's like, don't, from the back. And then the cops catch up, the young cops. And they start frisking me. And then as I'm being frisked, this asshole puts his fists up. He goes, let's go, Newsome. Let's go. And I'm like, and then my fiance's there. She's crying. He knows I'm not supposed to, And he's like, what's going on? And I'm like, he didn't get to my ID yet. I had it on me. I go, this guy's fucking my fiance. I go, there she is over there. I go, look at him. He had his fists up. I go, look at him. You guys are here now. He goes, get the fuck out of here. The cop was cool. He goes, get the fuck out of here. He was patting me down. And thank God, he didn't find my ID. I'm supposed to meet my fiance at the time downtown, because we were talking after, and I was already seeing the other person, but this is the woman I was going to marry, right? You know what I mean? So we're talking, and I was mad. I felt betrayed, even though I deserved it. But so we're supposed to meet downtown, and I was with my friend. I want to say his name. He worked in IT. He was a wrestler from my high school days. Great guy, and he's not a fighter at all, And so we were downtown, got drunk, he didn't show up, and we were by this other bar, and I see her there talking to this guy outside the window when we were supposed to meet at PS Chicago's. I'm like, fuck. Jeff's like, don't. I go out there, and he's taller than me, right? I'm standing off the curb. I'm like, you fucking piece of shit, Throw a punch at him. I throw a punch at him, and I miss, because it was on, because he was on the curb. He's already taller than me. And I totally missed. And I was drunk because we were sitting there drinking, and I spun so much and I fell backwards and he popped me in the face twice. And then Jeff said, when I got up, I was smiling. I was embarrassed. I got up, and as soon as I got up, like turned around and got up, squads, how they got them everywhere, unmarked squads, and I stopped. And then the cop grabbed me and put me over the hood of the car. I remember it was a brown 4-door, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? And crying again, right? This is right after the other thing happened. I go, that guy's fucking my fiance. He goes, which one's your fiance? I go, no. He goes, she's hot. I start rattling off a bunch of cops' names that I knew. And remember, my mom's fiance was a tactical cop. He knew him. He goes, how do you know Ken? I go, my mom's engaged to him. He goes, you're kidding me? He goes, listen, I'm going to let you go. You tell Ken he owes me a steak dinner. I said, oh, thank you. I go, can I bring my friend with me? He goes, yeah. And the kids is like, I don't give a fuck. This is like, the asshole Mark was there, like crying, And then I walk out, so we go back to PS Chicago. I'm like, no, my God, no, I look like a fucking asshole. I got hit in front of her. I look like an idiot. And then here comes Kaz. Walking from, now he's like, so I run out of the bar. Terry's like, oh no, I'm sorry, we're in a cab. That's right. I'm like bitching to him. I'm like, oh my God, So we're at the red light at Russian Division, and here comes Kaz. And I'm on the passenger side. He's coming right there at the intersection. I'm like, there he is. Jeff's like, no, it's here. Don't. And he tries to grab my shirt in the back here, and I hit his hand, and I get up. And I start yelling at him. I try to spit in his face. I was so mad. Nothing was coming out. I said, let's go in the alley, Oh, I'm going to fuck you up, he said. So we're going towards the alley. And he's yelling at me behind us. I wanted to go behind the alley. And then nice Jeff is like, Kaz, don't go back there. He's going to kill you. I'm telling you, don't go back there. And he's like, I'm going to fuck him up. He's like, don't. And Jeff was walking backwards, trying to stop Kaz, and Kaz now, because of what happened, thinks, oh yeah, I'm not, And then back on Russian Division, back then they used to have those little like trees on the sidewalk with little curbs, they could plant, right? So Jeff was going backwards saying, don't go, and he fell. And Kaz started kicking him in the face with those little bootettes we wore in the 80s. Remember those little cowboy half boots? God, all the Dagos wore them, those little half bootettes.
Okay.
But no, you don't know. Are you just appeasing me? You know what I'm talking about?
I wasn't in the party scene like you guys.
Yeah. So that's like a lot of us, wore. They're kind of gay.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Sometimes with
they're
the zippers
nice.
on the side.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Those are Dago shoes for sure.
Yeah. He's kicking Jeff in the face, So I didn't know Jeff fell. I didn't know that was happening. I just don't hear him yelling at me anymore, Kaz. And I turn around and remember I was trash, right? And I kind of see him. I have to look. I didn't have glasses, and I'm like and I see him. I'm like, Jeff. I run towards Jeff. He goes, fuck you, Newsome. And he kicks Jeff in the face again with those little boot things and jumps over his face, over his body. And he comes running towards me, right? And he's yelling, I'm going to fuck you up. I'm going to, and I hit him, I think it was a right, and split his head open, and the blood went like this. Me and he went back. Remember I said I had surgery when I was down in Florida on my knee? Remember I said I beat the guy up? And Jeff, so I knocked him out. He went back. Jeff gets up. His face went like the elephant man because of this whole side. It blew up purple. And we got him home. The blood went under his, It was like he had a little.
It's a big bruise.
It was the blood, the vessels and stuff. You know what I mean? And we kept him at our house for apartment for a week because we don't want his mom to see him like that. I still got the picture. He looked like the elephant man.
Wow.
And I'm like, Jeff. And he's like, oh, you can't, he couldn't even and I look at Kaz and I jump up and I do one of those wrestling things that try to land on his head. I was so drunk, my right knee, the one that I had replaced now as I got older, I missed his head. My left knee hit his head, and then I got over his shoulders and I beat the guy while he was knocked out. So remember what my dad told me?
Yeah.
I beat the guy while he was knocked out. And another guy who's dead now, Mike Duffy, big guy, he's bouncer downtown at Mother's and stuff. He was on their clique. He was with them more so than me, even though we knew each other. And he came and grabbed me when I was, he's like, Newsome, you don't want to mess. He's bigger than me. And I remember he got under my arm. He goes, you don't want to mess with me. And I got right through him. I go, who the fuck are you? And then I look at Jeff and I'm like, oh my God, Jeff, So I tried stopping cabs. They wouldn't stop for us. Jeff looks like the elephant man. I got a string of blood, down my front of me. And I had to wait till a cab got stuck by the red light by another cab. And then I took him home from there. So this goes into the ecstasy thing, which you made me think about the ecstasy. So I was downtown, took X, and Kaz was there. So, remember I said he had to have surgery and stuff, right? Because I fucked his face up really bad. So I'm downtown with my new set of Italian buddies, right? I'm on ecstasy. Oh, yeah, you know how it is. Oh, right?
Oh yeah.
It's like, yeah.
It's the cure to every problem in the world for about 10 hours at a time.
And the guys come up to me, hey, that guy's here, and I see him, and I go up to him, and I go, Cass, he goes like this, and I go, no, man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's useful that way. You can't fight anybody on ecstasy.
I'm sorry. He didn't say anything. He just saw me. He's like,
I'm over it. I'm so over it.
Should have done that.
Do you love this song? I love this song.
Yeah. Are you still dating my fiance? She's a great girl. So it's kind of an transition to the ecstasy thing. I got so many funny stories about that. But anyway, I would give them away more so than it was to money because everyone asked them for it. So I kind of deviated there, right? Like, so where was I? Oh, so the Italian guys. So Henry was selling me stuff while he was working as a federal informant. I sent you some of that stuff in a text message, right? Mm-hmm. Unknown to me. He was taken out of federal prison by the feds and the DEA to set up the Cali cartel, while the feds who took him out of prison is selling kilos of cocaine on the street after the feds put him on the street. This goes back to your conspiracy stuff, right? And who knows what else he would have been doing besides Terry, right?
Makes sense.
This guy was taken out of prison selling kilos while he's working on setting up the Cali cartel. And one of the things he was an expert at, and it was in when I sent you, was like he would set up cars and stuff with little trick compartments, and that's what he would do as a mechanic, where they'd hide money and stuff. And you do certain things and compartments open, which is kind of like 007 kind of shit, So that's what his background was. I have a story that really scared me on the first time I got something from Henry, right? Because we lived together, right? I know him he's got his Colombian accent, and I was big in working out, and I got him some steroids. He wanted to do steroids, and even went to Santa Fe Speedway with my girlfriend and his family. Fucker, you know what I mean? And so the first time I got something from him, he had me meet him on the north side off of Damon, Spanish neighborhood. And I went to this shitty-ass bar. I had a Volkswagen Scirocco. He told me to, go inside there, page him when I got there. And I paged him, and he said, I'm going to come pick you up in a van, right? And so I left the money in the car under the seat. He had me leave it under the driver's seat. So I was kind of a little worried about leaving it in this shitty neighborhood, right? And then, it's a big panel van. There's two Colombians and him, and he's like, he had his army jacket on, I remember, like the Vietnam ones, the guys would wear, the old ones, He's like, and he goes, sit down. And I go out, he goes, shh. I said, what? Totally different person, right? He goes, you a cop? I said, what? He goes, you a cop, brother. I said, me a cop? Are you fucking kidding me? He goes, you a cop? I go, no. I go, what's going on? Shh. So this guy's working with the feds, right? Maybe he thinks because I look like a cop. I look like more like a cop than a drug dealer, probably, And I'm thinking, right. And I tried to talk, and he got yelled at me and told me just to sit down. They're going around the turns. I'm sitting on a fucking, empty van. And so then we went up and down streets, and then he had us get out and dropped us off. And then we went through between the houses. How they're in Chicago, they're close together. And we went into this gangway between the houses, and the truck took off, the van took off, and then he's searching me, Then we're going, and he's walking real fast. I'm following up and down between buildings and shit. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And then all of a sudden, we go up and down, and, eventually the guys are back with the van. I said, what the hell's going on? I said, how are we going to do this? He goes, shut up, man. And he drops me off at my car out of the van and took off. I'm like, what the fuck? So I thought I was going to get killed. I didn't, you hear about the Colombians, how bad they are and stuff, right? And I'm like, I didn't know what the hell's going on. So while I was walking with him, the Colombians went to the car, took the money, and put the kilo under the seat, so they didn't have to do a transaction. You know what I'm saying? So that was that whole thing. And he's like, question me if I'm a Fed, if I'm a cop. If you're a cop, are you a cop, brother? And I'm like, oh, what the fuck, So, later it makes sense. Number one, he's got to be careful anyway. But number two, he was cooperating with the fucking Feds, setting me up and setting all these other people, wondering maybe if I could have been working with the Feds to get him. I don't know. But I was in work release, with the guy. So that was the first time it happened. Later on, we did other transactions where I'd give him the money, and then I'd send guys to Standard gas station up on the north side behind the garbage can, and they had it, sitting there. The other Colombians would drop it off and leave the kilo or kilos there. So let's see. I start, working with my partner. My partner introduces me to an older Italian guy, and go by, we'll say just Mike, who was much older, way older than us. And he'd be out a lot, he would get some through Robbie. We were in bars in Berwyn. He goes, hey, kid, do you think you could take someone out, kill someone? I'm like, no, unless they did something to my family or a good friend, So he asked me that, right? And then he asked me again another month later, so I think he was trying to, probe me to see, right, on, what this goofy young idiot would do, right? So he brought it up again. And then I was asked if I wanted to go blow up a car of a mistress in Riverside, of some senior person, right? And they go, we'll give you $500. I go, $500? Are you kidding me? Because I was making money. I'm like, $500, and I tell my other buddy, I don't want to say his name, unless I got permission. I forgot to ask him this morning, but his dad was the big shot guy. And he's like, Terry, stay away from these guys. He goes, my dad was killed by one of his friends. This is shortly after his dad was hit. He goes, stay away from him, And so I didn't do it. If anything, I would have done it just to get on the good side of the big shots. Otherwise, I didn't need the money or. So I didn't do that. So I would go back at night with Henry in his room, and this older guy would tell me, hey, you don't know anyone, I could get, grenades, rocket launchers, heroin, like I didn't know anybody, you know what I mean? And he, so then I go back in the room and Henry's talking about the stuff in Colombia and kind of bragging. I'm like, oh yeah, I met these mob guys, man. I could get, heroin, rocket launchers, hand grenades, and just, I wasn't trying to sell it. I was bragging. We're talking at night. We're having, just, and I just heard this from him, and it came up when he was telling me. So maybe like a few weeks later, he comes back and he goes, hey, brother, he goes, can you get those grenades? I'm sorry. He goes, pineapples. I'm like, what? I wasn't, he goes, pineapples, man. Those grenades. I said, oh, I don't know. The guy said he could. I don't know if he's lying or not, And so I go back and I tell him, and I said, this guy said, hey, the Colombian, who they knew because that's where I was getting the stuff from, wanted to know if we can, you get those grenades. He goes, yeah, of course. He goes, listen, you don't ever fucking ask me for something and you don't take it. You hear me? You don't fucking, I show up and you say you don't want it. and that was the last we spoke about that, right? And then about a month later, I'm at the Hinsdale Apartments and I get a call at 7-something in the morning, hungover, going out, And he says, come meet me at the Burger King on Route 83. I'm like, what? And he's like, come meet me at the Burger King. So he had a white panel van. So I pulled next to him. He's like, get in, and I get in, hungover. It's one of those like summer days where you don't even want to see and be in the sun and stuff. Yeah. So, you're like kind of like, fuck, what the hell's this, And he hands me those like plastic grocery bags you have, like, and it was stretched real tight. And he goes like this. I go, what's that? He goes, those are your grenades. There's 6 of them. He goes, cost us $50 each, 50 for you, 50 for Robbie, 50 for me. You sell them for $200. I'm like, holy shit. I'm sitting like, holy shit. I said, it's just, I'm like kind of like frozen. He's like, come on, put them in your car. Let's get some breakfast. So I put him in the car in the back seat of my Scirocco, and I couldn't even eat. I'm like, oh my God, So I remember driving back to the apartment, I'm like leaning forward, like it's gonna make a difference. I'm like, holy shit,
Safety first.
And then my dad lived in the city, had an outside detached garage. I went and put him under his workbench. I don't know where, and they were wrapped in those. Remember those red mechanic rags? Remember the red ones they used to have? Like each one was wrapped in that, right? And so I'm like, holy fuck, now I got 6 hand grenades in my dad's garage, So then I tell the Colombian I got him. He introduced me to his boss, who's the federal agents, the 2 different agents. One was Alex Rodriguez, special agent of the DA. The other one is Art Chavera, special agent of the ATF, because the weapon. So Art was introduced as the bodyguard to Alejandro. Alejandro had a ponytail. They met me with Mercedes, and so we went to a bar called Uppitty's in Berwyn at the time on Harlem. There's a little flower pot in front, and I had him in there. I met my partner there, and the bodyguard was coming, who's the ATF agent, which later makes sense. Why, right? And I'm like, holy fuck, I can't believe this. I go, and he's like, you want me to do it, you pussy? I'm like, no, I set it up. I can't fucking believe this, And so he pulls in front, and I go, here you go. And then he goes, hey, what about those rocket launchers? So I never talked to him that much, right? So later, this shows the difference between the 2 different agencies, right? The DEA and the ATF, and how they have to want to posture for their own self-interest, right? So they are brought in because of that. But at the same time, I'm like, why? I don't even talk to him outside of he was the bodyguard. Maybe couple little things, right? And they're supposed to be Colombians. I'm like, why the fuck are you going around your boss or the guy I live with?
Right.
So I was like a little like, I go talk to them, kind of like, what the fuck? And I was like, I'm so glad it's over with. I got it back inside the bar. It was like, fuck, And so then they asked about the heroin that this guy said he could get, right? And so I told him. So he gave me a 8-ball of heroin. So a kilo of heroin back then went for $200,000, and it wasn't kilos, 2.2 pounds, and it's 2 pounds or something. It was like more expensive and not quite a kilo. It didn't make sense to me. And so the Colombians wanted to try it. So I set it up to meet Alejandro, the DEA agent, at a restaurant bar in Cicero called Al's Steakhouse, I think it was called, known for mob guys hanging out there. And so it was set up where the other Mike would be in the back. I pull in the front with the Alejandro, the DEA agent. Duh, he's a fucking idiot, right? And so then we go inside, and he's all like jittery. I'm like, what's wrong? He goes, I'm nervous. He goes, lots of mob guys hang out here. I said, what are you nervous about? Number one, I'm thinking you're a fucking Colombian. So it's like, what the fuck are you nervous about? And I go, you're with me. I go, what are you talking about? So then he goes, I'd rather wait in the car. I'm like, okay. So then I go out the back, and I get it from this guy, Mike, and he gives it to me in a newspaper, and he goes, here, because it keeps fingerprints, So I get back in his car, and I said, here. I go, hey, can I see that? I never saw heroin before. And he's like, yeah, sure. Because I only did it because it's, because he is stupid. It's stupid I did any of this stuff, right? It's just fucking retarded, right? And so I'm here making the transaction with him, saying, can I see it? Like, I never saw it before. And he opens it up, to show it to me. And I think later when I got in trouble, those guys know I was the fucking, the feds knew, and this, And as I look back on this stuff, right, I was guilty. I did it. But I was not out there trying to promote, sell, or anything. I just brought it up in a conversation. They are the ones that entrapped me, right? I did it. I was wrong, right? But it would have never happened if they didn't ask for it.
Right.
Never, ever happened. No, I did it. I was wrong. I decided to, bite on this bullshit they asked for, but they created the situation of someone that never saw that stuff, never, and I did it just because that's who I am.
You couldn't resist your entrepreneurial instincts to do a consensual business deal for profit.
Yeah,
with good guys.
And there was a willingness to get like associated with the higher up Cali cartel members,
Right.
and I
That's
could
probably
really
why you did it.
I could
just
really
to prove
take those
yourself.
fuckers out, on the south
Positioning.
side. You know what I mean? Big time. You know what I mean? Like, fuck you guys. Because even to this day, I'm fucking pissed at what happened.
No.
No. To this day, I still have not.
Revenge and
Yeah. Yes, I was stupid. I know it sounds really bad. It is bad. It's fucking crazy. And then they got more samples here and there. Unknown to me, my partner was going behind my back to them. They were trying to get, because they met him with me. Another crazy time, they came in to play the game, Meigs Field, before it was converted to whatever it is now. They flew in a turboprop airplane. The Colombians,
wow,
the feds, the Colombians flew in and had me and Robbie meet them on the runway out there. Right.
Before it was a concert.
And then then they come up, and I know Alejandro with the ponytail. He looks like a Cali cartel boss for real. You know what I mean? And he, slicked hair back in the ponytail, and he looks the part big time. And then Art's kind of dumpy, the ATF agent taller, his bodyguard. And he goes, he comes up and he goes to kiss Robbie on the cheeks like you see in the movie. Robbie's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I go, he likes to do that. And then he said, "Listen, we're serious, man. We need to take this back to our country. We're in a war down there, and we need help." So that was the whole show, because we're
the motive.
Yeah. And then so then they got some more samples. Then they wanted to do a 10 or 20 kilo deal. It's $2 or $4 million, right? I'm sorry. 10 or 20. I forgot which one it was, right? And then I was supposed to be the go-between between.
That's $100,000 a key then, yes?
$200,000 a key back then.
$200,000 a key, okay.
The stuff I sent you was from their own report, you know what I mean, that you guys have.
Yeah.
I was supposed to be the in-between of the transaction at the hotel between the Colombians and the mob guys. I'm like, what the fuck, man? I don't trust either one of them. I'm sitting there thinking one might try to rob the other. It wasn't the arrest thing. Obviously, that's always in your back of your head of getting arrested. But I'm like, I don't trust either one of these fuckers, man. They might try to rob the other one, and I'm stuck in the middle. And it just happened. I didn't want to be in the spot. And then you're kind of stuck in it, and you're kind of, it's like, it's really, really hard to explain, right? And I'm like, I don't want to do this. It's just like when I transfer the grant, I'm like, fuck, Rob. I'm like, fuck, he's like, you pussy, I'll do it. It's like kind of like, it's. There's so many different things going through my head at that time, and that point in time in my life where I didn't care. Then I got in bed, I got involved in it. It was like, it just consumed me.
Yeah, but plus you, up until this point, your whole life, you've been a connector.
Yeah.
You've known multiple groups of people, and that's how you are. It's your personality. So this wasn't out of your nature to
like
make
sales
connections.
and politics.
Yep.
It's the same thing. It's just, and then like you become a friend of mine, even though you're a criminal or whatever. I'm like, oh, I'll try to, it's like, hey, it's just, it's just who
They're
I
all
am.
like little feathers in your cap too,
Yes.
right? You're a talent. I got a guy for this. I got a guy for that.
It is. I swear to God, it is. It's kind of weird how that happened. We started getting cautious. So then what they did, the next thing is they sent me. This is the Fort Lauderdale.
You're moving like grenades and weapons. What is that? What you're doing? Or?
It was the 6 hand grenades. Then they wanted the Laws rocket launchers. The hand grenades were M2 canister grenades. It says in the DA report I gave you. They had Laws rocket launchers. They could get as much heroin as you wanted from Sicily. They could get liquid heroin from Sicily that goes through New York.
Is that injectable?
No, it's different. It was actually brand new back then. We should probably do some research on it, but yeah, I mean, it was just stuff that they said I could get. I'm like, I wasn't out. Like, I never saw any of that stuff. Right? It wasn't on my radar. It just happened. Yes, I did it. But it just happened the way it happened, that I explained to you. So it wasn't like I knew what any of that shit was. None of it. I'm not trying, so any fuckers are going to say, oh, look, he's blaming on. No, I did it. I was wrong, right? Mm-hmm. So I just want to be very clear. But I wasn't like something I planned or intended or knew. It just happened, and I went through it, and I did it like an asshole. So with me personally, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Like I'm getting in deeper than I was before, and it all triggered because I wanted revenge. I was mad, you know what I mean? Like I'm fucking up like big time, and I'm just starting to like question myself, right? But I'm still doing it, right? Because the money was there again. I mean, like I remember one Friday I made 25 grand, cash. That it's a lot of money, you know what I mean? Just one night. After all the shit I've been through, you know what I mean? And so then the Colombian, Alejandro Rodriguez, the DA guy, the Colombian boss, said he wanted to send me down to Fort Lauderdale to pick up 10 kilos to prove that they're legit, right? So that we, stop delaying. And I think, the other guy was delaying too because he wasn't certain. And I would say, listen, I go to Colombia, it's giving me the kilos that you guys are getting shit from. He's legit. He was. The Colombian was legit, not his bosses. But I'm like, Henry's for real, man. I mean, the shit you guys are getting is from him. So, it was a way of like, and so they set it up that I go to Fort Lauderdale and I'm supposed to page this certain guy that worked for the Colombians in Fort Lauderdale. So I go down there. I have my old fiance's best friend's boyfriend meet me down in Fort Lauderdale. I'm not going to say his name. I had my girlfriend at the time go with me. Got to rent a car, got a hotel. The evening meeting on the Sunrise Boulevard, there was a Marriott there. And I'm supposed to meet the Colombian there to pick up the vehicle to drive back to Chicago.
Which had the
kilo. They had the 10 kilos in it.
$2 million.
So I go to the hotel. I got the rental car. I've got my girlfriend driving. I got my friend in there, right? They were in the back end of the hotel. I go around the front. They're sitting there waiting until I figure out where and what, whatever, right? And so I go meet the guy in the lobby that we paged back and forth. And it's like, he's very clean cut. I'm like, I'm expecting the fucking Colombians to look grubbier than my Colombian, my work, because there's a big difference between the Colombian that lived with me. He looked like a Cali cartel Colombian, which he really was. Right? Gritty kind of, you know what I mean? And this guy looked like a college guy. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, hear me right away. I was expecting like, okay, And then he's asking me, who's with you? I said, why do you care? I would not,
Right.
Why do you care? He goes, because you're fucking got my shit. We don't trust you guys. The plane, I don't trust you guys. And then, so he says, I'll show you the pickup truck. So we walk out there. I'm on my crutch from beating up the market. I'm on the crutch from the surgery I had after I beat that guy up, when I met my knee. And again, I'm still an inmate, fucking retarded, right? Double retarded. And so we go out there and he said, there it is, the truck, which is close to the front entrance there. And they were back there, my my girlfriend and my friend. And it had a liner, and he's like, he lifts the liner up. I said, what are you lifting the liner up for? And there's a rectangle weld. So obviously it was a confiscated vehicle that they got from somebody else, right? And then I said, I don't even give a fuck where it's at. I'm sitting there thinking, why are you showing it to me in the middle of a parking lot in the daytime? And so then I go, you got tinted windows with the cardboard tags Florida has? I'm like, I'm going to drive to Chicago with that? Oh, don't be a pussy. It's like, he goes, I want to meet who's driving with you. I said, what? No. So we go back inside. I call Linda and I said, pull up by that pickup truck you saw me by. I'll meet you out there. And then, so I was leaving. Yeah, I said goodbye to that guy. That's right. The reason I did the U-turn is I went back to get directions to get to the highway back then because you didn't have the GPS stuff. Right. That's why I forgot when I first was telling you before. So I did a backtrack to go to the desk to say, hey, how do I get to 95 or whatever the hell it was? And as I'm standing there, I see the two guys run with the cameras, the VHS cameras. Remember the ones?
Yeah.
At that same time, there was the TV show Cops that went on. And coincidentally, right? So I go back to the truck. I wave my girlfriend on. My buddy gets out of the car, and she drives forward. As she gets right by the truck, all of a sudden, the helicopters come back. And I forgot to say on the way there, we talked about it, right? There's helicopters, 2 helicopters were following us on A1A, but I'm like, that's kind of normal up and down the coastline. And my girlfriend starts crying, oh, what if they're for us? I'm like, we're just being paranoid. So that happened before on the way there.
That's Goodfellas stuff right there.
Yeah, so it's like, we're just being paranoid, right? And so as I wave her over, as soon as she comes, all of a sudden, 2 helicopters come over and guys come out from everywhere in cars. And I'm on my crutch. I felt like woozy. It's like, fuck, I'm screwed. I'm still an inmate, right? And got 10 kilos. And then on my other hand, I had the keys that he gave me, and I was gonna try to flip them in my back was to the bushes. I was gonna try to flip them there, and I got them out, and my wrist gets grabbed. And then the one guy comes up, the head guy who gave me his card later. He was the Dade County organized crime major investigations, right? He didn't give me the card right away, but that's who came, started talking to me, and this other guy grabbed it, got the keys, and he goes, well, what's in the truck? I said, well, what truck? He goes, the truck you're driving. I ain't driving that truck. He goes, what are these? So he goes, what's in here? I said, I don't know. He goes, you expect me to believe that? He goes, what are you doing? He goes, whose truck is this? I said, I don't know. He goes, come on. He goes, what's going on? I said, well, I was at Shooters, which is everyone knows from Fort Lauderdale. It's on the Intercoastal. Been there forever. Mm-hmm. And that's where we used to go with all my Dago buddies down there. So I just said, we were at Shooters, and someone overheard me saying I was from Chicago. And the guy said, you want to make $2,000? I'll give you to drive the truck back to Chicago. I'm like, yeah, sure. So I had over $2,000 in my pocket, my phone book. And so I go, look, here.
Now it's your pocket cash.
Yeah.
I'm Were they filming this the whole time?
Yes. Yeah. So they take my license and they put them on the back trunks of the cars next to the pickup truck, right? And they're both filming with the camera. So I'm assuming one was their camera for the feds or whoever, right? Because this is state and county. It wasn't. I don't know if a DA was embedded with them. You know what I mean? But the main guy was. Major organized crime major unit for Dade County. So they're filming. So he goes, listen. He goes, he gives me this card. He goes, do you have a weapon on you? And I'm like, no. He goes, you don't have a weapon on you. I said, no. Why would I? He goes, Italian guy from Chicago and South Florida without a weapon. And I'm like, no. And then the one guy goes and searches my car, and I hit a 38 Beretta in the bag in the back of the car. And he goes, comes back, and he goes, no weapons. And I'm like, oh, that guy must be retarded. I was like, right? I'm like, how did he miss that? Right? So again, for you're following the story, this was set up by the feds, right? So they want to let me go, right? So he didn't want to say, we got a weapon. You want to act like you missed it, which is kind of like, all right. So he goes here. He goes, whoever owns this vehicle and they want this stuff back, you have them call me. I said, what does that mean? I can go? He goes, yeah. He goes, what hotel are you staying at? I said, I don't know, because I was leaving. She was going to go stay at her girlfriend's. He goes, all right, call me when you know what hotel you're at. I said, I could go. He goes, yeah. He goes, you tell him to call me. I'm like, okay. And they tell Linda to get in the car. And so I'm going back. Oh, and my friend walks by, the guy that was with us from Florida. He's walking by like stiff. Like, because he was already starting all of a sudden all this stuff. And he's like, just. And I'm like looking at him like a puppy. Like, kind of like, I don't want to draw attention to him, right? And they didn't pick him up or anything, right? And then he never answered his pad. I didn't talk to him for months. He didn't, so I don't blame him. Good friend. We're still friends to this. I mean, we're close friends. And so I'm hopping back to the car, get my license right before I get in the passenger side. I hear Newsome. I turn around and the guy with the camera goes, smile for the camera. And I kind of look like, fuck you, but I didn't say fuck you. I just like, okay, asshole. That's funny. You know what I mean? And so I get in the car and Linda's like, oh my God, what's going on? What's going on? I said, I have no fucking, let's go, get out of here. She goes, we could go. I go, yeah, he said we could go. Oh my God. And I was like, I don't know what's going on. I said, I have no idea. So we go to a hotel, right? I get a hotel and she's in the shower. We're going to go meet her girlfriend that she was supposed to meet anyway, right? I'm fucking like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with the Colombian. I'm like, oh my God. I was like, I'm sitting on the bed, I'm watching TV, And sure enough, the TV show Cops was, it was on a Saturday. So it wasn't these guys. It was these guys, but it wasn't a live. It was the same guys. Linda's in the shower. I'm like, come here. Oh my God, there's the guys we just saw. I go, come here. It's the TV show Cops. Remember, started out in Florida, then Fort Lauderdale, Miami. They had the crew there to film the thing, but it never aired because it was an ongoing investigation when it happened by the feds, right? So that the crew went along, but it never aired. And so I call, after I saw that, I was scared to call the Colombian. Like, what am I going to tell him? I was like, this is fucking weird. You know what I mean? So I call him. He calls me back, Alejandro, DE agent, Kelly cartel boss. I said, oh my God, you're not going to believe this. I go, they took your stuff. He goes, who? I go, I think they're dirty cops, but there's too many of them. What the fuck are you talking about? I go, they had helicopters and stuff and all these cops, and the guy gave me his card. Here's his card. And I read it off. He said, if you want it back, call him. He goes, you fucking lying asshole. I knew I couldn't trust you fucking Italians. I knew you're no good. I knew it. I'm like, you fucking owe me, you son of a bitch.
He really played it out.
Oh, yeah. And I go, you got to watch Cops right now. They're on TV. I go, you got to watch them. And he laughed. I still remember him laughing when he yelled at me. And I'm like thinking, in the middle of my anxiety and like, what the fuck? I'm like, why is he laughing? He just lost a whole truckload, right? You know what I mean? And so as everything, I reflected back. I'm like, I know why he's laughing. He's like, probably, holy fuck, he saw the cops. I saw the guy, you know what I mean? Who would have ever thought, I put it together. I just happened to be sitting on the bed watching it while she was in the shower. I was just sitting there kind of like, what am I going to do now? And when Cops was on, I was watching it, but not watching it. I was like in a daze. So that was pretty funny, actually. I'd like to try. I interviewed a guy that's been on Cops and the Vegas police officer that's on there a lot. And I have them trying to see if they could pull it up. It's been so long ago because I don't know if they were allowed to let them keep it or because that investigation. Yeah, I got you. But I would love to see that. It would be hilarious to see, that film. So that was an interesting thing. And I'm like, I am fucking done with this, right? I'm like, I'm done, right? So I go back home. I tell the Colombian I'm done. They kept trying to get me back in. I took a job working as a IT recruiter, which led to my job that changed my life, right? I am done, right? And so I went to work for my friend's father's company, another Italian guy, and did IT recruiting and stuff. And they had a golf outing one day. And I had my hot girlfriend, smoking girlfriend I told you about. And she wore, they had a golf outing. We drove the beer truck. I hate golfing. I'm not a golfer. And she wore her thong and she's fucking smoking, So I served drinks, beers, what she did to the customers all day, right? Trashed. I don't get trashed, I got a picture that one of my friends had that sent it to me of that very same day before what's about to happen that I'm going to tell you. That's going to happen, right? I got this picture. I'm not going to show it. My wife, probably, my new wife, right? But, and again, somebody sent it to me that had it. It's not like I hung it around like for all these years. And so I get a call to meet Alejandro at the Hinsdale Oasis when there was a Hinsdale Oasis off of 294.
They still have it there.
Is it still there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I'm sorry. So yes, it was the Hinsdale Oasis. But then as you get off the Oasis, they used to have the gates that go down. Remember, and you go to get onto Stevenson Expressway. So you get off the Oasis and you go to the right. You go to the right on the highway, and there's the gate. You had to pay the gates before the toll thing.
They don't have that anymore. You just
yeah. So Hinsdale Oasis is still there, but they took down some of the other ones. That's right, the one by O'Hare, I think, and they took some of them down.
They don't go over the highway anymore.
This one does, I think. This one doesn't. Hinsdale doesn't. No, Hinsdale's down. They have them on each side.
Okay,
right? I think, or no? Maybe it's the one. Oh, maybe it's the one by O'Hare. Oh, well, anyway, they took a lot of them down, right? So he had me meet him southbound on 294 at the Hinsdale Oasis, right? I'm in my 1989 New Yorker. In 1989, I remember it now. And I was drunk because I was golf outing. Didn't fucking golf at all. I was just drinking with my hot chick. And so I pull in, and I was already like wondering, like, what the fuck's going on? I thought they were going to kill me. I lost the load. I blew them off. I got my job. I wanted nothing to do with them. I kept telling them, I'm done. So they So I park, I go into the Oasis, and they have the doors to get in where the bridge part is, right? I parked like right there. There was no other cars except 6 cars that were spread out in the Oasis. Kind of like over here, a couple here. And a couple of them had like a white guy and a black guy leaning on the hood, which is unusual. I mean,
yep.
And so again, I'm drunk and I open my door of my 89 New Yorker, and I put my foot down because it caught my attention, and I saw them get in their car, the ones that were standing out. And I'm like, I don't know if they're Colombians or what. I didn't know. I mean, at this point, I wasn't sure. I was hoping they were just Colombians, but I wasn't sure, And I just jumped in the car, fucking took off, and fucking floored it. I was drunk and running for my life, or whatever, right? So I went, and then I got off on 294 on the Stephen Expressway when they had those gates, right? Mm-hmm. And I went through the gates, fucking, and then I went to County Line Road South. That's where my brother lived over there. Actually, at the time, just moved there. And then, my friend Anthony Demore lived there. And so I get a call from Alejandro. He's like, "What are you doing? What's wrong with you?" I go, what do you got people chasing me for? What the fuck is going on? You got all these cars chasing me. You got white guys with so-and-so. What the fuck is that? What's going on? He's like, relax. Where are you? I ain't fucking telling you. He goes, relax. And he laughed again. I go, I ain't fucking telling you what's going on. And then his voice totally changed, his tone and demeanor. He goes, Terp, listen, just take it easy. We'll meet next week, okay? Don't worry about it, all right? And I'm like, okay. It sounded so fucking different, his tone. Thinking, feds, what I mean? I wasn't sure, though. He was so gracious this way. He was worried. He said, just don't worry about it, right? And so he had me meet him the next week on a Monday night. I was going to stuntman class at the time I met him at an Arby's right off the Stevenson and Harlem. Right, Stevenson, Harlem, on the south side of Stevenson. So I park next to, he's in a car, like a little shit car, not the Mercedes. It's a fucking DEA car. Not the Mercedes every time I met him in, right? And so I get in the car in the passenger's side, and he goes, hey, wave Art over. He's in that other car. Another, they're feds, right? And I'm like, that, So Alex goes, man, I've been doing this for a while. This is probably one of my hardest cases because I really like you. He goes, I'm Special Agent Alejandro Rodriguez with the DA. I'm like, fuck. And then Art gets in at the same time. He hits me on the shoulder. What's up, brother? He goes, Art Chavera, Special Agent ATF. He goes, because he played the bad guy more because I didn't, I built a rapport with him, even though what I mean? And he goes, well, you guys got to make some decisions. He goes, you got to make some decisions, man. He goes, you're looking at 75 years. 5 to 10 years per every grenade plus whatever. I was an inmate, what I mean? And he goes, so you better make some decisions pretty quickly. And then Alejandro says, we want that liquid heroin. Right? He goes, so I'll call you tomorrow. The first person I call again is Robbie, my partner. And I tell him, I said, these guys are feds, man. I go, they're fucking feds. And so he had me go meet him. I went and met him in Brookfield. I said, I can't fucking believe. I mean, everything made sense then, but how it happened. And I go, fucking Henry was selling this. His name's Henry Alave. We'll show stuff from the reports of him who set up the Cali cartel. Who, by the way, he was paid $250,000 by the federal government while he was selling kilos of cocaine on the street.
Wow!
As a federal informant, right? That was taken out of prison to help with them. And I got a super important story that will tie into that at the back end of this. So I was like, oh my God, And so my buddy's like, let's take him out. I'm like, fuck that. Are you fucking kidding me? It's easy to talk to, I'm
like the feds out?
Yeah. I said, fuck that. I go, you fucking kidding me? Fucking retarded. We're already retarded. What we did. It's like, and then, in the meantime too, we switched cars. We were getting a little suspicious. We switched cars. He had a Olds 98 Dago car. I had my New Yorker, Frank Sinatra, Sunderwind, and our little tapes and everything. And the feds actually pulled him over once. And right before this, right? And they said, "What's up, Mr." by his last name. They're going through, it was his car before we switched. That's why we switched. Yeah, after that. Like it made a difference. But we didn't, And he goes, "Have you made it up the food chain yet? Are you a made guy? Huh? Make any hits, And then they just harassed him. They didn't do anything, right? And so then that's when we switched, and we're kind of like, this, but nobody's came by me. And then I left my girlfriend's one time. I was with my friend, my right-hand guy buddy, from the first time that we're leaving hers. We see there's a big evergreen outside of on York Road, off of Ogden. They got those nice condos there. I forgot the name of them. Real nice. So so we're pulling out this long, it's a gated community, and we see a guy go like this, like across the street by evergreen, the long lens, and I'm like. Like right after me, I'm like, "Did you see that fucking guy taking our picture?" Yeah, what the fuck? Right? It's like, what the fuck? So they were taking pictures of us leaving there.
You've been had, which had a beak, fry your brain.
Yeah.
These guys were like, you're doing deals with these guys, and you're like, so you're feeling secure, like, oh, these guys are the real deal. Yeah. And all of a sudden, you're in a car.
Yeah.
I'm special agent so-and-so. So what happens now? How does this whole thing play out after they nab you? You talk to your buddy.
Yeah. So they, So, I bought time for my friend. He left, gone, I'm assuming he went to where he told me I could go with him if I wanted. I knew, he eventually got caught. I'm like, we're not, especially if we go together. It's like, It's like that wouldn't last long. And he went to some Indian casino. Where later was found. I don't even know how long it was where he was later found, So they, I told you about, did I tell you about, did we talk about it on camera, the hooligans and the rocket launcher or no? Or was it
you mentioned a rocket launcher.
But we didn't talk about it. Was it off camera?
That was kind of the warm up.
We did talk about it?
Really,
off camera we did, yeah.
Okay, we talked about it off camera. Okay, so these guys, because it's important, it's before, right? They told me who they were. They kept, as I decided on my own, before I knew I was in trouble or whatever, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I got this job making $10 an hour, which is nothing, right? And they had me meet him at Houlihan's in Oak Brook, and I had this older guy, Mike, with me, and the ATF&D agent had me meet them there as the Colombians, and they said, they were, I think, probably getting desperate, right? Because I kind of shut them off, and but they had me walk out to the Mercedes in the parking lot, which I was kind of concerned, like, what the hell's going on? They told Mike he had to stay inside. We went to the Mercedes, opened the trunk, and in the back seat of the trunk was a rocket launcher. I'm like, oh, wow. He's like, and Alejandro goes, pick that up. I said, for what? He goes, this is what we want. I need you guys to get this, right? I want this type of rocket launcher. He goes, grab it. So, I'm like, I pick it up. I'm like, wow, this is light. Like a dummy, put my fingerprints on there. But so later when I found out I was in trouble and stuff, I guess there was some rocket launchers that were stolen from a military base. That's why they were showing me those type of rocket launchers. Not that, like, say if it still doesn't make sense because, like, say if I got whatever they had, you don't have to show me, whatever they have, they have. You know what I mean? The mob guys.
Yep.
Whatever they have, they have. So showing me what you want and what you'd like to have that was supposedly stolen doesn't make, I don't know why I don't know unless they just wanted my fingerprints on it. You know what I mean? To show I was willing to, sell it, which I wasn't, It's just, like I said before, it just happened. And matter of fact, they're trying to force me into doing something that they want again, And if I would have done it, I would have been wrong. But it was like something I wasn't doing. I wasn't out trying to do.
I wonder if that's ever happened to anybody else.
Yeah, right? Oh, my God, right? And then they obviously don't believe us and think, man, it probably happened to so many people in so many different times. And there's guilt with respect to going forward with whatever that crime might be. But it's like they put the hook in, reeled it.
Yep. That's why it's so dangerous to get into the worship of the military or the worship of police. It's like if you've been in these places, like I love people I served with, Absolutely. There's a lot of things we understand about each other, but I'm like, anybody who thinks that everybody that served is like a worthwhile person, I'm like, right. You haven't been around the military much. And the same thing with cops, man. There's so many dirty, awful, scumbag cops, all the way up and all the way down. And we just got to get over the hero worship of these certain, protected populations. Teachers, look how that turned out.
Oh my God, right?
Teachers are
civil servants.
And my parents are teachers. Like I get it. Like we should revere some of these roles, and we definitely have to feel for what they have to go through. But I mean, I think your story is crazy for pointing out just like how backwards the system can be as it's designed right now, and how much needs to be fixed. And I'm just happy to be here, man.
Yeah,
keep rolling.
We're going to take one little sidebar here, and because this will open up a can of worms that we're going to need another podcast for. We're all pretty much like-minded, the three of us. We've talked about the way the world really is constructed. Right. And I'm going to call you guys out when we start talking about politics, which won't be today too much, but we are in a big psyop. Everything we've been taught, for the most part, and I mean everything, is a lie.
I agree with you. I mean, I wouldn't agree with you before I got into this. I told Chad that many times.
And see, your story actually is a perfect illustration of the nature of man, the evil nature of man, which is once you get a taste of true power and true money, it's like heroin for the brain. You cannot shut it off. And you're it happened to you, right? So when you get to a certain point where you're just so into the money and power thing, you lose your humanity. You don't really even care about people. You morph into what they call psychopath. This is the neuroscience that I study. So as we rise in power and wealth, in any arena, we lose our humanity.
Sports, politics, acting, entertainment. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean,
that's why I don't even watch the news anymore, because there are no good guys up there.
Right.
And the ones that do try to maintain their good guyness, if they're neutralized, their voice is heard, but there's nothing that's ever done with anything. So we'll have a really good panel discussion on the next podcast. So I just wanted to throw in that little sidebar. Man is inherently evil. And a comedian did a funny skit. He said, like, right at the beginning of time, okay, there was Adam and Eve, and then they had two sons, Cain and Abel, and one brother killed the other. So technically 25% of all the population were murderers, right? Yeah. And then when there was only 3 left, then 33% of the population was murderer, right? That is our nature. And we could all get bumped off course and become that, And I just said this to my brother-in-law the other day. I said, if some guy came up to me when I was walking out of a house, my last appointment for a showing, because I'm a realtor, and said, hey, you're a top-performing realtor. I have a proposal for you. We're going to give you a client who's not going to really be a real estate client, all right? And we're going to tell you which house is the schedule at what time. And you're going to take that real estate client out, and you're going to look at houses with them, these specific houses that we designate, and they're going to go in, and you're going to just stand by the front door. They're going to go in the house and do something, and then they're going to come out, and we're going to give you $10,000 per house. But you can never ask us what they're doing inside the house. I would do it. It might take more than $10,000, but everybody is bribable or coercible, meaning you'll do it, or we have your grandkids right now. So that's how the world works, and it always has. That was my little sidebar. So let's get back to you, Terry, and I'm anxious to hear how you get through all of this stuff, and you're still sitting here a free man for the most part. Free as
as we are.
Yeah.
Allowed to be free. Yeah, so I was in this position, they wanted me to set up Robbie. I did not set up Robbie. I still talk to Robbie, right? Yeah, he went on the lam. He got caught later in the future. I also learned later in the future and through some of these reports that there was some backdoor stuff going on with him directly around me. But matter of fact, they brought it up to me, actually, to try to get me. That's right, when I was waffling and delaying, right? They try to use that to think they were going to get me mad at them. I forgot about that. Some of this stuff I'm like reliving as I'm talking, or the paperwork, it's like popping in my head. And it didn't change. And they got mad at me. In the meantime, in parallel, they had the case against John Kappas, the big one, right, where he got 45 years. Actually, his started earlier in the back end of the work release. I'm not exactly sure when. And they had the case against the brothers, right? The brothers I told you about, the ones that
There were three of them.
Yeah.
The younger one was...
There was five, but there was three that was involved with the drug aspect. The oldest one, Dante Chop Shops, he's dead. There's two other ones. And then the younger one was a scumbag that had something to do with my friend Donnie. And then there's an older one that was not involved. He was the only one. And then there's a younger one and a sister. So yeah, there's a lot of them. They started getting mad at me, right? And they knew what was going on because they had another agent who is going to come on the show now. His name's Randy Clifton, Special Agent Randy Clifton. He was about maybe my age, a little older at that time, worked out. And he came and confronted me. He was working on the Kappas case and with the Atulos, which is separate from mine, which was really triggered from the Colombian. And I just got thrown in for scraps, right? Because how that happened. So even though I was separate from them, John was under indictment. It was all over the news. The Atulos, nothing to do with me. We got friends saying I set up friends. I never, ever set up a friend. I never wore a wire for the FBI, right? This was a DEA case, even though people are saying differently.
Right.
And with respect to those brothers, I easily did backflips to go in front of the grand jury to share what I knew about my old bosses at the time, right? Again, these were the guys that were involved with, my fiance, my friend dying. One of them, when I was going into state prison, had me give his buddy $5,000, said he'd get me out on work release. He didn't. And this guy tried to get money from me when I got out, and they were fucking my fiance. It's like, fuck you, tried to, So I gladly, and I sleep very well, went with a grin in front of the a grand jury. And something I learned when I was doing that, which is just kind of disgusts me, and I know Mr. Conspiracy will love this. People's lives are on the line in front of the grand jury, right? And they said that the feds could indict a piece of toast or whatever. What's that saying? Ham sandwich, right? I know why now firsthand. I'm sitting there explaining, my side of what happened. So again, remember, these assholes are already in, they're in trouble and everything. And I was just a little icing on the cake. So there's 24 of them. A federal grand jury has 24 people. I don't know if you guys knew that.
I didn't.
Yeah. And they keep them on longer because of the cases and stuff, right? And there's a lot of room for people sitting in there and stuff. And half of these people, that people's lives are in the hand, regardless if you don't like them or not. I'm like, they're not paying attention. They're reading fucking books, nodding off.
Wow. I'm
like, to the point, I was like, the fuck? Even though I hate those guys, right? You know what I mean? And I was glad. I was like, fuck. I mean, what about the people, what about all these other people that get indicted by the feds and they go in front of a bunch of jamokes, the people that, in my view, are so stupid they can't get out of jury duty and they want to get the money or whatever, and it's nothing. And the time, the inconvenience, because they're fucking retarded, are making judgment decisions on people's lives that are being directed by the feds that might or might not be true.
Well, the prosecutors in that selection process, and you're going to line yourself up for success. They got a goal they want to hit, and it ain't your freedom. It's got nothing to do with it. They've got an agenda. They're going to pack that the way they want it, and we've allowed this to happen to where the courts are a joke.
Just so you understand too, this isn't a hearing. Right, so this is the grand jury that sits.
Right.
So the defense attorneys has no say. This is people that are drawn, whatever, and they sit there about indictments. Yes or no? Do we have enough to indict? Yes or no? Regardless of the defense. So there's two different things, between having the hearing and the case like
that. Gotcha.
Right. So it kind of amazed me that you got these fucking people that didn't even seem to give a shit. Right. And I don't know what the outcome of what mine was specifically. But back in the South Side too, my buddies, word kind of gets out. The guys are my friends. Hey, I heard you're cooperating. I know you would never do it. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, right? I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, And then, so Robbie was, MIA. They had the case going against the prison guards, the work release prison guards that Henry, my roommate, had going on because he was working with them from the beginning. And so I was thrown into that. And as well, I didn't have to go in front of the grand jury, only against the other guys. I didn't have to go. They already had that underway, but I was as a witness for when they had the hearing. And there was another black guy that was a witness. And at this time, Henry was under the witness protection program when everything came out, right? He got $250,000. He got a new identity. And it was really more so probably not probably because of the Colombians, more so than me. It's like, that was the main target and goal. So we had to go to the hearing, and it's kind of funny. I was being questioned during the hearing, and the United States attorneys, they prep you and stuff, and I'm on the stand, and the three prison guards who are scumbags, right? Guys come out of prison from work release. They see who's got the money, black, white, or whatever. They push them, right? They threaten to say, hey, either you give me money or money, drugs, or pay. In some cases, we're paying mortgages. Money, drugs, and mortgage. It's all in the report, right? And if you don't, I'm going to violate you. So your life after getting out of prison is supposed to straighten it out, regardless of what I mean? These scumbags come and say, hey, Frank, hook me up. If not, I'll violate you. I'll give you shitty jobs, whatever. Your life is in the hand of a scumbag gang member that becomes a fucking prison guard, right? And strong arms so many different guys, right? There was us three, but there was two other ones that were involved that I didn't know about. I only knew because the stuff showed up in that thing I sent you that later came out, about Henry and stuff. And so I'm on the stand, and they're all three attorneys are taking swats at me, right? And they go, so, Mr. Newsome, while you were out on work release, selling hand grenades and heroin. Right? Is there anything else, Mr. Newsome? I'm like, no. There's nothing else. I'm like, and I wasn't trying to be deceitful. What about the ecstasy? I forgot that. But I wasn't really selling it.
I was just sharing.
He goes, is there anything else you're forgetting, Mr. Newsome? And I'm like, I don't think so. And the jury laughed.
So they at least paid attention for that.
Yeah. No, I mean, the guys, they all went to jail. Right? They all three of them went to jail. Scumbags. They tried to appeal it too. And that's what you guys have, the appellate stuff I sent you. That was the appeal, right? So these guys are shitheads. Again, I actually enjoyed that contribution as well. And then there's another time where I think I include that in the story where I sent two friends to Juarez, Mexico. Did you see that or no?
No.
So did you see that? Mm-mm. Yeah. So I got some from these Mexican guys off of Western and Blue Island in Western. Diversifying, right? Getting some, and so I got stuff from them a few times, and then they said they had a connection of corrupt federales out in Juarez, and they could get it, good price, right? So I sent two guys, my friend, my nice buddy, that got beat up, the nice guy, and another guy that was a accountant. I'm like, I'll send guys that were never involved before, right? And then my friend had his buddy from Texas that got the ecstasy. So I sent them down there. The total of my money and his money was $150,000 to go through El Paso, Texas, into Juarez to meet these three federales, and then do this first transaction that was set up with these Mexicans up here in Chicago, right? And I met through one of my Italian buddies, different one, totally different from these guys. So I said, listen, guys, because this is not something they do. I said, don't give them my fucking money, all right? Do not give them my money. Make sure they got the shit. You can't trust these fucking guys. Do not give them my money. And I said, be very careful, right? So they go into Juarez, and the day it's supposed to happen, and they don't call me back. And then they don't call me the next day. I'm like, oh my God, my friends are killed. They don't call me the third day. I'm like fucking freaking out, thinking they got murdered, right? And so the reason they didn't call me is because the fucking idiots gave the federales the $150,000. They said they'd be back. And they were scared to call me, and they stayed at the hotel. They were thinking they're going to come back. So they called me, and they were all scared to tell me. And I'm like, you fucking idiots. I go, I'm just glad you're alive. I'm glad you're fucking alive. I'm sitting here thinking you're fucking dead for 3 days, And so then the guy from Dallas who threw in money thought I ripped him off, right? And he's threatening on the phone that he's going to come up, and he knows kind of who I was in through my friends. He's going to send some mercenaries up, and I'm like on the phone, like, you fucking little bitch. I go, listen, you should be mad at me. I understand. I go, I got ripped off too. He wanted the money. I go, I did not fucking rip you off. I got ripped off. I go, I'm not fucking paying you. You want to come up here? Go ahead, you fucking clown. Send somebody up here. See what happens. And nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happened. So, that they were federalized. They gave them my money in their fucking federal uniforms, and so when I got in trouble by the feds, right? So I'm looking at all that time, right? So I had the prison guards. I did the grand jury, and then I told them about these guys, right? I said, I'll help set them up, man, because I could do it with clean conscience. So just for you scumbag, snitch or beefer, right? Loyalty is a two-way street, right? Loyalty is a two-way street. So you could sit there and say whatever the fuck you want. Even some of these mobsters that are on TV doing their podcasts and stuff, right? He's a fucking snitch, this or that. I proved myself twice with both of my... the first people I called were my guys. I've never set up a friend. I never fucking wired a friend. I got people that I could sleep easily at night, and I helped myself, right? So I gladly help myself. So if you got an issue with that, you go fuck yourself. Honestly, I don't care.
There's no honor in taking a fall for a piece of shit.
So I lost 150. Well, 120 was mine or whatever. But the guys definitely. So then I went back to the Mexicans. I told them I need to rebuild and stuff, right? And this is the only, it was a wire, but it wasn't a wire in a traditional sense. It was pretty interesting watching how these guys work, right? So I went back to the South Side with these Mexican guys, and I did buy some stuff. I didn't, tell the feds, right? Did the same thing that Henry did to me that I learned, right? To turn their trust. I bought, I bought, like only a few ounces or something like that. And so when I worked with my friend Alejandro now, my buddy, and the team they had it must be a standard. It was like 6 cars. It must be their little crew of 6 guys, right? So I went to this restaurant where I'm meeting the Mexican guys, and he gave me a beeper, and the beeper was a transmitter. And then he had a suitcase, a briefcase, where they put the headsets on, just like on TV. It's kind of funny, know. And so I had to do code word. I went in, I had a driver that was another agent, right? And honestly, even though, I still felt kind of shitty, honestly. I didn't, but it's like, fuck it. I didn't give a fuck. I go, these guys ripped me off the money. There's no way it wasn't coordinated. They're the ones that sent me down there and told me who to meet, even though we didn't know. I was like, how the fuck do you not know, So I was supposed to do a code word, and I forgot. I was all nervous. I had to go to the bathroom. I went in the bathroom. I forgot. I was supposed to say something, and I forgot. And they later told me this. What the fuck, man? They're guys like us. What the fuck? You forgot to say whatever, And then, maybe when I knew the drugs were, I don't remember. It's just so long ago. It's like, And so then we went to, it was a fat Mexican. We went to do the transaction. I had my guy with me, my driver, like Art Chavera, the ATF agent. My driver was with me. And the code when the transaction was to open the trunk, and then the fucking, just like what happened to me down in Florida, except on a smaller scale. All of a sudden, the trunk opened. They handcuffed all of us. Well, except their guy. They pretended they handcuffed him, right? And took us away. So I could have, so many people I could have set up, right, to get myself with no time whatsoever, right? So I didn't, and my friends that came out later and stuff, I go, you were right, I mean, I talked to the big mobsters, so I talked to Robbie, I talked to Capus. So if I was a snitch, you know how that world works. They don't fucking talk to you. Nobody talks to you at all, right? You know, they shun you and stuff. So I was able to do something that I felt comfortable with myself. Actually, I was proud about it. And I would talk about it, brag about it after it all went down, just to get back to those fuckers. Matter of fact, I ran into the one brother when I got into this business. We talked about my corporate life, and he was at, what was that place in Oakbrook? That big, massive golf type, not golf, I forgot the name, but he was there. It was hot. And,
the club?
Yeah, Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, yeah.
Yeah. And me, I want to fucking kill him still to this day. Right? You know, and I was in corporate America and I had my suit on and stuff. And he's the guy the one that took the steroids, you know, that always, he walks like this. And then he saw me, he saw me. And I'm like at the bar with my new life that I don't tell anybody about. Right. And I'm like taking my fucking tie off. I threw it on the bar. My friend, my right-hand guy who I got into my job, I drag him along with me. You know, so that's why I'm not saying his name. You know, because he's still working, you know, where I was before I lost my job because of our politics, and we'll talk about later, right? And he's like, no, he's calling me Toad. And this guy's walking, I'm like, fuck you. I'm like yelling in the middle of the clubhouse. And he's like, Terry, no, you know. And so that's it. I had another situation where Special Agent Randy Clifton approached me, and two other agents in an interrogation room. And he came in and he had pictures of my good friends, my inner weightlifting buddies, and guys that got involved just like I didn't know about it. You know, I was like, hey, Chad, you want to make some money with me? It was like, you know, hey, I'm going to bring you in. You can win the lottery like weekly with me.
Dude, you've never made that good an offer to me. Like, let's go make some money. It was, you made all the good money already.
And honestly, that's how you're talking about your conscience and stuff. He's like, I don't know if you purposely blocked that out or the things that happen. And I kind of jumped up. I didn't do like street level, you know what I mean? It was more like corporate dealing, sort of, you know what I mean? But it's like, oh yeah, you want to make some money? Yeah, fuck, you know what I mean? That's how it was. And they had pictures of my friends. They had my other buddy, the guy that I sent down to El Paso. They had his pictures in there. They wanted me to set him up. I go, that guy's a fucking goofball. I'm not going to do it. Something very specific and close to me, they wanted me to set up. And they said, you're looking, you know, that this one agent said that did John Kappas, his agent, Randy Clifton, who is willing to come on the show, right? Yeah, I mean, you could talk about me and Kappas together, right? And he threatened me to say the deal could be off. We already know X, Y, and Z about X, Y, and Z and everything and blah, blah, blah. And then they said, we'll give you some time to think about it. And they got up and they walked out. And they closed the door and left me sit there for about 15 minutes or so. It seemed like forever. And then they come back. They go, what's it going to be, Newsome? And I said, you know what? I go, I gave you enough, these three things, which is not by the comparison of what some of these, you know, I said, you have to decide what's more important. These individuals or these other ones. I don't want to say their names or connection to me. I just, you know, I don't want to say that. And I said, that's your decision. And the one agent, Randy Clifton, and he'll still say, he goes, you know what? He goes, respect you. He goes, most people would tell on their mother in your situation, Newsome. And so I got, I think it was 2 4-year sentences, again, at federal time, but you do 85% federal time. Unlike state time, you get 4 years. You cut that in half, and then you get work release of last year's sentence. So like for a 4-year sentence, you cut it in half, that's 2 years. And then you could be eligible to start work release 1 year out from your 2 years, which means 1 year. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Federal time, you have to do 85%. You know, there's no, you know, anything. It's 85%. And if you fuck up, you do 100%. You know what I mean? So that's the little, you know, it's the little, you know, little tidbit that they leave for the guys of good time. So, I also think, and this is super, super important to Chad's part, what we said, and I think they know they sucked me in on this, right? And this is a level of entrapment. And again, I'm totally wrong, right? I'm guilty as fuck for what I did. But they knew the truth behind everything that happened and how it happened and why it happened, right? When I was telling the agent, when I was like, felt like an idiot, Alejandro, I can't believe this fucking happened. I told the state's attorney there was a couple states attorneys, and I said, I would have never fucking trusted Henry if he didn't sell me that shit. And I didn't say it on purpose, but I was talking out loud. I'm like, what a fucking idiot. I would have never trusted him. And then when he goes, selling what? I go, if he never, I know how this first started. I'm sorry. No, that's how, I'm sorry, because it's coming together in me, right? So I said I would never trust him on how, this would happen if he didn't sell me it. And they said, what, the kilos? They go, he sold you kilos? I said, yeah. And they didn't say anything more than that, right, at that time. Then they called my attorney and had me go downtown and met with 4 U.S. attorneys. One at the desk, U.S. Attorney Stephen Anderson, Mitch Mars, Stephen Hines, another one. And they're standing behind them. And then I wasn't sure what was going on. So then the one attorney goes, listen, he goes, we're going to give you the opportunity to retract your statement. And I said, what statement? He was that Henry, sold you kilos. All right. We're not going to punish you. We're not going to hold you accountable. Say you lied or whatever. You were just late. You could retract that statement. And me, I'm like, retract what? I go, he did. He's like, I go, he did. I go, I said it to you guys.
That's why I trusted him.
He goes, listen, they try to nudge me nicely, right? And try to say there's no fear in telling the truth, which is a lie, which goes back to what the fuck you're saying. Right. And I said, listen, guys, you got trays of tapes on me. When Alejandro asked about the kilo thing or the samples, I go, let's do it like Henry did with me, like dropping it off behind a garbage can and stuff. Remember what I told you? I said, it's on your tapes. Go back and listen to your tapes. And they never brought it up again. So you know why that's important now as we look back? Right. Henry put 21 Cali Colombians in prison. His testimony, he was selling cocaine while the federal government took him out of prison as a witness cooperating against them for selling coke while he's selling coke to me and who knows what else. So technically, all those guys should be, that case should be dismissed. Every one of them.
100%.
So this totally reinforces, some of your conspiracy stuff. Now, it has nothing to do with my guilt or ignorance or stupidity or fucking being a retard.
You can get fucked without actually being a victim.
Yeah.
You can still get completely fucked, and it doesn't make you a victim. It just makes you a dumb guy who does some dumb shit, and it makes them criminally complicit.
Yeah. I went to federal prison. I went to Milan, Michigan, and I got to self-surrender there. My father and my friend Anthony Demori, and he was like a dad of mine. He's passed away. He's the guy that got me to straighten out and get an IT consulting and stuff. Different story. And his uncle was Machine Gun Jack McGurn, by the way.
I don't know who that is.
St. Valentine Day Massacre.
Wow.
Yeah. The whole story on that. I was engaged to my fiance was his stepdaughter.
Gotcha.
It's kind of intertwined crazy stories, but
have you ever in your life just come in contact with normal people or no?
I'm a magnet for weird shit my whole life. I said that to you before when I first met you. I will never stop. Even the politics. Look at I'm involved.
Oh, dude, you attract them. It's like.
So here's another goofy shit happens to me all the time. Who goes to fucking prison? You walk into prison. Some of the inmates are like, don't do it. I hugged my dad. He was upset. Hugged Tony. I'm like, all right, let's go get this over with. So I go in, and who the fuck goes to prison? And the guard says, can you come back? We're busy. I said, what? Mentally, you got to psychologically, go and surrender your freedom.
Right.
And I'm like, I go, really? She goes, yeah, could you come back in about 2 hours? I'm like, are you kidding me? She goes, no. I walk out. My dad's still rubbing his eye. I'm like, Dad! They're like, I go, you told me to come back. I went and got another hamburger and a milkshake. I forgot the name of the restaurant.
It's insane.
So I get in there and I'm put in a 4-man cell. And Milan at that time was a medium, but we had lifers in there. There's guys from Michigan that they had the life sentence back then for the war on drugs. And then my cellmate was a Boston mob guy, African-American heroin addict, and a guy named Frank Nesbitt. You could search him. Frank Nesbitt was said he was set up by the CIA, and he was in Vietnam in the 60s. He was a Marine. He was part of Iran-Contra, is what he said. He was married to a Nicaraguan. And what you find if you search him, that he was it comes up in the Fed, he was a spy for the CIA, for Russia. Mm-hmm. He was a spy for Russia. And he was bitching how he was set up by the CIA. So we all thought he was nuts, right?
Right.
And I stepped on his bunk, on his mattress, getting on my bunk. I had the top bunk, and he had words with me, and I jumped on, almost got me. I threw him. He's bigger. He's like a doughboy. I threw him into the wall and grabbed him by the throat. Next day, the guards come in and said that he wanted me out because I'm too violent for prison. Just kind of crazy, Mr. Marine. Oh, he said he was a Marine. Yeah, when I jumped off the bunk, he said, I was a Vietnam and Marine. And I jumped off, he got up and I grabbed him by the throat. I go, you ain't in Vietnam right now, you fucking piece of shit. And I grabbed him and I threw him. He's like, yeah, I like it, So that was my first 2 days in federal prison. Like the other shit I had. I'm like, oh man, here it goes again.
You make friends everywhere you go.
Across the way was Hell's Angels, and then I went out to the weight area. And when I was in state prison, I sent you. I won the bench press contest in the state prison. I sent you that. Then I sent you pictures.
Yeah, I saw it.
So I go out there. I do the bench first, right in the middle. To get and there's a lot of the mob guys from the East Coast. They move out here to punish them, to keep them away from their family. So there was a lot of East Coast older mob guys. A lot of the mob guys are small. They're not big, too. Because it doesn't take anything to pull a trigger. You got the collectors, got different jobs and stuff. So I'm out there bench pressing, I don't even know. Got everybody's attention. These old Italian guys came over and they're like, yeah, it's good to see one of ours stronger than these fucking moolies. For once, he goes, And then unknown to me, the Italian guys, right? They're real, not movie Godfather, their real Godfather from Payless was in my prison. Chop shop. Yeah. Unknown to me. And so the first guy that said something to me was the Hell's Angel guy that I was friends with, about being a snitch. And I'm like, fuck that. I said exactly. I told him the whole story. At the time that, fuck those guys. Fuck them. I don't give a fuck what they say. Oh, you shouldn't be talking, don't tell anyone, then it got out, so then I got a call from, the guards called me when I was out in the yard and the speaker thing, and I had to go in, and he said, listen, there's some kind of rumor there's a hit on you. So we got to investigate it. You got to be careful, I said, all right, and I told him what, this guy's name's John. I forgot his last name, the Godfather. And again, not the movie Godfather. It was his real Godfather. He had silver hair. I forgot his, And then, coincidentally, from the Chop Shop Wars, there was a guy named Red O'Malley who's dead. He was there. He was part of the same group of when the crazy stuff was going on. And so they called me up again. They said, yeah, no, this is definitely serious. You got to be careful, And then the third time they called me up, they grabbed me and handcuffed me behind my back. I said, what are you doing? And they go, we got to put you in PC, which is the hole. I said, no, don't. I said, they go, we have to, because if something happens to you based on what we know now, we are responsible, the government. I said, no, please. I go, I won't work out anymore, because that's where you're vulnerable. I would always be worried, just in general, like what happened in Joliet, or just, I go, I won't work out. I'll stop working out. I'll be fine. I can take care of myself. So yeah, some of the illegals or whatever that were in there that had big time, and they don't have commissary money, right? So they have no way to buy anything, or and so they were tracking it back to them about the hit that they wanted to put out on me. And so they threw me in the hole. So if you look up Milan Prison, remember the movie back in the 60s and the book called The Valachi Papers, Joe Valachi? So I was on the 6th floor. There was other guys that were in the PC area, right? It's just exactly like being punished in a prison. You're in the hole. You're treated exactly like the people that are being punished within a prison. Identical, right? So it doesn't matter. So you're in the hole. The corner cell was a big cell. It had this old washer, dryer, and kitchen and refrigerator. That was Joe Valachi's cell.
Wow.
Yeah. Joe Valachi's cell was there because he had to cook his own food. You guys could look it up if whoever wants to look it up and stuff, right? So in that cell was a doctor who was doing some big shit and caught with the FBI, and he's cooperating and supposed to something was going on with them, and they gave him that cell. And then they put me in with this young kid named Frank, looks like a young kid named Frank, not Frank, you. And he from northern Indiana, long stringy hair, and he made a pipe bomb. And him and his friends, he was only 19, he threw the pipe bomb and it blew out the windows in the bank, making it a federal crime.
Wow. So
he got 9 months in prison, and they put him in Milan, Michigan, which is not, so the kid had the bottom bunk. I, being the nice guy that I didn't force him to go on the top bunk. I didn't, I just didn't have it in me to do it. And it kind of sucks being in the top bunk because you're kind of, you don't sit on somebody else's bunk. It's a big deal when you're in jail. It's like, and nice kid, total dork, just dorky, nice, little weird, obviously. And so I find out that the kid was in because he was turned out by a black guy. But in doing so what happened is that he'd take showers and Hispanic guys would come and jerk off while they're watching this kid. And then some other guys told him to take his towel and wet it and put the bars of soap in it, which is like the lock and sock thing, but not quite, And then he beat the one Mexican who always would come sometimes by himself, right? And so the Mexicans were going to get him, and this big black guy took him under his wing and turned him out, turned him gradually, turned him out and stuff. So that guy, the black guy, worked in Unicor Federal Prison Industries in the prison. And the guy got fired or something. And the kid worked in Federal Prison Industries. And obviously he's a little fucked up, right? He had a cigarette. He put it in the boxes that they used to pack stuff for shipping. And started a fire and burned the whole fucking Unicor prison industry down. I think because I didn't work in Unicor, I think this made, one of the things they made was, when you go on the aircraft carriers and they got the cables, I think that's what they made in that prison. That's one thing. They make everything for the military.
Oh, like
all over the
arresting gear cables you're talking about?
The cable that stops the airplane.
Yeah, flight deck cable, yeah.
So he put it in there. So, he's in trouble for the arson. And then the guys that have prison life or whatever, their only means to make money is to get commissary. And they do that by working in Federal Prison Industries where you can make 90 cents an hour instead of 20 cents an hour cleaning toilets. They have to pay you way more. Even though 90 cents an hour is nothing, it's everything to those guys that have life in prison.
Right.
So he had committed a crime and his life was at risk because the guys that were making money to buy their phone time and food lost it because of him. So that was my roommate, And, I fuck around a little bit, right? So not fuck around that way. So we'd play cards and stuff, right? I have to, just like you see on TV, hey, give me the cards. I had a kid and we're going to play spades and then I'm like, yeah, the kid wants to play cards. And I'm like, no, Mike, I'm not fucking playing strip poker with you. He's like, stop it. I don't want to play strip poker. and so there was a bank robber down the hall from me. We would get let go to go play basketball, and they had these 4x4s that were cut off. So there was hangings that were done there back when there was, I guess it was a military prison.
Yeah.
Still in the little area where we got to play basketball. And there was a guy that murdered 2 police officers that was in our area. Long fucking, from California. He shot 2 cops on him, back in the 70s. And you piece of shit. And they were rough to the kid. They were when we play basketball, they were not even athletes, right? I'm not a basketball player, but I just bowled my way in. They're a bunch of fucking dorks, the guys that I was with, right? And so I got mad at how he was kind of, pushing the kid around. The guy wasn't even big. And, we almost got into a fight under, the guy fucking a pencil neck that he thinks because he murdered 2 cops. He was scared of me. And then the doctor, the Valachi cell, started sticking up for the other guy. And I called him out, fuck you, So then I had my visits. And if in the hole, you clean your stuff in your sink, right? Like an animal, you clean your stuff in the sink. Okay. And he has the washer and dryer there, so he could take and, wash stuff. And so he would do that, so he stopped doing that for me, right? And he was able to walk around and stuff. And then the guards came in one time and just made us get out of cell and threw all my shit everywhere, right? I go, what are you doing? They said, well, we were told that there was some groaning coming at night from your cell. I go, get the fuck out of here. I said, I go, are you fucking kidding me? I got a wife and kid. That means shit in here. I knew it was the fucker, man. So my mom and my wife and my daughter were coming 1 month in. My daughter was a month old when I had to go. I was still with my oldest daughter, which was a whole different devastating thing for me. And so I'm going to do my visit. We have to wear orange jumpsuits when you're in the hole, everybody. And so I'm going, I'm handcuffed and shackled. And then I have to go by the Valachi cell, and his door's open because he's like and he's smiling. Is that, and I went after him with the handcuffs and stuff. I was so fucking mad. I went after him, to go grab his throat. And then, I had the shackles on and stuff, and I fell. He went backwards, and the guards took me in there. And I said, this fucker's the one that said I was fucking the kid. I know it. And they were not going to let me see but they did. They changed their mind. Let me go to go see them. So then I go from there to, I was in there I remember I'm in there for like a few hours. I'm like, hey, how long am I going to be in here? Because I got ADD, right? I mean, locked up in there. I couldn't even read books in there because of fucking, And they go, oh, you're going to be, I go, am I going to be here for a couple of days? And they all start laughing. You're going to be in here for weeks and months. I go, yeah, you're fucking kidding me. They go, yeah. And I remember standing on the door that slides, my feet on my toes, like in between there, on the bottom railing, shaking it because it moves, and I just scream like a lion. Like all that, like, fuck. It was like, fuck, man. There's no way I could just do this, And then I got picked up. They took me to MCC Correctional. I was on Con Air, shackled like that. And, I got them, just like you see on TV. And they put me in there while they were reassigning me to, I'm sorry. I went to Terre Haute, Indiana. That's right. I went to Terre Haute, and I took a bus trip from there to Terre Haute, Indiana, which is Timothy McVeigh was assassinated or killed there. Remember the Oklahoma bombing? But they have a camp. So I got reduced to a camp, which was great, right? I'm like, oh, wow, I found out. My mom was like, yeah, they reduced just so you could go to camp. So I didn't have to worry about being murdered. And so I'm like all excited, right? So they go and they drop everyone off at the penitentiary. They go to the camp, bean fields, corn, A-frame. You work on the farm. I'm like a puppy, after being in the hall, I'm all excited. There's like 4 of us. They call. It's like in the military, right? You get your bunk assignment. So I'm sitting there like all excited. They go, Newsome. I go, that's me. They get my bunk, right? And they grab me. They fucking handcuff me behind my back. I said, what are you doing? He goes, Warden doesn't want you here. What do you mean doesn't want me here? He goes, he doesn't want your kind. They're sending too many Italians from Chicago. They don't want you here. I go, I was approved to come here. He goes, we don't, when they put me in the hole next door. And I took a bunk. A guy just died in bed the night before, and that's the bunk I got in the hole, which is kind of creepy. So I was in there for a while, and then they don't tell you anything. It's not like, hey, your flight arrangements, the next thing I go into MCC, fly into there. They leave me there for a while. Then I go from MCC on the plane to 2 places. We fly like the same day, 2 places in Wisconsin. We go to one other place. Then we go to El Reno, Oklahoma. And I'm there for a while. My bed had a shank in it. I became friends with this Boston Irish guy. We had some confrontations there. With some black guys, but he was the tough guy too, and then I got picked up from there, went to New Orleans, to Miami, to Atlanta, and then I was there. So they don't tell you, right? You're like, where the fuck am I going? They just don't tell you, right? And then I was in there for a while. I was at 2 cells away from Al Capone cell, historic little thing for us from Chicago. And then they got these vents, and like they're freezing, and then we all take toilet paper. It was like 6 men in this one. We just throw the toilet paper up there to block the cold air because it got so damn cold in there. Then I got picked up and I got taken to South Carolina. It's still South Carolina. It was the brand new prison. Medium security, and then there was a camp next door. So I was the first guy in the top bunk of this camp, which is like a dormitory. I mean, it was like it was really nice, it's prison wise, it was nice. And I had the first bunk because it was brand new. I mean, most of these places aren't new. And then I had guys from, other mob guys from New York, New Jersey. There's a guy named John Napoli, piece of shit, right? try to get me in trouble. You know, a lot of us, right? So he was cooperating. He said he went to high school, Vinny Bolgarano, right? Just trying to suck me in and stuff. When I got out, finally, he called me. He said he had a truckload of computers coming from the West Coast, California, wants to stop off on the way to New York because he knew I was in the computers then. When I got out, I was in the computers. But everyone kind of knows, and they said they heard he's cooperating with the Secret Service, right? And so he kept calling me, trying to and asked about my brother and money and it's kind of
another trap, right?
Another trap, without a doubt, right? So now I'm like, fuck these feds. So I called the feds. I said, hey, I want to set this guy up. And the FBI did come, right? They sent the FBI out. They go, how do you, I go, yeah, he's got this truckload coming in. You guys can get, right? So remember, my friend, I don't want to say my other buddies, they said this guy's cooperating, right? And trying to set up other guys that got out, right? And so I meet with the Fed. He had a Mustang, right? And he's listening on this shit, right? And we had a number of calls. And then it's a kind of a catch-22 with the money and want the money. And, you want to do that. So the Feds on his side wanted my money to set me up for buying it, right? The Feds on this side want the merchandise without giving the money until they see it. And he's playing games because he wanted my money so he could set me up, right? And then finally got to the point, and the FBI is just like, is this guy cooperating with any other agencies? I said, I don't know. So it's kind of like my little subtle way. He's like, fuck you guys. And then he got arrested. He was arrested. He was in some place in Arizona, and then he got in trouble for bribing guards to have a Christmas dinner with Italian food outside or whatever.
Can't hold that against the guy.
And so, I jumped. There's a lot of other stuff. I want you guys to ask some questions. I try to jump in some of the highlights. The reason I'm doing this is it's been such a long time in the making, and I want to get it out there. John's got his book and movie coming out. We'll see who's got more excitement. But I just want people to know, too, about some of this lifestyle and how fucked up it is and how, you can't trust anybody. One of the things, too, as we progress with this is that the guys that I work with that were bad and the criminals and, you can't trust them, as I evolved in thinking I was going to better myself in my life and get to corporate America and into politics, the biggest scumbags start at the top and work their way down. The politicians are fucking scumbags. They could affect more lives without actually having your own input in it. Unlike crime, if you want to do something bad with me or, you're making that decision, right? You make that decision. The politicians don't give us a decision. They lie and they affect our lives, our families, the countries, right? And by lying to us without giving us the option, even though we vote them in, they affect more lives than criminals do. In a different way, the bad politicians do.
And we don't even know if we're voting them in.
Right. And then the corporate ones, and we'll tell they're I thought, white collar, educated, and I dropped my guard in the beginning. I dropped my guard, and I quickly learned that, to climb up the corporate ladder or to make commissions or get just recognition, they'll step on anybody.
That's the evil nature of man, like I was saying. It's in every nook and cranny of life. I don't mean men as just men. It's just a human trait. Yep. And so our next podcast, I want to get into this with you guys, that you are political activists. And I'm thinking to myself, this is my opinion, are you spinning your wheels a little bit? Because you are, when you go against opposing political views the way you do it, and you're very aggressive about it, you're not going to change anybody's mind. It is great, I think, when you confront the politicians and you make it extremely uncomfortable for them. Like Danny Suri he's a pro at that. Yeah. He's fearless. So I'm okay with that. But I don't watch the news anymore because I see the news because I'm on social media all the time. And I look at it this way. I'm just watching how the enemy's moving down the battlefield. But at the end of the day, it's us against them. But they keep it us against each other, which is right out of the communist playbook, right? Mm-hmm. So, and we'll do that in our next podcast. So you've done all this time, you get out, your life is completely different now, right? You make, you take me through it. Your life completely changed to what? What did you evolve into now?
I got out of that stuff on my own before. It was obviously, it was too late, but it was before I really knew. And I made a decision on myself that, what the fuck are you doing after, about the fiance and everything and this excuse to get back. And I got caught up and I'm going to get worse. I'm going to die or, So as when I got out, before I got out, I was like, I was making $10 an hour. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this legally, and another thing that, and we'll talk about it more next time, is that, once you're a felon, you're labeled for the rest of your life. It doesn't matter if you're black, white, Mexican, or whatever, right? And you pay your debt to society. And that opened up maybe the only little liberal side of me. No, I'm kidding. It's like, it's like, and I would say when I would speak to these people, and I say, listen, man, if I was forced to work at McDonald's for the rest of my life, I'd go back to being a criminal. I paid my debt to society, right? Even they took the check the box off in Illinois. I got a new family when I first got my new family, and my kids didn't do anything. I changed my life. I proved myself. I paid my debt to society, and I'm supposed to be labeled for the rest of my life, right? No, it's bullshit, right? So I was fortunate enough. I worked for one of the biggest international consulting firms in the world, ran circles around those guys big time. And I think a lot of what I did and went through back then was more relevant to me than a college education. 100%. By far, it helped me with my job, the confidence, fearless, or when I say fearless, courage, whatever. It helped me with the politics. I know that what I'm doing my best to make an impact before I die. I have stage 4 prostate, stage 3 melanoma cancer. I'm trying to make amends for what I did, but more so, I'm not just doing it because of that. I'm doing it because I think it's the right thing. And I think I owe it to my kids, your kids, our grandkids, our country, the people that died for this country. Living in Illinois, it's very upsetting and frustrating. It's like I'm spinning my circles, to your point. It's like it's a waste of time, but I know for sure if I don't do anything, it's definitely a waste of time. And, doing nothing is not an option. People have fight or flight. I have fight. I kind of like it.
Understatement.
I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best to try to, do the little bit that I can, even having the podcast and getting stuff out there, not just confronting these guys or politicians or Antifa or BLM or defending, we should be able to go to a protest without having to worry about being beat up and pepper sprayed, right? Or January 6th, and so I think it's important. And yes, we're spinning. It seems like we're spinning our wheels, but every little bit helps. My wife is upset about my job and what happened, and when we'll talk about it later. When the FBI showed up at my house, she fucking just yelled and screamed and told me to stop. Then she broke down and cried, and she's like, "You got to stop this. You got to stop this. You got your family, you got the cancer, you got your job." I'm like, "I don't want it." Listen, I hugged her. I said, I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to be stressed out with the cancer, right? Honestly, if I wasn't stressed out, I'd probably be stressed out from not being stressed out. But I said, we're in this situation because people did nothing. That goes from the school boards all the way to political running for campaigns to confronting these people. We did nothing. We got soft from our grandparents, from your uncle. We got soft. Even now with what's going on with Iran, people are bitching about gas prices, regardless if you agree with it or not. What type of sacrifice is that if we take this threat away from us, try to do whatever we can to rid of a nuclear bomb? But to complain about gas being high, what did our grandparents go through, right? I'm not saying this is World War II, like they went through, but at the same time, as being part of our country, part of America, you're going to fucking bitch about gas? Mm-hmm. It's just retarded, so we have to fight back, and that's why I'm doing this.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Everything you said is 100%. I call it the code, right? You have your own personal code, and you said it already. I want to leave the world a little bit better than I came in, and you want to protect whatever there is to protect for your kids and their kids and so forth. I'm doing the same thing. Maybe my words were misplaced about the politics, but I think us against each other, I think that's a wheel spinning event because they have psyoped us, both sides where we're brainwashed, and our political views and what side we pick, that becomes part of our identity. So especially with people on the left, that is the more emotional side through my observation.
Yes.
And I'm not on either side. I'm just saying as an observer, when you debate them, they take it as an assault on their person, like, because this is who I am. You know, we are not the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. We're truth seekers. And the thing about seeking the truth, and he keeps referring to you, Chad, as the conspiracy guy. I put this in my book. I have a chapter called Conspiracies, and the first thing I say is conspiracy is not a theory, it's a noun. It means when two or more people conspire to hurt others. That's a fact, and that's been going on since the beginning of time. As I told you the story of Cain and Abel, that's just the human condition. So I've lost hope for the politics and stuff. I think the only way we can't save our country, but we can do is form groups where our groups will survive. Right. We will survive for the longest amount of time. I mean, the network that I have, you know, we're all ready to go. We're all connected by walkie-talkies, whatever, and I will go down fighting, right? When you knock on my door to take my stuff, good luck. You're going to have to earn it, and because I'm not afraid to die. This is my book, How to Be a Warrior of Light in a Dark World. It's available on Amazon. It's about mindset and many other things. It's kind of a handbook on life. I have my second book coming called The Gift of Grief. That's at the editor right now, and that will be published probably within a month or two. So thank you all for joining the Warrior Podcast. Thank you to our sponsors. We'll see you at our next show. Yeah. We're all on the same page, sir.
Yeah, and I became, like, I was raised a Democrat, but I was never really active. But I say I'm a Republican because they're the lesser of two evils. I'm a conservative. I think they're both. I agree with you. They're both messed up in different ways.
You're actually a libertarian.
I do believe that the Democrats are more inherently evil by far with what they've done and how they do what they do and how they're such bigger hypocrites. Again, I'm not saying that the Republicans. I'm not.
I get you. I'm with you.
I see the things they've done, like the unions, the cheating. I mean, they're just.
The one thing to be hopeful about is there's hope for our system, because the genius of it in these really dark times actually shows itself. All the left and the right are like the left and right hemispheres of the human mind, right? You got your analytical, you got your more artistic,
emotional.
You've got your emotional side, and we duke it out as a country. That's why the pendulum swings from right to left. And we've always been able to survive. Like, we're about to celebrate our 250-year anniversary. And that's when empires traditionally die.
Yep.
And MAGA is in complete meltdown. I've watched these cycles. But what I see right now, as much as it would upset me some, and I'm an anti-war libertarian, I see all my people, all the Ron Paul revolution people, all the tax protest people, all these people who have been consistent and principled since I've been awake. And their influence in our country has never been greater. And party allegiance to party has never been weaker. And you see it with Bobby Kennedy, with Maha. Everybody can agree on that. Everybody who's sensible can agree on cleaner food, better soil, better environment. Like we anybody with half a brain agrees on this stuff. Even immigration, sensible. Like, even a lot of people on the left, they don't want unchecked immigration. They don't want people getting let out straight out of prisons and coming here. We can all, if we stick to these 80-20 ideas, right? I think you're going to see America shuck off both of these parties because they're outdated. They're done. Trump killed the right. Barack killed the left. And now it's time for all of us as just adults, as free, Americans. America is still the best house in a bad global neighborhood. And the only way we're going to fix it is if responsible people from middle America say, fuck you, it's over, not playing along. We're going to tell the truth. We're going to give our kids a world worth having, where the law means something, where politics is not just theater. We're not going to bring Hulk Hogan on stage to rip off his shirt and announce a reality TV show guy who, God bless him for getting in there and everything he's done right. But don't go play war. You're the golf course guy. That's why we put you there, because you know how to build shit and make life better for people. The minute you start dropping bombs, you're way out of your competence. And that's probably a longer, talk. So I'll just dial it into this. Mm-hmm. I've never had more faith in our system of government, even though I've never had less faith in the people who are in that system.
That was very interesting.
I think we're going to take it back, and I'm going to do everything I can with guys like you, guys who tell the fucking truth. I don't care about your criminal history. I care that you can endure all that and come in for the real fight. You know, with what you've been through in your life and the way you use it to kind of minister to other people through this format. If we all keep doing what we kind of do anyway, I think the sensible people win, because everybody else is just going to fade to the periphery. And I wouldn't, you know, we've been here for 5 hours. I wouldn't spend my time any other way.
Well, I appreciate your optimism. So
me too.
Yeah, I like it, because I'm not a pessimist either. I'm a realist. So if we were to turn the soil, okay, let's say there was some kind of revolution and the good people rose, you still have the evil element that supersedes everything, that controls everything, and everybody is corruptible, coercible, bribable, blackmailable. You see what I'm saying? Yes. So the fight for good and evil never stops.
Well, some of those guys we just have to kill.
Well,
you know, the brilliance of our system is we don't have proactive, you know, Salem witch trials anymore, which we shouldn't have, because in every society, you need good and evil to balance, because you can't just go eliminate people from birth because you don't know how it's going to end up. But we're at this final cycle where we're either going to figure it out or we're going to collapse. And there's too much infrastructure here. America's almost too big to fail, and there's just no place else to take it to. You know, people have already started to offshore and go to their islands and go to their, you know, rural hideouts and all that. And that's great. But unless everybody wants to live underground, you know, and let's face it, most of us, even though we'll be fortified maybe longer than most people, eventually, if it comes to living underground and letting the robot drones take us over, fuck that. And there's a lot of people who've done well in this system that don't want to do that, who are pushing back right now. Like, this is crazy. Trump just called out Israel. He just called out Netanyahu. He said, "You're fucking out of your mind. You've destroyed the reputation of your country." I think Trump is fighting to get his soul back a little bit right here at the end. He got duped into some shit he didn't belong in. Maybe his job was always to collapse this thing. But I think that old fucker's just crazy enough where if he's still got his mind intact, he might give him one last grenade, and we'll get a chance to do it again. And we know exactly who they are now. They've been unmasked. They've been uncloaked. And guys like you and guys like you, Frank, like, we know who they are. And we're not going to let them hurt our kids. And some of them got to go, and some of them just got to be in prison where the real animals belong. And we'll start the fuck over, because we got the infrastructure, and we got technology, and we can bring the food back. We can get rid of these pharmaceutical companies. We can start it over. It's not going to be pretty, but you know, I got to believe that. That's how I sleep at night.
Yeah, I'm with you, brother. I'm totally with you, Mr. Newsome. We covered a lot of ground today. What would you like to finish with?
You know, so much stuff we covered. I just, you know, what's important to me is that, number one, people, even though they make mistakes when they're younger, that doesn't mean that they're, you know, I don't know, useless for the rest of their life. They're a criminal, felon. Yes, I was all those things. And I did screw up, and I made mistakes. I'm trying to make up for those mistakes. You know, use it for something good. You know, it's, and just do what I think is necessary for our country right now. And, I'm not proud of who I was. I'm proud of who I became, and I didn't let that stop me.
That's awesome.
You know, I didn't let that stop me at all from doing those things that I wanted to do, as well as get into the political stuff. You know,
awesome. Next time, and there will be a next time, I want to talk about the movie stuff.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You have a lot of photos with famous people, and we'll put them in here, right? So we'll do while we're talking.
Yeah, I'll send them. I got tons of them. Yeah, I'll send them to you.
With your cheesy 1980s muscle wearer, you know.
The clown pants, too. The clown pants I wear.
The Zubas, you know.
Remember the Z Cavaricis?
Of course, yeah. I could never fit into those things. So I don't know. How did you fit into them? Those are for skinny people, aren't they? Or
no, well, a lot of the bodybuilders wore them.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of like the Jordache jeans were for
these were they had Velcro.
Oh yeah. That's right.
They're kind of like clown. They're kind of like clown pants, if anything.
Like zoot suit pants. Yeah, they were.
And high tops. Oh God.
Half shirts.
Yeah,
Those are the guys with the abs.
I had to have shirts too. Yeah, that's so funny. Well, awesome, my friend. Thank you for sharing your story. That's a crazy ride. You were. I don't want to say you're lucky to be alive. It's if the Vegas odds makers were taking you from 23 where you were, are the odds he's going to make it to where he is now? It'd be a long shot bet for sure.
Yeah, my father's broke when I was 14 because I was not an angel kid, right? I did like mischievous, goofy things and motorcycles. And I remember my dad's his smart brother saying, "You're not going to live to see 21." 14.
And that would have been probably an even odds bet at that time.
Yeah.
So, right?
Yeah. So
awesome. Well, gentlemen, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
This is how we fight back. We get together, we share fellowship, we bond, and like I said, brotherhood that's the strongest bond, and we don't have to be blood brothers either. So, very happy to have you guys here. Thank you for your time, and we'll do it again.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us at the Warrior Podcast, everyone. Make sure you know that there's a warrior inside us all. We'll see you at our next show.